What is up, guys? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency episode Expose. Aidan Kearney fabricated his timeline of his direct involvement with Karen Read. We're going to talk about it on this lovely holiday. Welcome.
Interesting thing is what that does with our social media kind of hacking that tribal part of our brain. If all of us were sitting here in a room and we see someone get pulled up in front of the whole crowd and then smacked in the face, embarrassed, and then tossed out of the room, and I was about to go up on stage and do that, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be quiet now. I don't want that to happen to me. Yeah. So now we're using that tribalism as, I'm going to take this person and I'm going to make an example out of them to prevent everybody else from stepping up. I'm going to increase fear associated with being socially outcast.
Or Turtle Boy.
Yeah. Are you familiar with his platform and the blogging that he does and video YouTubing that he conducts?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last time you spoke to Aidan?
Monday or Tuesday. I want to say it was Monday.
Monday or Tuesday?
It was Monday.
It was Monday.
Yeah.
And how did you guys communicate?
He called me.
He called you on your phone?
On my cell phone.
Do you have your cell phone with you?
Yes, I do.
Can you open it up and show us the time that he called and the date?
I don't have him on my phone.
You don't have him on your phone?
No, I do not.
In your call logs, you don't have him calling you on Monday?
I do not have his number on here.
How come?
I cycle my phone all the time.
You delete your phone numbers?
I delete any calls that come in. I keep it for a month and then I delete.
But Monday was not a month ago.
Correct.
So why do you think that phone number is not on your phone?
I'm sure it's because I deleted it and I've got 3 days worth of phone calls on my phone right now.
But you said every month you delete it.
It was.
What's the cycle that you delete them at?
So I try to keep my memory not as blocked up. I do go through my texts. I delete my texts. I go through my phones. I delete my phone numbers just to keep my memory so It doesn't get blocked up.
No, that's good. That's good. Do you remember the phone number that he called you from?
It was a 401 number.
All right, guys. Again, welcome to the Transparency. This is Lana. You just heard that right there. Lucky Loughran was being interviewed. We're going to do like a flash forward, flashback. This was his August 10th interview with Proctor and Yuri Buchanan. And right there, two things, two red flags. He deleted it out of his phone and he says 401. Now, 401. Why is that important? Well, do you guys understand that there has been no extraction done from Turtle Boy, any device of Turtle Boy's that begins with 401? Say that one more time. When Turtle Boy was arrested in October, the cell phone numbers associated with anything being downloaded to be extracted, none of them were a 401 number. These phone calls, or just one phone call, would have happened prior to him being arrested, Turtle Boy, and his phones being taken and downloaded. That means that Turtle Boy did not call from one of his phones, okay? And Lana, well, you're just saying this, or maybe he's mistaken, like he's mistaken. No. Here's your proof. episode 612, Karen Reed case, Michael Proctor interviews, Lucky Loughran Google search. And this was...
Have they gone and figured this out? No, they didn't do that. They didn't give a shit.
September 9th, 2023, before he was arrested.
Like, that is the most they do at that point. That's what they do, Ben. Yeah. He used his fucking ham radio. Oh my God. Yeah, on my...
Go to the 118-minute mark.
But Monday was not a month ago. Guys, he cracked the fucking case. You're doing? Aha! Gotcha! Aha! And call. I do not have his number on here. How come? Yeah, kind of like Jen McCabe. Keep it for a month and then I delete. Now, this is a month ago. Guys, he cracked the fucking case. Ago. Apparently, Lucky deletes all of his calls. It's because I delete it. I delete my texts. I go through my phones. I delete my phone numbers just to keep my memory. Maybe he does. I mean, that's it. He just doesn't want to upgrade his plan. I don't know. You remember the phone number that he called you from? It was a 401 number. 401? Yeah. 401. Okay. So 401 is a Rhode Island phone number. And Rhode Island, as everyone knows, is a one-party consent state. Unlike Massachusetts, which is a two-party consent state. So, people in Rhode Island can just record their phone calls.
This is how dumb Turtle Boy is. He thinks that if he has a Rhode Island phone number and that if he's in Rhode Island or even doesn't even have a Rhode Island phone number, but if he is in Rhode Island, which is a one party to record, he thinks that you can record people's phone calls who are actually in two-party states. That's how fucking dumb he is. And he has been passing this around for years, number one. So he acknowledges the 401 number. Now he's telling us that his 401 number is a Rhode Island number. Okay.
All the time without telling the other party. It's perfectly legal. Unlike Massachusetts, which is a two-party consent state. So, people in Rhode Island can just record their phone calls all the time without telling the other party. It's perfectly legal there. That's why I do a lot of day trips to Tiverton. I go to Woonsocket a lot. I go to Ray's Chicken Farm. Sometimes I'll go to Westerly. Whatever. I go all over that freaking state. It's not very big. So, yeah, that's the 401 number. That my favorite 401 number.
There it is. Turtle Boy acknowledges right here that he does have a 401 number. And so Lucky Loughran is not mistaken. Okay. I did a lot of communicating and researching and to make sure that I was presenting you guys with the most compelling evidence of what today's live is all about, which is expose Aidan Kearney fabricated his timeline of his direct involvement with Karen Reed. Number one, this right here, what I am providing right here, I hope that the Commonwealth witnesses take this and use this as compelling to the courts to say Aidan Kearney is admitting to the fact that he has a 401 phone number, is agreeing that Lucky Loughran, he's going over his interview, does not make any doubt. That's not true. I didn't have a 401 number. Use the 401 number to call Lucky Loughran. We want to try to go and get this phone. You can do it through Lucky Loughran's phone record to see what numbers in his toll that ever called him, to see exactly what number called him. Why does this matter, Lana? Well, Lucky Loughran gave us a bombshell. And what he gave us is that people think that Lucky was mistaken by this. I was contacted in March via Facebook by Turtle Boy. He's asked that in his interview in August of 2023. Well, when did Turtle Boy reach out to you? Well, he reached out to me in March, he says. People are out there saying he misspoke. I don't believe he misspoke at all. And I'm going to show you why. But also he says that he deleted his phone calls, but he remembers that it was a 401 number. And so his And here Turtle Boy is not saying it, I didn't call from a 401 number. In fact, he's saying, yeah, my awesome 401 number. You guys, that number was not, that phone that had that number was never extracted when he was arrested. Okay. Why is that significant? Well, because guess what? The phones that they do have, the devices that they do have, guess what they cannot produce? There is no evidence on any of his devices of him writing in Facebook Messenger to Lucky Loughran via the Facebook app. When you're going and you're extracting all this stuff, you're going to be able to get whatever apps you're using and stuff like that. That's going to be able to come up in your extractions. And if you go and you look up any type of contact, Lucky Loughran is in none of these phones. Now, why is that important? Well, I'm going to take us back to the beginning. When Aidan Kearney produced the Canton cover-up part 47. Okay, now you have to understand something. I have a timeline here that's going to straight show you guys that you guys should be questioning the fact of why did Karen Reed ever tell Aidan Kearney about Lucky? This is why. In February of 2022, everybody wants you to believe that Aidan Kearney got involved after the Rule 17 motion with AJ's affidavit and exhibits on April 12th. Okay. He writes his first Canton cover-up blog April 18th, 2023. He's up in the middle of the night. We already went through that. His first calls with AJ and David Yannetti, April 20th. First blog about the federal investigation, April 20th. His first blog about Lucky, June 5th, 2023. But we're going to back it up all the way here to February 4th, 2022. Michael Proctor says that he interviews DPW Trotta. Okay. And in this interview, make this as big as possible here for you. There you go. And it's in this interview here, February 4th, 2022, that Trotta is the one that allegedly, supposedly tells Michael Proctor that, hey, here, I'll let you guys see it for yourselves. Let's see. Here it is. Right straight from Turtle Boy. Episode 774, Karen Reed retrial, day 27. 1 hour, 48 minutes and 19 seconds. On February 3rd, 2022, approximately 10 a.m., I conducted a phone interview with Michael Trotta, an employee of the town of Canton. Michael assists with coordinating plow and sanding trucks during storms. Michael stated Canton uses town equipment to treat the roads with the exception of one company. Michael stated a company called By the Yard is used to assist with plowing the roadways. Michael stated drivers met at this address at 2:30 in the morning and left from there to clear the roadways. The company By the Yard was not called until about 3:30 that morning. Michael stated trucks were out sanding earlier, but only concentrated on major roadways in Canton and would not have traveled down Fairview Road. Michael stated all town trucks are equipped with GPS, but the system went down on January 24th, 2022. Now, yes, Michael Proctor authored that report. On February, so that's February 4th. Now on February 15th, Karen Reed's investigator, Paul, finds Lucky Loughran and speaks with Lucky at the Canton ice rink. That's the first meeting that they ever have. February 15th, 2022. Karen Reed obtains the information, okay, the same information of everything that Lucky had told at trial, everything that he said at trial, he told her. He told her that there was a Ford Edge. When I say her investigators, a Ford Edge, that there wasn't a body on the lawn, all these things. Okay. So Karen Reed receives this amazing information, right? Lucky Loughran, February 15th, 2022. Why would you ever give this information to a blogger? Any defense attorney is going to tell you, if they're never going to interview this guy, we are totally going to hit them in the mouth at trial. Okay? Here's why. Again, we're going to take us back to the way that Turtle Boy wanted to explain this story to you, which was
And on February 15th, 2022, when you had this meeting with Paul, you told him about 3:30 or 4 a.m. Is when you saw this Ford Edge on Cedar Case, correct?
Correct.
Now, in fact, when you first spoke to this individual named Paul,
wanted you guys to hear that date right there, February 15th, 2022. Now, why would Turtle Boy act like he found Lucky Loughran? Why do people out there think that? Why? How did that ever become a rumor? Well, here you go. Let's bring in Hector. We're going to take us on down to, boom. Canton cover-up, part 47. Plow driver who went by 34 Fairview Road and never reported seeing a body is Selectman's brother, friends with the Albert family. June 5th. That is so important to understand that date. That date is right before Aidan Kearney will go on June. This is June 5th. Aidan Kearney will go just a day later and go to Jen McCabe's kids' lacrosse game. So Aidan Kearney releases this article. This article has in it a screenshot right here of Aidan Kearney saying that this is him, that this is from his point of view when he would be taking a screenshot of his Facebook message to Lucky Loughran, okay? And he claims that he wants to write this article, and one should ask themselves why, because Lucky's wife died on April 26th, 2023, April 26th. I think Lucky is going to know whether or not Aidan Kearney reached out to him before or after his wife was alive. She said March. I mean, he said March. She's alive in March. She's not doing that well. She's dying. Now, it is alleged in the case of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed that the defendant dropped her boyfriend off. So he goes on and kicks it off like that. He wants to just, she then drove home, and we all know that. Now, we get to right here. We know that now one of these people claims to have seen his body. We know as a matter of fact that the over dozen people who were inside the house and left after Karen Reed allegedly killed John O'Keefe. I'm like, this is your best defense. You can use all of these people to say that there wasn't a body on the lawn, nor did anybody see this smash up job, right? Wouldn't you use them as your best witnesses to say that Karen's car did not? I mean, come on. I think they would see a body, you know, it'd be pretty compelling. And just leave it at that? No, we can't do that. Aidan Kearney writes and says, we know. Who the fuck is we? We know that it would have been physically impossible for people to have not seen his body, especially if they were driving south on Fairview, and he goes through this ordeal. What we can tell you is that, again, he wants to point out Julie Nagel. Again, he wants to point out Sarah Levinson. But June 5th, he does not know about the Tristan and Caitlin Albert leaving at 2 a.m. So that should tell you that, just to kind of put in reference of what he has available to him at the time, June 5th, 2023, he feels the need to out the most valuable piece of information in Karen Reed's defense, which is the plow truck driver. And remember, the plow truck driver never came forward. Think about this. If you plowed 34 Fairview and you heard that a woman got arrested and because she hit her boyfriend, left him on the side to die, and you're like, hey, I need to go down to the police department and talk to them because I plowed that. And you know what? There's something really kind of strange about that. First of all, on my first time down, when I went, there was a Ford Edge. And then every time back when I went before the road was, you know, prevented me from going, there was no body. But Lucky never does that. And I finally found out why this article, 2 reasons it was so important that this got out there. And it was to get in front of what I just said. If number 1 is true, then Karen Reed could have killed John O'Keefe, or his body could, you know, he just does his stupid shit. Right here, though. But what is being lost in all of this is that Karen Reed had left John O'Keefe to die at 12:30 a.m., discovering his body. Guess what? There'd be somebody that still could have possibly seen this. And he says the most obvious among them are plow drivers. Okay. So he comes out to the world and writes this article and wants everybody to think like, hello, plow drivers. Like, why aren't we talking about plow drivers? There is no mention of Michael Proctor speaking to anyone from the Canton DPW or trying to track down whoever plowed Fairview Road that night anywhere in any public document. That's a lie. He knew it at the time that the Trotta report existed. Okay, understand that. Karen Reed knew that existed. Remember, February 2022, February 4th, then Karen Reed's already talking to Lucky, and she talked to him on February 15th. He says that night anywhere in any public documents. This is an active open investigation going to trial. Like, you can't just go ask people for their reports in active open cases. Sorry. We have requested the official place. Blah. Doesn't matter. Absolutely laughable. We called Canton DPW. He won't return our phone calls. There is no mention of Michael Proctor speaking to anyone from the Canton DPW or trying to track down whoever plowed Fairview that night. But despite the obvious obstruction from town officials and the state police, we found out who the plow driver that night was. It's Brian Lucky Loughran. Now think about this. Why would Karen Reed ever be okay with, she just got the most amazing, you would think, information, right, from this guy on February 15th, 2022. Why are you going to allow Turtle Boy to write an article going after a man that literally just held his dying wife in his arms April 26th of 2023. Literally what? A month and some change later, let's go to fucking town on him. He posts all the pictures. It's because he wants to tell you this. Turtle Boy and Karen Reed's defense team want to tell you this on January or June 5th. That, hey, guess what? Lucky Loughran is the brother of one of the Canton selectmen. Okay? And that the other Canton selectman, Duty's daughter, she was in the house too. He wants to tell you that Chris Albert's campaign received $100 from Michael Loughran. Are you absolutely out of your mind? As well as donations from Chief Ken Berkowitz, who found taillight evidence a week later and pressured a reporter to remove Brian Albert's name from a tweet about where O'Keefe's body was found. Canton police officer Kevin Albert, Jill Daniels, Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, State Rep William Galvin, Kerry Roberts, and a generous $500 donation from a teacher named Dwight Seaman. Who the fuck cares about Dwight Seaman, right? Especially when you see that what he wanted to produce was then he goes through and he puts the campaign money. But I noticed that the handwriting where somebody went through all this before is written in this cursive writing. And I wanted to point out stuff that he did not want to tell you guys about, which was, this person named Chris, he has the same last name as Microdots dude. He donated. He wants to tell you, listing all this crap about who donated. Wants to show you that, Jill Daniels was part of, helping campaign. You want to know who Karen Reed did not mention that I found on this list? Brian Hamilton. Well, Brian Hamilton on that list. Well, that's where Karen Reed was texting his, wife. That's where she was texting earlier in the night, potentially going to be meeting up there. He didn't catch that on his own, though. He didn't also catch the fact that also on this list is John McCourt, who lives on Oakdale, 43 Oakdale, where, John was taking all those steps that night, according to the Waze app. I mean, if you took the Waze and his data and you kind of put it together like they did, those hills that they're saying they're going over, well, that's right there where John McCourt lives at 43 Oakdale. No mention about that, but I'll go ahead and mention that. How about this? They definitely didn't want to point out that Joseph Nagel's name is on here. Okay. But then he wants to talk about the fact that here it is. Let's talk about the fact that Brian Lucky Loughran had 17 civil actions in Stoughton District Court. Look he posted all of this shit. June 5th. For what purpose? I'm going to tell you guys what purpose. Lucky used to work for Chris and D&E Pizza, but also does plowing for the town. Sources tell us. Who the fuck is us? He makes it seem like there's somebody else writing this shit. It's just him. Sources tell us, Karen Reed, okay, tell us that the Alberts picked on him because he was slow, but accepted him as one of their own. This is a flat out fucking lie. Why would Turtle Boy lie? Because he's inciting rage and wants outrageous conduct to come from this. What is he trying to do? I'm going to make sure that the Alberts can't get to Lucky. We know through multiple sources, Karen, in Canton, that Lucky was the person who plowed Fairview Road multiple times between 12:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. We know that the Commonwealth has alleged that John O'Keefe was lying outside of 34 Fairview Road at the time. We know that he did not do that. Therefore, we can assume that he did not see O'Keefe's body, which would have been physically impossible if a body were there. What? Oh, right here, sorry. We know that if Lucky had seen a body, he would have to stop driving and report that to authorities. How did you know that then? That's verbatim what he told. But this was written in, like I said, June 5th of 2023, way before he was ever interviewed by Proctor. We know that plow drivers are instructed to be aware of their surroundings as to not hit anything. Well, Lucky hit something that night. He continues on by saying, in this ridiculous bullshit, we are told by sources, and this is me, sources. Get the fuck out of here. Trying to get Brian Albert all riled up using the federal investigation. Okay. We are told by sources that Brian Albert is believed to have called Lucky Loughran personally after the McCabe's left, knowing that Lucky would do anything for the Albert family, asking him to plow Fairview Road. Do you guys remember when he wrote this in his June 5th, 2023 article? This is absolutely outrageous and a lie. But guess what they were waiting for? This is trying to pump up why we need Brian Albert's phone records. So we're going to make up this ridiculous lie. We are told by sources that Brian Albert is believed to have called Lucky. This is so that they think that Aidan Kearney wants Brian Albert to believe that this is what Lucky told authorities. We know that ADA Adam Lally and Judge Beverly Canone have gone to great lengths in order to make sure that Brian Albert's cell phone is not handed over for forensic analysis. Oh my God. Fool Kearney not aging well. We know that the initial plan, this is what got into everybody's head, and it was Aidan Kearney. We know that the initial plan, whose initial plan? Prior to seeing Karen Reed's taillight broken, was to suggest that John O'Keefe was accidentally hit by a plow. I said, oh my God, this is where the planting into Lucky's head that, hey, they were going to fucking blame you. They were going to let you take the fall. Aidan telling Lucky, hey, they were going to blame you. Okay, what a loser, Aidan. We know that at 2:27 a.m., by the way, this never happened. It's a glitch. And this glitch is probably going to free some people down the road. And this is about the Google search. Okay, but he says right here that we know that O'Keefe's body was about to be staged on the lawn and needing to make sure that Karen Reed did not find him before enough time had passed. This is how stupid he is. Karen Reed isn't with Jen McCabe. Karen Reed went back to, John's house. And how the fuck could Jen McCabe have any control over when Karen would potentially do anything? Again, Jen McCabe, no control over what Karen Reed did or did not do and when she did it. It wasn't Jen McCabe calling Karen Reed that morning. We know that no one from the Canton Police or the state police made any attempt to reach out to Brian Lucky Loughran to ask him about any of this. Well, according to reports that happened to be written pretty quickly, February 4th, it looks to me like Michael Proctor actually did go talk to the guy, and he said that, so if anything, you could say either Michael Trotta, did you tell this to Trooper Proctor or did you not? We are told by sources, oh my God, that although Lucky initially had told multiple people about not seeing O'Keefe's body that morning, that he has since refused to talk about what he saw. This is Aidan's way of trying to make it seem like he wrote Lucky around June 5th. Okay. Lucky Loughran is currently grieving the loss of his wife, Michelle, who died in April. We know that Chris Albert has been publicly offering condolences and help. Again, why didn't Lucky come forward on his own, knowing he plowed 34 Fairview on 12/29? Think about that. We know, this is me, we know the first paragraph is not true, but now we know why Aidan wrote it, to get in front of my logic question right here, which is, why didn't Lucky come forward and go to the police regardless? It's because Aidan was trying to get in front of this by making it seem like Lucky would be afraid to do that or something. He then, next page of his little fucking stupid article, he takes a screenshot, allegedly, of showing that on May 1st, Chris Albert liked this post. We know that prior to John O'Keefe dying, Lucky was not Facebook friends with many Alberts, but since then has become Facebook friends with several of them. And then this is when he just blatantly makes up the most ridiculous fucking CVS receipt possible to try to say that this is what this is. He says, here, this is what he posts, making it seem like, okay, like Brian's friends list. So he clicks, you can't tell because it's black and white right now, but all is clicked and he writes in Albert. And he's trying to show it from Lucky's point of view here, that if you look at all these people right here, okay, Aidan or whoever took this screenshot has the option to add this person as a friend. You would need to have a before and after picture. Where is the screenshot of friends with hardly any when he says that now he's friends, with them, but he wasn't before, and only provides this fucking example of just like, what does this fucking show anything? It doesn't show shit. Doesn't show when this was fucking taken. Nothing. And this is what he provides in his stupid fucking blog that makes absolutely no sense. Then he shows this. I'm putting it in chronological order that he put it in. Everything Canton, that this person, Gina, on April 3rd, wrote this. Okay. This is his wife, Michelle. Now that all family has been notified about the hospice situation, it is with a heavy heart that my aunt has been placed in hospice care at home in Canton. Now, she passes April 26th. Everything Canton, April 3rd. Do you see where this says 8 weeks ago? That means this screenshot was taken 8 weeks after April 3rd. Do your math. That's at the end of May. Then posts this picture and then says this. I'm sorry that Brian Loughran lost his wife, but fuck Karen Reed, why would you ever allow a motherfucker to write this shit? when the guide spoke to your person, Lucky, on the 15th, a year ahead of time, and gave you exactly what you needed. Everything that he told the jury, he said, when you talk to him and your people talk to him on February 15, 2022, why the fuck would you ever think that this is okay to release your fucking proctor dog onto this man? I'm sorry that Brian Loughran lost his wife, but for more than a year, he has withheld evidence. The fuck? How has he withheld evidence? You guys, this was wrote in June. And Aidan Kearney knows that Lucky has already talked to the fucking feds. What is the point of this fucking blog? None of it's true. But for more than a year has withheld evidence that not only can exonerate Karen Reed, but bring John O'Keefe's murderers to justice. Doing that makes him complicit with cop killers. And his silence makes him just as evil as the rest of them. I do understand that he likely fears the Alberts. Again, puts in this lies. He wants to make it seem like Lucky Loughran has been being bullied and fears the Albert family. Please. We know who Daddy's mommy was, okay? Now I'm going to show you some more lies here. Why I told him that I would not mention his name. So look at this. He says, I do understand that he likely fears the Albert family, which is why I told him that I would not mention his name if he didn't want me to. But he told me that he would not be answering any of my questions. Ready? And then he puts this up. And this is a picture that he is trying to claim ownership of. Turtle Boy is trying to claim ownership that this is from his perspective, and this is that he messaged Lucky Loughran. He refuses to actually show what the true date was, and instead, it's a Sunday at 2:22 p.m. Hi, Brian. I have a question. And Aidan Kearney is trying to claim that this is him writing this. And right here I say, I call bullshit. I know it's not from his phones that were extracted. Ready? Lucky responds and says, okay. Then I want you to take a look at this gap. So 2:22, 2:30, 2:39, he says, okay. Then that's whenever you would do this, then this started coming up in Facebook land. You can now message and call each other after somebody acknowledges. And then 4:55. And did you plow Fairview Road on the morning of January 29th, 2022? What? Hi, Brian. I have a question. Okay. Who starts, and did you plow? Do you think that's just like, that's where it all started? Then supposedly nothing. Then again, it would be Turtle Boy's side saying, again, this is supposedly Turtle Boy writing this. I'm going to show you why Turtle Boy calls himself out and says that this isn't him, because he had an intermediary reach out to him, to Lucky. And he says that, I can't, was it, I don't know, April, May, June, something like that. I'm going to play it for you. He then says, I'm willing to keep your name out of this as I don't want you dragged into this. And again, Turtle Boy is trying to take ownership of this. That this is Turtle Boy reaching out. Okay. And then at 11:03 p.m., again, look at this big gap. Gap. You could be sleeping. And then look at this gap. There's just nothing. So he just doesn't say anything. He says, okay, just 15 minutes after that. And then you think that Lucky Loughran just sat on this side, doesn't say anything, except right here where he says, I'm not answering any questions anymore. I'm sorry if that makes things difficult. And then I'm not answering any questions. This is what Aidan wants to point out. And he says that he closes out his blog and says, any more question mark? I hadn't asked him any questions yet. Whose questions did he already answer? I know as a fact that a source who is in touch with federal investigators told them everything that I just reported in this blog. That would be Karen. Now I want you to think about that recorded conversation. That's Karen. That's his source. I know as a fact that a source who is in touch with federal investigators told them everything that I just reported in this blog. It is likely that Lucky has been contacted by them and possibly subpoenaed by the grand jury. He is by far the most critical witness in this case, and refusing to tell investigators what he saw is a crime. He never said this. He never did this. In fact, he cooperated fully when the FBI actually came and talked to him at his home. The one time that they came. Again, they know this is a lie. He knows this is a lie. Sort of boy. Lana, how do you know this? Watch, I got the proof. I got the receipts, baby. Promise. He then says, there is no reasonable explanation for why Michael Proctor has not interviewed Brian Lucky Loughran. We have put in a request for a police report that we hope will give us more answers. Other than this being yet another example of Proctor orchestrating the cover-up. Looks like Canton is the cover-up, but go ahead. You keep what you're thinking over here. If any of this is untrue, then I am begging Brian Lucky Loughran, Michael Proctor, or anyone else involved in this cover-up to sue me personally. Fuck yeah. Sue them. Oh, that's exactly what happened. Now, that is June 5th, 2023. Canton cover-up 97 or 93. Canton plow driver says he never saw John O'Keefe's body on Fairview Road, was threatened by DPW not to speak with reporters. August 8th, 2023. Now we're going to do a flash forward. So you have June. What happens between June 5th and August 8th? Another reason why Michael, the DA, Michael Morrissey, had to make some unprecedented statements.
This police report. It says on February 3rd, 2022, I conducted a phone interview with Michael Trotta, an employee of the town of Canton. He coordinates plow and sanding trucks during storms. He stated that Canton uses town equipment to treat the roads, with the exception of one company. He stated a company called By the Yard is used to assist with plowing the roadways. Okay, so a company called By the Yard. That's whatever. I later find out that that company is a dummy company that didn't exist on February 2nd, 3rd, 2022. But okay. And it was a company that incorporated shortly after I began writing about this, just in case I looked up their stuff. So they incorporated them. And it says Michael stated drivers met at Boulevard at 2:30, consistent with Lucky's story, and then left to clear the roadways. The company By the Yard was not called in until 3:30 that morning. Michael stated trucks were outstanding earlier, but they only concentrate on major roadways in Canton, and they would not travel down Fairview Road. So there is a police report signed by Michael Proctor that says the town of Canton does not plow Fairview Road. And I'm like, that, so By the Yard, a private company only plows it. And I already know this is a lie. So I read that report. I'm like, that's a lie. Because I knew that Lucky Loughran had plowed it. So I'm like, well, who's lying? Is Michael Trotta lying to Michael Proctor? Or is Michael Proctor putting words in Michael Trotta's mouth? And so I do this crazy thing called doing a journalism.
Oh, is that what you did? Okay. How about this then?
Nope. Okay. It did not. Did you know that his phone call was coming? Who cares? I did not. No, he surprised you? Correct. Surprise. What were you doing when he called? No, that's the new stupidest question. What were you doing when he called? What were you wearing, Lucky? What were you thinking about?
He's asking that question because you should be able to remember that. Okay. Remember, Lucky just said a little bit earlier that it was March that this man reached out to him on Facebook DMs. And then he tries to pass it off to everybody that he reached out to Lucky in June. Okay. Why? Well, March is before April, guys. He's been selling a pipe dream saying, I was not involved with the Kearney case until April.
Were you taking a shit? Would do because they clearly. I don't know if it's that early. That's real early. Okay. Did he introduce himself? Did he say anything? Did he identify himself? He said he was Aidan. He didn't. He said that I'm Aidan. He then proceeded with the interview. I also said, allowed to take this call is recorded, but
no, you didn't.
Anyway, with the interview, and what kind of questions was he asking you? He had asked, but I just say that's just like an instinct. Okay. But it's an instinct when I say that. I want to be very clear. Sometimes I'm not actually recording you when I say that. So I do automatically say that no matter what. Anybody who's called me before, sometimes I'll just say, this call is recorded. I'm not really recording you, but I just want you to think that I am.
So when I called you, Aidan, and you didn't say this call is being recorded, you actually hung up like a little fucking bitch. Ah, shit, boy. Yeah, that's what I thought. Next. Right here.
That, and we got an answer. This is what he tells me.
Couldn't control my reaction in court.
See, do you know what he's talking about with that picture that was going on Twitter? There's like a guy that looks like you talking to Lucky Loughran.
Aidan, that was me.
Oh, that was you.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
yeah,
So that was
yeah.
you. Okay.
Any lawyer is going to prepare a witness to testify.
Steve.
I took the off day and I went down to Canton because I wanted Lucky Loughran to go through his route with me.
Okay.
Lucky Loughran asked to meet in the Kennedy School parking lot. I had suggested meeting at the DPW. I didn't know who worked there, who went to school there. I don't know Canton. I'm not a South Shore guy. I met with Lucky Loughran with my investigator. We left the parking lot. He took her on his route. We went back to the parking lot, picked up the car, and we left. He made up a conversation out of
listen to this testimony. First trial. Cross-examination.
Ford Edge, correct?
No, told him it was a Ford Edge.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
No, told him it was Ford Edge.
You remember at any time Paul taking you on the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw?
No, he wanted to make sure that what I was telling him was accurate. So he showed me what was a Ford Edge, but I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
So we brought you out to the parking lot at the skating rink that you were meeting at, specifically showed you a Ford Edge and asked you if that was the vehicle.
Correct.
Now, do you know sort of the difference between, if you were to see a Ford Edge at nighttime in a snowstorm, the difference between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
Yes.
What's the difference?
The taillights in the back.
What about it?
Ford Edges are more round. The whole back facade is a little bit more round. The Jeep Cherokee are more square.
Now, what color was this SUV that you found?
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
Can you tell, I'm just curious, sir, as far as your color blindness, can you tell whether or not an object is dark or light just by looking at it? You can't tell both?
I can see things that are light. I can see things that are dark. I can see true colors. I can't see shades of true colors.
And so from what you saw,
Perfect. And then now,
$401?
Yes.
401, okay. And did it come up with his name or where he's, like the town that the number originates from?
No, it did not.
Did you know that his phone call was coming?
I did not.
No, he surprised you?
Correct.
What were you doing when he called?
I had just been released from work and I had worked the night, overnight. So I
So he
was,
called you first thing in the morning?
yeah, probably around 7:30-ish.
Okay. And did he introduce himself? Did he say anything? Did he identify himself? Like
He said he was Aidan. He didn't, say that I'm Aidan. And then he proceeded with the interview.
with the interview? And what kind of questions was he asking you?
He had asked if I have been cooperating, and I said yes, I have. He goes, "Who you been interviewed by?" I've been interviewed by the FBI. I've been interviewed by Karen Reed's special investigative reporters or private detectives, and those two are the ones that wanted to see the route. Was the private investigators.
So the private investigators wanted to see the route and
Correct.
drove you around.
Correct.
The FBI didn't drive you around like he said.
Right. Which he,
So how is that possible that he has a transcript of your interview and he's actually misrepresenting who drove you around, who did what?
I can't answer that because
Did he tell you that the interview was recorded?
no, he did not.
He did not tell you it was recorded.
He did not.
Oh, so okay. Was there anybody else on the line with him? Did he like three-way call you? By any chance?
Not that I'm aware of.
He didn't make you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
How do you think he got your phone number? Or did he say how he got your phone number, or?
He did not.
Did you ever talk to him, communicate with him, visit his, your contact information with him that way in the past?
No. But I do follow him.
You do follow.
But no, I did not.
all right, please listen up.
Okay.
There was an incident where I was in Wisconsin, and he commented on a post that I did, which was a simple picture of a pancake, and I said, "Holy pancakes!" And at that point, he had he contacted me through Facebook Messenger looking to answer questions. And I said at that point, I am not answering any questions regarding this matter anymore, unless it's attached to a subpoena or a badge.
When did that Facebook message happen?
March.
Of this year?
Yes.
March of this year? Yes. If you believe Lucky Loughran is not a liar, you have to believe that. Lucky Loughran is not just making up some month. Okay? March, bitches. March. Don't you think this man is going to know if he reached out before or after his wife is no longer living? I do. Now check this out. Aidan Kearney once again does me a solid and does an episode titled Mello Kicked Off Fake Victim Case.
My name is Aidan Kearney.
Known online as
Turtle Boy and is a senior editor for
TBDailyNews.com.
they call me Dr. Turtle Boy.
That's my preferred pronoun. Daddy. What's up, Daddy? Journalism Jesus. A. Timothy Kearney.
The one.
And he does
Sends $10, goes testing.
at 2 hours and 35 minutes. I'm sorry. Yeah, 35. This is just for all of you guys out there.
Work. Maybe he'll talk to me. Okay.
Okay, this is dated for the cheap seats. September 6th, 2025.
And it was not Lucky. I did not find Lucky. I want to be very clear. Blah, 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 blah. Actually, it's untrue. Told everything. I'll tell you this. Tangent on that. So I'll give you a little clue here. Okay. So I haven't told everything. You know what I mean? Everything. So I'm saving some content for the documentary. And so
I just had to play that part. I've not told you guys everything because I am saving some of my material for this documentary I'm doing. That he proceeds to say that it's going to be out in about 3 or 4 months. It's going to be out around Christmas. Okay. Ready? So that's my laugh. Now here's unbelievable.
I actually am you could say, oh, Turtle Boy's not a reason why Karen Reed was acquitted. He's just a mouthpiece. He's the crowd daddy, blah, 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 blah. Actually, it's untrue. And I got receipts for it. Okay. So you're going to see one of the witnesses in the trial was all me.
But I'm not going to tell you who that was. Okay. That's saving for the documentary. Now,
that one of the witnesses at the trial who was huge for Karen Reed, huge, right? And was not called the first trial. Another hint. Okay. And it was not Lucky. I did not find Lucky. I want to be very clear of that. It was not Lucky. Because Karen Reed's private investigator spoke with Lucky like way over a year before I did. I was just the first to interview Lucky and get it on the record, get his story on the record.
His story was already on the record with Karen Reed's private investigator. There's a report. Okay, that's how it works. Defense attorneys tell their private investigators to go do X, Y, and Z. Then they interview somebody, then they make a report, they can record it, do all this stuff. And if they want to use that person, they have to submit, that report, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Again, remember what I asked you guys in the beginning. Why in the fuck would he ever put out the June article? And then here we're about to get to this August article. But this is my preview, my fast forward, because then I'm going to come back. Check this out.
Right? Because it was not on the record at all. So I couldn't report it. I knew about Lucky. In like May or June of 2023, but I couldn't report.
That's a story. That's an absolute lie right there. He's got to remember with the lie. He's going to tell you the story.
The record, get his story on the record, right? Because it was not on the record at all. So I couldn't report it. I knew about Lucky in like May or June of 2023, but I couldn't report what I had because I had Karen Reed's private investigator report, and that would give away the fact that I was speaking with Karen Reed if I published that, right? So I couldn't publish it. So like, but I'm like, wait. So I told Karen and I said,
why would you need to publish it regardless? Why are you even talking about it regardless?
What if?
And it all stems around intimidating witnesses, using people to act like there's something there when there's not, for the purpose to intimidate.
If I just find Lucky on my own and maybe he'll talk to me. And when I first talked to him, it was bad timing.
When I first talked to him, it was bad timing? Why?
His wife had died a month.
His wife had died? Or are you sure it wasn't bad timing because his wife was dying?
Month or so earlier. Talked to him, it was bad timing. His wife had died a month or so earlier. I found him in June of 2023. And I've told this story before.
I found him in June of 2023.
His wife died a month earlier, and he was kind of like cold to me and standoffish. Apparently, he had been told at work that he was not allowed to talk about this case at all. And to me, it sounded like, I'm like, oh, this is yet another guy who knows something. He's like another Scanlon. He knows something, and he's not talking about it. And so I had some comments on my YouTube presentation about how, you know, you shouldn't be scared of the McAlberts, whatever, but you should, you know, you need to talk and blah, 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 blah. And that's what Hank called witness intimidation, those quotes. Anyway, it was just bad timing. I reached out to Lucky 2 months later after he had time to grieve his wife and process that and kind of, and he felt comfortable speaking with me at that point. And I got the interview. So I was the first to kind of explain who Lucky was to the world, but I did not find him. I can't take credit for that. But you will see that one of the witnesses called at the second trial was.
Interesting. Oh, well, let's go ahead and take a look at August's write-up. Here we go. Interesting. Well, August 8th, 2023, Canton cover-up part 93. Canton plow driver says he never saw John O'Keefe's body on Fairview Road, was threatened by DPW not to speak with reporters. Okay. Well, again, August 8th, 2023. And may I add that the defense team, so Lucky in his testimony, he says it, and I'll play the clip when he testifies in front of Hank Brennan, that prior to this interview, he would have spoken to everybody at that point, to include Karen Reed's lawyers. Here we go. Part 47. He wants to remind everybody that, hey, do you remember I did part 47? In part 47 of the Canton cover-up series, we first reported, again, this we shit, I love it. We first reported that a man named Brian Lucky Loughran, the brother of Selectman Michael Loughran, plowed Fairview Road the morning that John O'Keefe was allegedly lying on Brian Albert's lawn, dying after being struck by Karen Reed, period. Lucky Loughran saw nobody. and is not listed in any of Michael Proctor's reports. He wants Michael Proctor to report this so badly. Okay. Nobody. If he saw nobody, then it means John O'Keefe wasn't dying on the front lawn and thus had to be inside 34 Fairview Road instead. Lucky is a simple, decent man who has worked for the town for 18 years and wants to quietly live his life in Canton. He did not ask to be brought into this story, but unfortunately for him, when he plowed Fairview Road that morning, he became the most important witness in a murder investigation. When I first contacted Lucky in June, again, Lucky says March. Lucky is also going to tell you that it was he who contacted, Aidan. And Aidan is going to tell you that he went through, an intermediary. So again, when I first contacted Lucky in June, after finding out that he was the one who plowed Fairview Road that night, he told me that he wasn't answering questions anymore. He then again posts this and is acting like this is June and this is his. And so if I was the House defendants, I would take every Sunday in June. Those would be the dates that I'd be seeking out phone records. If you have to go so ultra, go get them. But I would go with every Sunday in March and every Sunday in June of 2023 to go get myself those subpoenas, Deus Tecum subpoenas for Lucky Loughran's phone. You're going to lead to a number that would have contacted him, a 401 number. That's going to lead you to Aidan Kearney's. Then you can get his subscriber information. That's going to give you an IEM number. And then you're going to be able to get to all of those phone calls that he ever made with that device, potentially. This is how I would go about getting Aidan Kearney's other phone, the 401 number phone, the one that was not been extracted. This is your way to be able to do it. And it's not a fishing expedition because Aidan Kearney is admitting that he has a 401 phone that he called, that's a Rhode Island area code, and that he called Lucky with. Go get yourself that phone. Go get that phone number. So he posts this again, just like he did on the August or the June one. Then he says, this implied that he was asked questions by someone. It was just unclear who that was since he is not listed in any of Proctor's reports. Remember, this is his way of using the federal investigation to do more bullshit. He already knows at this point in time, all of these. He knows that Lucky has already been, that he's already talked to because of Karen Reed's report that he said he had. Okay, that he had it the whole time. I just had to find a way because I couldn't, use Karen's stuff because nobody knew I was talking to her. Thank you. Yep, keep on talking. But you're lying about why you did it. You put this out here so that you could threaten the Alberts and try to divide people with none of this stuff being true. So he says Proctor did not interview him because he knew that if Lucky Loughran put it on record that he did not see a body on the lawn, that it would implicate Proctor's friends, Jen McCabe, Chris Bryan, and Colin Albert. When Lucky's wife, Michelle, tragically passed away in April, one of the first people to reach out to offer help was Chris Albert. Just so we're clear, this is a complete lie. April 3rd, she's alive. I went and pulled up her obituary. Michelle did not die. Can you believe that they're even using people like this? She's not. She passed away April 22nd, 2023. Okay. He's trying to create this conspiracy of all this bullshit and to show that Chris Albert sent you a DM, Gina. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is pathetic. This man's wife is, during this time right here, this man's wife is dying. Not only does he use it in his article in June, then he goes and he uses it here in August. Michelle knew the Alberts and posted a picture of Jill Daniels. Post this again, same thing. The current board of selectmen includes 3 men, boom, boom, and boom, who had children of family members inside 34 Fairview Road the night John O'Keefe was killed or were witnesses outside of the house. The Board of Selectmen oversees the Canton DPW, which Lucky Loughran works for. They have the power to fire him. Listen to how this spin. They have the power to fire him. And Chris Albert had every reason to make sure that he remains silent, since speaking out could send his son Colin to jail for the rest of his life. This is why he acted like this whole time. Aidan Kearney knew this whole time that Lucky Loughran talked to the feds. Lucky Loughran talked to her investigators, and he gave the most best statements possible for Karen Reed. She knew this in 2022, and this motherfucker knew it as well when he's writing all this bullshit with these articles. He then comes out here, and look at what this motherfucker does. He's trying to make it seem like, what do you think he's trying to make it seem like? Looks, when you actually know it full circle and play the tape all the way through, this piece of fucking garbage going to prison motherfucker, he wants you to think that Chris Albert had every reason to make sure he remained silent, and speaking out could send his son Colin to jail for the rest of his life. I recently contacted Lucky on the phone and spoke with him about what he witnessed that night. He's trying to make it seem like he talked to Lucky for the first time in August. Now remember, the next day, Lucky is visited by Proctor and Buchanan. And this is where Lucky's phone all of a sudden is deleted out of the numbers that Aidan Kearney supposedly called. That's ironic. Again, he says that I recently contacted Lucky on the phone and spoke with him about what he witnessed that night and the attempts to intimidate him into silence that have taken place since then. None of this is true. The only person that was coming across as threatening was Turtle Boy just making up all this garbage, right? Look at this shit. Look at this shit now. People, you guys forget the internet forgets what the fuck this motherfucker was writing. This was our conversation in its entirety, he says. In its entirety. And he acts like he has a photographic memory. Okay? Meanwhile, we know that he didn't, and that he recorded the conversation when he was not supposed to. Okay? But this is what's sick about it. He says that this is the conversation in its entirety, word for word. Well, we now know that Lucky Loughran looked over this and was like, this isn't fucking right. This isn't accurate, right? We're going to hear what he has to say, but let's just remind everybody what it is that Turtle Boy wanted to pipe down your throats, in your ears, in your dicks and vag, and your asses, okay? He was just stuffing you guys like fucking wild pigs. Did They say you couldn't speak with police. Who the fuck did they? Did they say you couldn't speak with police? Nope. They said as long as the police have ordered the testimony, I can speak, but it's got to be attached to a subpoena or a badge. I talked to the FBI once already and the private investigators twice. Karen Reed's private investigators? Yes. Did you sign anything with the private investigators, like an affidavit or anything? There was no affidavit, but they were given the route. How I did the route. When I did the route and when I go and plow the route. They took me. They took me to Fairview. And I showed them what I did from Dedham Street to Cedar Crest to Fairview. Did you tell them that when you went by the house, there was no body? Yep. Yes. And this would have been. So why in the world would Karen Reed ever give it up? Her best witness. Do you understand? I've actually worked with and for lawyers that will say this stuff cannot be public. We want to hit them with the element of surprise. There is no way that you would ever want this coming out, right? Because you'd want to use this, okay? But so one would have to ask themselves, why in the world would Karen Reed allow Aidan Kearney to lie about the existence of the truth about this man? And there's only one acceptable answer, unless you want to be in the category of being a fucking idiot. And that is for the purposes of gaining something. You're getting something out of this. And it's something that you believe is valuable, that you need, that you want. Yeah, nobody knows anything about this because Aidan Kearney was given everybody a story, a narrative. Exactly, Linda. Or Lynn, I think it is. Next question. What time did you go by? 2:30, 3? Somewhere around then. The FBI says they have GPS at 2:30 going by that house. This is what he is putting in the mouth of Lucky Loughran. You are going to be able to use Lucky and Turtle Boy in every fucking trial that y'all have. If it goes all the way to the criminal courts, it goes all the way through with all the civil stuff. This bot, like, I knew he was fucked. So fucked. Motherfucker, fuck, shit, fuck, whore, bitch, fuck. This man is not going to know what day of the week it is. Okay? This man is so fucked. It is not even fucking funny what they're going to do to this man. $80 fucking grand, baby. Woo! Give it up. Woo! Make it 800,000. Make it fucking 8 million. It ain't never going to change the facts. Cosgrove is going to throw so many fucking hot dogs down your motherfucking hallway. You ain't even going to head on a swivel, boy. This man is so fucked. So fucked. The FBI says they have GPS at 2:30 going by that house. The trucks have GPS in them and they were working? Lucky. Yes. Because I think they've said the truck's GPS were not working. Lucky says, I just know that the trucks all have GPS in them. When did you last speak to the FBI? About a week after my wife passed away. You don't think he knows that date? I'm sorry about your wife, by the way. Is that the first time you ever fucking told him that? I appreciate that. Did you happen to see any cars parked in front of the house? Why are you asking him this, right? Well, there was one. Was it Brian's Ford Edge by any chance? Now look at this lie. No, it was a Ford Edge, but it wasn't Brian's. Oh my fucking God. Lucky never motherfucking said this. You sick son of a bitch. You disgusting piece of garbage. This is why Lucky Loughran wasn't believed, you scumbag. Because you're out here posting these stupid fucking, you fucked Lucky's credibility. You bastard. Was it Brian's Ford Edge by any chance? He's saying that Lucky says in this, no. It was a Ford Edge, but it wasn't Brian's. This is how he was trying to implicate who? When he was trying to say, it's Colin's Ford Edge, it's Colin. I wasn't trying to attack you in that blog, you know, the June one. But what happened in that house is so messed up. Not only is an innocent person being blamed for this, how about, why don't you ask him a really good question, which is, why didn't you go to the police after you plowed the lawn and you knew that you plowed the lawn? Just because nobody came to you, you knew that there was nobody on the lawn. And you said you saw a Ford Edge. Why didn't you go to the police? That's what a journalist would ask. You stupid fuck. You are so dumb. Dude, fucking A, dude. You look like you have no brain cells. I mean, you look it. Trust me. The people that want to support you, I don't care if the whole fucking world supported you. Then they're just as fucking stupid. But if they don't want to open up their fucking eyes to the truth is that Lucky had to endure so much shit because of you. Karen Reed's best witness. Karen Reed hands him over on a platter to this fucking psychotic motherfucker. Huh. And let him unleash live and threaten the living shit out of him. And acting like we know what you did and blah, blah, blah. Just running his mouth about stupid ass shit. Stupid ass shit. How the fuck could you do that to a man? Literally, Canton, all those people that are standing out there every day that I saw you guys, and you guys are the real, true fucking residents of Canton. That's who I personally went around and said, you know, hello to, and hey, I'm really sorry for what's happening here. It sucks that you can't trust, if you don't feel like you can't trust your, you know, your fire, your cop, all that stuff. If any of you guys claim to be supporting your own community, then you need to open up your fucking eyes and see what the fuck this man did to your community and what he used every single one of you guys. You guys were the fucking pounding the pavements, not that motherfucker. That motherfucker did it for the cameras. And when the cameras weren't there, he wasn't there. Was he? not only is an innocent person being blamed for this, he says, but John O'Keefe will never get justice as long as this same continues. What an idiot. Right, he says, allegedly. You have the power. The fact that you went by there at 2:30 and didn't see a body is a game over. Did you ever speak with Michael Proctor? Did he ever interview you? No. When they reached out to you and said not to talk, did they put that in writing? Yes. Do you have a copy of that email? I do not. That was printed out and placed at our break room tables. And it said, don't speak with Turtle Boy specifically. Look at this fucking piece of shit. Ready? What it said was, if Turtle Boy or someone from Turtle Boy comes to us on the road, we are to give you our names, and the comment is to be no comment. If you come and ask, we can give you our names, but that's the only thing we can say is no comment. Now, are you cooperating with Karen Reed's lawyers? I have not met with them. That's a lie. This is either a lie or he lied under oath, because I'm about to play it for you. I told you I was going to toe tag your little fucking twerpy ass. And I'm toe tagging you. Chef's kiss. 1000%. This is a lie, and that Aidan's putting in there. Okay. He's saying, I have only met with the private investigators and the FBI. Well, we just heard from David and Nettie, right? And on the second time, he's like over there, like, yeah, he gave me a ride. And then he makes him do it again closer to when the trial is in session and on their day off, because he's trying to override the last time they were there back in the day. Hey, we're going to be at the same place, and then we'll do the same thing. Okay. And if they reached out to you, would you talk to them? I would have to be. I appreciate your time. Not a problem. Now watch this. Look at, I'm going to make this all come full circle for you. Now, this is what this motherfucker writes after he wants to say that that's the interview, which now we know, because we know that Lucky was interviewed by the cops, and Lucky wanted to point out a bunch of things that were just patently false. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay. Then Turtle Boy says, things we learned from this. The motherfucker in his wheeze. Lucky was approached by an FBI agent who confronted him with GPS data from his plow. That is patently false. Lucky comes out and says that never happened. Who confronted him with GPS data from his plow truck, proving that he went by 34 Fairview Road on the morning of January 29, 2022. If he wanted to remain out of it, he was no longer able to do so, because according to Aidan here, the feds showed Lucky Loughran confronted him with GPS data. Number 2, the GPS data showed that Lucky went past the house at around 2:30. You guys watched the same trial that I did, right? Did the feds turn over GPS data? That's what I thought. Okay. This is what he's feeding you guys all, that we're just fucking. I didn't read any of this shit. I'm like, who? I'm investigating his criminal case, because I covered the Karen Reed case. Both of them, both trials. I was like, what the hell's going on here? Well, Lucky did not see a body when he went by the house, meaning John O'Keefe was still inside. This means that Julie Nagel, again, wants to go at fucking Julie Nagel, right? Julie Nagel, girl, hit me up. Why aren't you suing this motherfucker? This means that Julie Nagel was lying when she said that she saw a dark object on the front lawn when Jen McCabe drove her home at 1:47 a.m. I thought Karen told you to not talk about Juliana Nagel in that report. Now it's fair game in August? Also, I just have a really interesting question. If there was a Ford Edge parked where Lucky says it was parked, he wouldn't be able to see a body because something would be obstructing his view, right? Because that's the whole purpose of putting the car there, is to prevent anybody from being able to see the body. Do you know what Aidan Kearney put out? Do you know what Aidan Kearney put out about? He tried to claim, and maybe it's even in here, you'll hear it here in a minute, that he couldn't go down Fairview because that car was there. He forgets his lies. He's fucking. It's so. Woo! He is going to lose so bad, so bad. Lucky has spoken with Karen Reed's private investigators, which she is forced to pay for out of her own pocket to do the work that police are supposed to be doing, solving a murder. Well, I don't know. Why didn't they take it? Why were they sitting on it? If they interviewed him in February, why aren't they asking Lucky to go to the cops so that this can be, cleared up in February of 2022, right? If Lucky told this to her investigators at February 15th, 2022, why didn't Lucky go to the police? Why didn't Lucky go to the police before Karen Reed's investigators came? How did Karen Reed's investigators find out that Lucky was plowing? God, do you want to know why people are canceling depositions and trying to wait until, I don't know. I don't know how long you're going to be able to cancel depositions and reschedule these, but I just have a funny feeling that certain people are trying to testify after when are you guys all doing your running for DA? When is that voting going on? Because these civil questions are just going to whoop, 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 whoop. Josie, that makes no sense. If he was told to shut up, then why did he talk to Karen Reed's private investigator? Is it because he thought he had to? There you go. September 1st. That's right. They're trying. Let's see how many of those depositions get pushed to after September 1st. Because the shit that is going to be coming out, woo-wee, steaming. You guys just have to seriously ask the questions. Ask the questions. Ask yourself, but at the end of the day, Lucky has spoken with Karen Reed's private investigators, which she is forced to pay. Again, he's now campaigning to make money for her because, right there it says, hey, click on this so that you can donate to the fund. This is to get you to donate the money. This little woes me right here. The PI drove Lucky Loughran on the route he plowed that morning. Reports from the PI and the FBI would not be made public or entered into court documents, which explains why this has not been made public. Lucky could have went to the fucking press and talked to Ted Daniels. Lucky could have went to the police himself. Okay. Lucky says that he did not go down Fairview Road when he passed by later because he saw a Ford Edge parked in front of the house and did not want to plow them in. The Ford Edge was not there when he went by the first time. This is not true at all. At the fuck all. I'm going to play it for you. Brian Albert drives a Ford Edge, but Lucky claims it was not his. The fuck? That never happened. However, this narrows the population down to less than 1% of people who own a Ford Edge. This eliminates Karen Reed as a suspect, but does not eliminate Brian Albert. And you know what I said? So then he goes on and points out to these cars, right? And I said, oh, would you see what picture he puts in here? And I'm over here like, you dumb ass motherfucker. This is your Ford Edge, but that's that Caddy. I said, that's the one that's missing from the driveway, but you cannot even see through because you guys could not get off of your lied and made up version of events. Okay. It's kind of like what they did in the Brian Kohlberger case. And if you're truly trying to get to the truth, okay, how does one not say, like I've been saying, you guys, this is the vehicle that's not in the driveway that's missing from the pictures. That vehicle's there. And so is the other, he had an Explorer, and then they had this, and they had this. This car is missing from the driveway. That's the car that they took out that night. Okay, and that's the car that would have been behind. And in the last, like when it would have pulled in, it's gonna be behind something, you know? It's not gonna be blocked in with the 3 different cars that would have been there. He's not. So, but this is the car in the morning that's not there. But here's this idiot. He wants to just make up shit about this Ford Edge, you know? If a Ford Edge was parked outside of Brian Albert's house between 3 and 5 a.m. in the same spot where John O'Keefe's body was found, it means they were using it as a shield in order to hide the body from the Ring camera across the street while it was being placed in that last spot where Matt McCabe and Ryan Nagel saw Karen Reed idling her Lexus. Well, nobody ever said that they saw Karen Reed's Lexus, okay? They specifically said that it was a SUV, okay? And nobody identified Karen Reed being, like, there was no positive identification here. It was just a vehicle there, and that it was a woman, and she had her hands at 2 and 10, you know, looking straight forward or whatever. But you notice how Jenna McCabe's not in there? It would also prevent a plow from coming down the street and seeing the body. Ha, 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 ha. This is crazy. Do you want to know what Lucky said in his interview? That was at the white Ford Escape was at school with the other kids. Do you want to know what Lucky said when he did his interview? He said that nothing was impeding him, okay, and that he did not see a body. So this is exactly opposite. He's just like, this is how much it was about selling to the public and just making a bunch of shit up. That's what they felt was more important, as well as putting this, you could say, I don't know, influencing, witness intimidation. That's what was, hey, we're going to give up our weapon here, our secret weapon, which is Lucky and what he said. And we got this here. He's recorded. He said it to her, you know, blah, blah, blah. This is great. Let them say whatever they want. We're going to handle them at trial, right? But no, we're going to just give Turtle Boy this information so that he can go out and literally attack the guy that we need. Does that sound like somebody's does that sound like somebody is cooperating with you? The way that he wrote the June 5th article, does that sound like, wow, why would Turtle Boy ever attack a man who he knew, because he had the report of what he told Karen Reed's, you know, investigators? Why would you ever write that about that man. Sherry, it's okay. They can have their opinions if they think Lucky lied. It's okay. Everyone's entitled to their opinions. I'm not calling Lucky a liar. I'm explaining exactly, Joanne. I'm explaining that there's something wrong with the logic here. Why would I ever allow a man named Turtle Boy to write an article? And I don't want to hear this shit. She can't control what he writes. Yeah. June 5th. Yeah. Mommy sucking on titties. Karen, you want to make sure that this is how it's going to be? Okay. What edits can I make? Karen Reed wrote everything. It's her story. Karen Reed had no problem with that article because it served a purpose. She used Lucky to fuck with other people. That's what happened there, folks. And I say, use Lucky to what? Threaten other people, harass, intimidate, make up shit about a fucking Fed investigation? That's what happened. Then the best thing I saw yet, the memo instructing Lucky not to mention Turtle Boy was not sent in an email and instead was printed out and left on the break room table. The only reason to do this is to avoid a paper trail that could be accessed by a public records request. Oh shit. I mean, sure, have at it if that's what you want to fucking spin. Ready for this though? The Canton DPW is a government institution telling an American citizen, Lucky, that he cannot speak the truth about something he witnessed. This is a blatant First Amendment violation, and this is a blatant lie. Look at how he uses the First fucking Amendment to try to battle his shit that are not First Amendment. This piece of shit, Lucky wasn't told not to talk to anybody, except who? Allegedly Turtle Boy. And guess what? He asked for people to come forward and corroborate that and say like, hey, well, First Amendment, there's a murder investigation going on. Why would we talk to a man named Turtle Boy? We want you talking to a badge. Okay? A badge. It is Lucky and Lucky himself that tell Proctor that this stuff didn't happen. This stuff didn't happen. And I want to point that out. And so that's what Lucky does in this August 2023 interview. And here at the bottom, he says, within hours, sources tell us that Lucky has already been spoken to and is now in fear of losing the job he has held for 18 years. Do you want to know what Lucky says? When he's asked, after you got off the phone, did you tell Turtle Boy about like anything about like us talking to you or anything like that, or us contacting you or anything? No, I did not talk to anybody. He is creating public outrage. That's what he does. He's like, we will not let this happen to Lucky. He's the one that's bullying. He's the one that's writing these ridiculous fucking papers and articles and on June 5th and this one here, and he's saying stuff on his lives, and then he's over here projecting and deflecting and spinning like an idiot, trying to get in front of his bullshit, saying that if any attempt is made to reprimand Lucky Loughran for his cooperation, we will hold a massive demonstration inside Canton Town Hall confronting every single member of the DPW, protesting outside of their homes, going to their kids' soccer games, and whatever else it takes to show them that we will not allow them to bully witnesses in a murder investigation in order to protect their murderous friends. The bullying ends now. Look at this look at this spin. Woo, boy. Holy shit. Somebody give him a mask. Call him Jim Carrey for the day. Holy shit. Woo, check it out. Wow. Wow.
Now, he shared, I have the printouts of his blogs here. He shared those screenshots on his publication of your conversation. Are those accurate based on, to your knowledge? Are these accurate? I'm showing you the screenshot. It's your name from a Facebook Messenger here. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a screen grab with Brian Loughran's name at the top, 13 to the left of his emoji icon, profile picture with Sunday 2:22 p.m. at the top.
Lucky just told investigators that that is an accurate representation. That screenshot was an accurate representation of his messages with Turtle Boy. I am praying for Lucky's sake that that's the truth. Because the extractions, they don't have that. So go get that 401 phone.
So we contact Aidan, aka Turtle Boy, contacts you in March via Facebook Messenger.
Correct.
Did you?
That's twice saying March. Correct. March. Let that sink in. And he did it with a different phone. Let that sink in. We have to make it all public and we have to make it seem like we're using an intermediary and we have to do this and we have to do that. And Alan Jackson has to release his April 12th, 2023, Rule 17 motion with his affidavit and his exhibits. Then Turtle Boy is going to use the public docket. Well, guess what happens in September of 2023? After he produces the Lucky Loughran interview. It's everybody to read. Alan Jackson puts in for another motion. He puts in another motion to obtain the plow records. And he uses.
Hear from him again until Monday?
No.
What changed your mind about talking to him and answering questions in the meantime?
I don't have an answer to that.
Okay.
Right there. Do you understand how easy it would have been able for Lucky to say that the reason that I didn't talk to him at first is because he contacted me right after my wife had died. I told him it wasn't a good time. And then when he hit me up the second time, I just had spoke with him. It wasn't a big, whatever. Do you understand that he would be going against everything allegedly, supposedly that they're saying that was printed out and left at work? Okay. Right there, the longest pause. And he says, I don't have an answer to that. I don't know why I talked to him. The truth. Maybe he couldn't say the truth. Maybe the truth is because it was my wife was dying. That is what was happening in March. That's when he would have contacted him. And what Turtle Boy says, and he makes a slip up and he says, it was bad timing. It was bad timing. Bad timing. I don't think June would be bad timing, but I think March would.
Have you had a chance to review the transcript that he published about your conversation before?
My supervisor sent me a screenshot of that. And right off the bat, I noticed that he states that I was in with the FBI driving the route, and that's not correct. Nor did I ever say that I was with the FBI in their car going down Fairview to show them the route I do.
Okay.
I said that that was the private detectives that I was with.
So that transcript's not accurate?
Correct.
In that respect. Where did you meet with the FBI?
The first time I met with them, it was at my residence.
They're just redacting his residence.
The second time I met with them was to actually go through the route, and we met at 100 Dedham Street, the John F. Kennedy parking lot.
Okay. Do you remember what dates these were?
I don't, honestly. I know one was on a Sunday.
Did they identify themselves with credentials to you?
One was on a Sunday. The FBI came on a Sunday? Or are you talking about Karen Reed's investigators? Also, he's going to have to, he clarifies this, but he doesn't know the dates of when this was. Okay. But I can only tell you based off of his testimony, if this was before, okay, obviously this, as you guys are hearing him tell, but also what he includes is that he spoke with the lawyers before August 10th of 2023, and I'm going to play that testimony.
They introduced themselves as private investigators working on behalf of the defense team for Karen Reed.
What about the FBI agents?
The FBI agents did leave me their cards.
And so that's redacted.
Perfect. Okay. But the private investigators met with you.
Now, he's always referred to Karen Reed's private investigators that there was two people there. The only person that he mentions is Paul. It's because the other person is who? Who else would have been if, Paul and who? Investigators is plural.
2 times to take you through the route.
Correct.
Okay.
1 time.
Met with you 2 times to take you through the route.
Correct.
Okay.
1 time. They met me twice. Second time to do the route.
Where was the first meeting? I'm sorry.
At my house.
At your house. And the FBI also went to your house?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I might have missed it and misunderstood.
So the only time you traveled the route was with the defense team's private investigators?
Correct.
I would have said how many were there. Like, this shows you how incompetent Proctor is. Okay. Like all female, all male. How many people are we talking about here? What did they look like? Bald? Can you describe them? Fat, chunky, tall? What are we working with here?
After Aidan called you, did you call, tell, text, communicate with anyone about the conversation?
No.
About the conversation that he had with Aidan.
Have you heard from Turtle Boy since, either Facebook Messenger or text or phone call since Monday?
No.
And just to confirm, when he called you, he didn't advise you that you could potentially he's recording that conversation? Did he tell you, hey, this is being recorded?
He did not tell me it was being recorded.
When did you stop plowing that area?
That day.
What street is that?
That is off. This just seems to be like they said as long as the police have ordered the testimony. And these are questions that he asked me.
Okay, so he asked him to look at this right here.
Is there?
No.
He says,
You said you saw this transcript.
I did.
No idea.
okay, he says,
There's unsubstantiated rumors, but we want to get to the bottom of everything. There's unsubstantiated rumors right now that we have learned that somebody recorded you having this conversation, or somebody prior to having Aidan call you recorded a conversation with you asking you these same questions that Aidan asked.
boom, right fucking there. Do you understand what they are alleging right here? There's a recording, unsubstantiated rumor, that you're being recorded, basically being asked the same exact questions that are being alleged to be asked of Aidan. Like Aidan's asking you this stuff, right? But prior to this ever happening with Aidan, and you say on Monday you just spoke to Aidan, okay? That there's a recording of you answering the very same questions. Remember when they asked him at the beginning and they said, when did Aidan call you? Monday. Oh, can you show us in your phone what time so we can get the time, date, what number? Oh, I deleted it. You deleted it. Okay.
Do you know anything about that?
I have no idea.
No idea. Okay. Had anybody else, other than the FBI and the private investigators, ask you the same question, the very similar questions that Aidan was asking you?
No.
The transcript of you said you saw this transcript, the transcript which Aidan published, are those questions, to the best of your knowledge, are those questions asked in the same order chronologically in time that he asked you, or are those transposed in time?
Boom. We'll make it very, very clear. Okay. Aidan was getting in front of the fact, if he actually communicated with this man and did so in March of 2023, he's trying to make it seem like he didn't. That recording would have been from that time. And he's trying to make it seem like it happened in August. And that would actually, if you think about it, why Lucky couldn't produce a call a couple days ago. Because if it didn't really happen then, but it's all trying to be made to seem like it happened now, I'm just throwing this out there because where is the extraction? Where is anything being in the phone of Turtle Boy that was seized? There should be a call between him and Lucky. When was it? There should be the Facebook messages. This is all a huge, huge, huge problem. Any way you slice and dice it. Okay? Because one has to ask themselves, what the hell was Karen Reed ever giving this information to Turtle Boy to put out there in an article in June and to go fucking ham on this man who just lost his wife?
Do you want to reference it? Do you want to take a look?
prior to Monday when Aidan called you. You spoke to no one before Monday that any have asked you similar questions?
No.
You can leaf through the next several pages there. That's the part 93 of Aidan, also known as Turtle Boy's blog.
So he hands him, here you go. This is just what he produced here. It's on August 8th. We're talking to you on August 10th. Remember, on August 8th, Turtle Boy's already claiming in this blog on August 8th that within hours, sources tell us that Lucky has already been spoken to. I mentioned that I had spoken with Lucky during an impromptu live show last night, meaning that would be the 7th, August 7th. Okay. And then he writes, within hours, sources tell us that Lucky has already been spoken to and is now in fear of losing the job he has held for 18 years. That's what he writes in that blog. What is Lucky saying here? Now, I reached out to Lucky today. We're going to get to that in a minute. So this is Lucky looking over.
These are questions that he asked me, but I'm finding discrepancies already.
These are questions that he asked me, but I'm finding discrepancies already. Okay. Do you see that a man wrote a blog and then made up the answers of Lucky Loughran?
Point out the discrepancies?
Yes. No, they said as long as the police have ordered the testimony. Did they say I couldn't speak to the police? No one has ever told me I couldn't speak to the police. I told him that I'm not talking to anyone unless it's attached to a badge or a subpoena.
Did the private investigators present a badge or a subpoena?
No.
No.
They introduced themselves as private investigators for the defense team.
Okay.
To me, that was sufficient enough for me to warrant to go with them and to cooperate.
Okay.
He's looking over everything.
He's asking questions.
Oh, here we go.
He's asking questions regarding a memo referring to Turtle Boy and questions asked. And we were instructed that we have to give our name out. He's got that wrong. It's completely wrong.
He's got that wrong. It's completely wrong about Turtle Boy, about the memo. How in the fuck does Turtle Boy get this all wrong? He doesn't get it all wrong. He's just lying. This is what Lucky says.
In what respect is that wrong?
We were told that we could speak. We're not to answer the question. So if he says, answer the question, our response was to be no comment.
So there's multiple discrepancies in what he has written and what actually happened and what you answered when he asked you those questions.
Correct.
Okay. We should know about getting to the bottom of the truth.
I have stated all along, for whatever reason, the only thing out of the ordinary that I saw the entire night was the Ford Edge.
Okay. So the only thing out of the ordinary that night was the Ford Edge. You didn't see, even after the police arrived, you still had not seen the body, and you said you were already on Fairview when you saw the police at the scene.
Correct.
But you still had not seen the body.
Correct.
Did you ever see the body out there, even while the police were on scene?
No.
How far away were you from where the body was found and where you were parked, looking towards the scene? How far away were you?
When they originally stopped, I was on Cedar Crest trying to turn left onto Fairview and was not able to.
Okay. And before,
correct.
Did you ever see a vehicle on that street driving? Did you encounter any traveling vehicles on that street that morning?
There were several, throughout the entire storm.
So several vehicles you saw on Fairview?
Correct.
Did any vehicles stop at the home while you're plowing?
Not to my opinion. And when I saw him, I was going the opposite direction. So I would say no.
So just so I have it correct, you saw vehicles traveling on Fairview, but they were going the opposite direction. So you have no knowledge of them stopping in front of the Fairview, 34 Fairview address?
Correct.
Do you recall what types of vehicles they were?
I do not.
Okay. When you stopped and were not able to take a left onto Fairview on Cedar Crest that early morning of the 29th of September, what were the weather conditions at that point?
He means
I would say around 4:35. That's
when you observed the Ford Edge. Was it accumulating snow on top of it? Was it covered?
No, it was not.
It was not.
It was not. If it had maybe an inch or two at the time, if that.
The last time you saw the Ford Edge there, had it accumulated any snow on top of it?
No.
Did you see where the Ford Edge went to after it left the front of
No.
Fairview?
No.
You didn't see it in the driveway, in the neighbor's driveway, and you didn't see any tracks where the direction it traveled?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's where Turtle Boy in his live, he says he couldn't have seen any tracks because he didn't go on the road. Because he didn't go on that road because he wasn't going to plow anybody in. And so he's not going to see tracks when he's all the way over there on Cedar Crest. Go listen to his fucking bullshit. That's what the fuck he says. He's an absolute fucking ass clown. He twisted, he manipulated, and he absolutely trounced and ruined this entire case. This entire case. And so if I'm going to publish something, I want to do my due diligence. And I reached out to Lucky today. I said, hey, Lucky, I saw your interview with Michael Proctor. I'm an independent journalist, and I was wondering if you can confirm that when you said March as the month that Turtle Boy contacted you with a Facebook message, was that an accurate statement? Was it March? Question mark. I am just attempting to do my due diligence on a piece that I'm working on. Thank you so much for your time. Also, not sure if you knew this, but they were selling green t-shirts. I bought 2 from Rita with that purple butterfly on it. I support you and the real citizens of Canton, not people trying to make money off of their trauma. Thanks for your time again, Lucky. Aidan tried to say that he wrote you in Facebook in June of 2023. I believe that you told Michael Proctor March in the recording. And I think that you are more credible than Turtle Boy. You can ask Rita if she knows me. Obviously, he sees my name and everything. And I'm from Truth and Transparency. Thank you again for your time. Lucky read both of those messages, and he did not respond. So, Truth and Transparency is the name of my channel. Exposed Aidan Kearney fabricated his timeline of his direct involvement with Karen Reed. Why would you need to get in front of something like this? Why would you be doing the things that you're doing? Take a look. Here it is. In trial number 1. Oh, wait, hold on.
And I go and speak with Michael Trotta. That's the guy I was looking for when I found Billy Walsh.
Walsh
Okay.
likes smoothies due to our body.
Oh, that's nice.
Are smoothies a good option?
They were probably one of the biggest.
Okay.
Have you ever wished for peace and quiet again?
Drive to Canton, and I'm just going to start asking questions. I'm going to ask questions. I'm looking for Michael Trotta. He's not there. I'm going to speak with Billy Walsh. He's going to give me the runaround. He's going to send me back there. I'm going to find Michael Trotta. And I did. And I did. And I got Michael Trotta to tell me that this report is a lie. This report is inaccurate. Michael Proctor, disgraced Michael Proctor, lied on purpose to cover this up, period. No one else in the game is doing this sort of journalism. No one. Like, I've been all over the story since day one. And that's what
Nobody's doing this kind of journalism. I've been all over this case since day one. You are nothing but a puppet.
way they don't like it. And I spoke with Lucky. So let's get back to what Lucky was saying on the stand.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Without telling us
FBI.
who you told them, did you speak to them?
Yes.
Before speaking to them in 2023.
So let me explain my history with Lucky. Let me get into this because they're going to get into this a little bit later. So, because he's talking about Lucky speaking with the FBI. So
Okay, this is in 2024. Right after the first trial. The one that we just heard from before was him speaking about Lucky in 2025 after trial 2.
Became aware of these because he's talking about Lucky speaking with the FBI. So I became aware of the existence of Lucky Loughran in early June of 2023. And I'm like, well, someone needs to speak with him. So I
Woo! Shake it. Wait, what was that? Somebody needs to speak with him. Motherfucker, he has spoken with Karen and her team. Allegedly, supposedly, February 15th, 2022. He's telling you a story. I want you guys to know this. I need you guys to believe that I didn't start talking and found Lucky until June. And he wants you to know this on June 4th, 2025. God, he actually, I take that back. He's given statements about this so many fucking times. Jesus, he's just, so he does this in June and he does it again in September of 2025.
decided to do this crazy thing called doing a journalism. And I messaged him on Facebook because I noticed he was on Facebook. And this is the blog that was entered into evidence today. And I'll read it out loud to you. It's alleged that Karen dropped off her confident, bumping her arriving at the house, and intentionally left an incriminating voicemail with the boyfriend.
Okay, we've already gone through that, so he goes through it.
And Lucky ghosted them.
Okay, so hold on.
Died. I knew that the private investigator, Karen Reed's private investigator, had found Lucky Loughran within a week of John O'Keefe dying. And he told them, yeah, I went up and down that road and there was no body on the road, but there was a Ford Edge. Karen Reed knew about the Ford Edge within 1 week of John dying. That's how she knew this was fucking a cover up. Like, she's putting this together. Holy shit. Okay. But David Yannetti asked to meet up with him to sign an affidavit, and they had plans to meet up, and Lucky ghosted them. Lucky didn't show up. Lucky stopped returning phone calls from the private investigator and from David Yannetti.
Oh my God. Boom. Lana, why did he write that June 5th blog? There's your... Because Lucky was ghosting the defense. This is Turtle Boy's version.
So I assumed, because I assumed that Lucky was just they got to him, that they're pressuring Lucky not to speak.
I just assumed. I just wrote a blog and assumed all this shit. Wait, what? They got to Lucky. What are you talking about?
And not to sign an affidavit and not to go on the record, because it's really bad if Lucky goes forward. That's what it appeared to happen here, right? Like, you got Chris Albert openly kissing his ass. You guys,
they all know, the House defendants all know that everybody said that they didn't see a body on the lawn. Okay. Oh my God, but Lucky can't say that. Get the fuck out of here. So stupid.
To give a shit about him. The same shit Jen McCabe's doing with Peggy O'Keefe. It's the same fucking script. Keep Lucky happy. And so I see what's going on here. And in my head, Lucky Loughran knows something here. And he appears to be covering it up, right? That's how this appeared to me, that this guy appears to be covering something up here.
Why would he be appearing to you to be covering something up when you were provided with Karen Reed's investigator's report, when Lucky Loughran told him exactly what he said to the feds? Do you understand how he doesn't make any sense? He talks in all these wild, like, he doesn't realize that if you actually pay attention, if people actually pay attention to his shit, that it doesn't make any sense, because he has a different story for the same thing that he had a different story for before. And it's bad, but it's obvious, but you have to put the work in.
So, and I'm like, that's wrong. Like, that's morally wrong. That's the way I view this. Like, not only is an innocent woman being framed, but a guy has been murdered, a great guy, and the people who killed him are going free because he's not talking about this. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I think this is like a really big deal. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I get it. Like, he's scared to come forward. This is around the same time I'm talking to Steve Scanlon. He's got the same shit. Steve Scanlon came forward February 3rd and said that John got beaten up inside the house. And then he ghosted them.
He's so full of shit. This is all so full of shit. Now, either Turtle Boy, you can come out and admit that you were lied to, okay? Or you're taking one on the chin for the team. Either way, you are so full of shit. Because we're going to get into the Steve Scanlon shit. This is a double feature. This is ending right here is the end point of my Lucky Loughran, and then we're going into Steve Scanlon. You are so full of shit.
Sign an affidavit because he's scared. Are you getting the theme here? Everyone is scared of the McAlberts. They scared.
That is what you tried to do. God, this is going to be the most epic civil cases and criminal trial of this man. This is not the First Amendment on trial here. Not in the slightest.
People in that town because they're powerful. And they are making me seem like I'm the aggressor. No, I'm the liberator. I'm the guy who came into that town and wasn't scared of the McAlberts. I'm the first person who stood up to them. And I let people like Lucky Loughran know, you don't have to be scared anymore. The big bad wolf is dead. Okay? They don't run this town anymore. I run this town. I'm the mayor of Canton. I go down in front of Chris Albert's pizza shop and hold a sign, and have fucking hundreds of people show up asking to take pictures of me and shit. And it drives them fucking nuts because I'm loved in Canton and they're hated. I liberated that fucking town. They were living under the grasp of these evil, deranged cop killers. And Lucky was understandably scared of them, I think. And so I messaged him. And I said, hi, Brian. I said, I do understand that he likely fears the Albert family.
Let me ask you a question, Aidan. How would Lucky know who the fuck you were with the name Clarence Woods Emerson? If this is all you fucking wrote. Hi, Brian, I have a question. And then look at that gap. And you think that, so he's trying to claim that he wrote this in June of 2023. Ask him to produce the receipts and ask him for the extraction. Say you want fucking, you ain't fucking, don't be showing me no fucking screenshot. Don't be showing me no bullshit. Metadata, bitch. Let's go. Oh, it's on that 401 phone, isn't it?
Which is why I told him I would not mention his name if he didn't want me to. But he told me.
Okay.
me he wouldn't be answering any of my questions. I said, "Hi, Brian, I have a question." Okay. Did you plow Fairview Road?
And did you plow Fairview Road on the morning of January 29? And did you plow? Like, come on, who believes that this is how it was and that there's nothing before that?
I knew he did, but I just wanted it on the record. And he said, I'm willing to keep your name out of this, as I don't want you dragged into this. So like, if you're worried that I'm going to blast your name out there, don't worry about it. We can talk, I'll protect you. This is not
You. Hell's bells. Oh my God, protect me.
threatening. This is my whole communication with him.
What a psycho.
And he goes, I'm not answering any questions anymore. I'm sorry, this makes things difficult. What does that mean? Anymore, I thought. Well, this conversation happens on May 24th. As I found out in testimony, anymore, I thought. Well, this conversation happens in early June. As I found out in testimony today, the FBI visited Lucky on May 24th, the week prior. So
he is so full of shit. As I found out in testimony today. You guys know what he says in September. He says, you guys want me to play it again? The clip is, I had Karen Reed. I can't act like I talked to Karen Reed. I have her report. I have her. So she's just giving you client attorney privilege information. Okay, good to know. I have her investigator's report. Okay. Do you want to know what he wrote on June 5th? He says that the feds, and he's trying to make it seem like this is why I fucking had to write this, because he's covering up the fact that he knows about the Fed shit and that Karen Reed gave many of this shit. Do you understand? It's always been about, and that's how he's explaining it to Karen Reed. Then I need to do an article. If we don't get in front of this, that's what they fucking talked about all the time. Listen to that one recording. I don't need you putting out my fucking that I'm, talking with, my personal conversations with Deitch and blah blah blah. Dude, that's been going on for fucking years with these two.
Time I got to him, he had already spoken with David Yanetti's private investigator and 2 FBI agents.
He actually spoke to more than one investigator. He's always made it clear, investigators, plural, and he already talked to the attorneys.
That's why anymore. I'm not answering questions anymore. I'm done.
Look at how he's trying to sell this to you guys. Why would you need to sell all this?
Talking about this. Okay?
Look at how he is trying to spin this so fucking hard.
So I'm like, in my head,
what does he say? You guys, I can convince you guys. I can convince you guys all the time with this shit. You don't think I can convince 12 jurors? I'm gonna convince them. I'm taking this stand because I can convince people. Yep. Go ahead, take that stand, boy.
Guy is covering shit up. Because I might have had some rants during one of my show. I say a lot of shit off the cuff. I wasn't happy with Lucky. I'm like, it appeared as if he was.
You weren't happy with Lucky because why?
Covering this up. I knew that he ghosted David Yannetti and his private investigator.
How did you know that? David Yannetti told you that. David Yannetti told you that. Again, client attorney privilege information.
And I knew that he plowed Fairview Road and wasn't putting it on the record. You know what I mean? Wasn't signing an affidavit, and that's wrong.
Why wouldn't you just do like you do any other time and say, sources close to the investigation have told me that 34 Fairview was plowed. Fairview was plowed by Lucky Loughran and what's the problem?
And I get that he's scared, but I'm here to make him feel safe. So I did one of my rants. Okay. And
that's how people feel safe, when you rant like that. And you write reports and you say that fuck that your wife just died,
Nicole and Doofus and all these people are playing it today. And I basically said in my rant, you don't got to be scared of the McAlberts anymore. Daddy's here. Like I've liberated this town. We're good now. And you got to, you know what I mean? You can tell the truth. You can say what happened that night. And that's it. I didn't even say it to him. I'm saying it on my show. Okay. So that's not a threat. That's not a threat at all. I'm not going to hurt this guy or whatever. I'm just letting him know, bro, you're safe. It's going to be okay. So, but his wife died. And so I'm like, this guy's going through a lot. I'm going to give him some space. And I do. That's June 2023.
You don't give him any space. I just proved to you that you wrote the article that you wrote on June 5th, 2023. Let me remind you, that's where you ate his ass. And that's the bigger, longer of all the pages of what you did. And you put a bunch of fucking bullshit. But here, you want to know what? I found the live where you 1000% during the Karen Reed retrial day 14 that you claim that you did find Lucky Loughran. So hang on, we're going to play that.
Fast forward to August 2023. I'm in Jill Daniels' favorite place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no, you don't.
Because somebody gave me a thing. So I'm in Truro, Mass. I'm on vacation.
Somebody gave me a thing.
Okay, so I went to Truro because somebody gave me a thing. So I'm in Truro, Mass. I'm on vacation, August 7th, I think it was, 2023. And I'm working on vacation, and I talked to Lucky's family member, a member of Lucky's family, who messaged me and was like, I think Lucky will talk to you. I'm like, really? Okay. And so she gives me his phone number, and I call him.
Do you understand what Lucky in August of 2023, 2 years before this ever happened, is claiming that none of this happened? Like, it was a surprise. It was a fucking surprise.
And I'm like, hey, Lucky, it's Aidan Kearney from Turtle Boy. Oh, hi. Yep. So would you mind I just wanted to ask you a couple questions about
You're not going to say you're live to tape?
What happened. We have a 5 to 10 minute phone call, and he tells me everything. He tells me everything he said on the stand.
He tells me everything, just like Kerry Roberts, huh?
And with David Yannetti. Plowing the road, no body, Ford Edge, blah, 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 blah. This the whole story that you heard on the stand today. He tells me everything. All right. And then after that interview, I publish Canton Cover Up Part 93.
This is the story that he wants you to believe it. This is how this went down. This didn't go down at all this way. I have just exposed the living fuck out of this man and the situation. You're a liar. This is a lie. And y'all are fucking batshit crazy.
Canton plow driver.
So we're not going to let him sit here and spin this shit.
The next day, freaking out.
Wait, what?
Then I do the interview with Trotta and Billy Walsh a week later. I'm like, did you guys really threaten Lucky? Because that's what he says. He says that his biggest concern when I talked to Lucky, when I published Part 93, Lucky called me the next day, freaking out. He was petrified that he was going to lose his job because of this story. He thought the Canton Cover Up Part 93 was going to cost him. He's like, they're going to know I talked to you. I'm like, Lucky, I'm a reporter, and you did talk to me. What'd you think I was going to do? I'm writing a story. And
but you're going to protect him. What did you think I was going to do? What the fuck are you talking about?
So he's fucking scared.
Well, Lucky says that this didn't happen at all because Lucky said, I didn't call you after you fucking interviewed me. I didn't call you. Lucky says the complete opposite.
Should have heard this guy talk, and I get it. And when I talked to Lucky that time, I'm like, this guy is living in fear. This guy is a victim. This guy is being threatened by this code of silence in this town that you don't rat on the McAlberts.
Look at this fucking, you're the pig. God, you love ratchet pussy, man. Look at you.
Right? You don't talk about what happened January 29th. And Lucky's only got one thing on. There's only one thing Lucky wants in life.
You were going to put out all this fucking 17 counts of all this civil shit, all these small claims and blah, blah, blah. That's what you posted in June. You put out, look at all this shit with Lucky and blah, blah, blah. You are the biggest fucking liar, and nobody's going to believe this shit. And it's going to be fabulous.
To plow the roads. Let Lucky plow. That's all Lucky wants to do is plow the goddamn roads. And he's petrified that he's going to get fired. And so I then published Can't Cover Up Part 94 the next day. And I talk about By the Yard and this dummy company that was formed. And the people are friends with Colin Albert, who own the company. and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, and so
What does that have anything to do with Lucky? Your part 94.
I then do a show from my car that night because I'm on vacation. And I'll show you the show. All right.
Oh, your impromptu
And
live?
it was with Dave McGrath, who I was, and his wife started posting. She won that one. So, where I just go, leave Lucky alone. Like Bev Canoni. And you're
The only person shitting bricks was you.
what's the other option? Just leave me alone. Let me plow my roads and live in Canada.
You fucking little liar. All right, here you go. I'm going to play this. He is fucking ridiculous. This man just lies. Here we go. Let's see. Lucky says all that shit was just lies. He's only saying that because he was so scared. Oh, so he's lying to cops? Okay. Let's see which one this is. Alan. 110. Okay. Sorry, here you guys go. Woo, woo, woo. 108. 108, we're great.
I'll call this bang bang. Seriously?
108. Okay.
Was like, oh yeah. And by the way, not to change the subject here, but like, it would be one thing if protesters were protesting Karen Reed because she's a defendant, right? Who has civil rights, etc. I get that. If there was like a mob of people outside demanding that Karen Reed, be lynched, and that would be one thing. Okay. Because defendants are underdogs and they need protection from the government so that their rights are upheld. The government is the favorite, right? It's the House. Like, they don't need protection from the fucking people. Like, the government? Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, whatever, but I digress. Back to this douchebag. So he claims that, he says it right there. No, Karen Reed did not delete the Ring video footage. So like that whole thing that they love to go back to, that Peggy O'Keefe alluded to, that Paul O'Keefe has brought up a million times, it's fucking debunked. Dead.
But there's no evidence of Karen Reed's cell phone deleting the Ring video. That is what he testified to.
There is evidence that someone had accessed the account through John O'Keefe's cell phone.
Yeah, someone.
Correct?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that after John O'Keefe's cell phone was recovered by Massachusetts State Police, someone at Massachusetts State Police actually opened the Ring app on his cell phone?
Oh.
Yes.
Who was the person who opened and accessed the Ring app on John O'Keefe's cell phone?
I'm not 100% sure.
Was it you?
Can I just know, Your Honor?
Yes.
Not sure, huh?
A report, perhaps?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
With that three-page report.
Oh, shit.
Looking through his report.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Authored by me.
Thank you.
I was supposed to do 110.
Number 4 is highlighted with one Excel file containing login session information.
Thank you. Make sure I'm very clear about this. No information, correct?
The information provided did not indicate that, no.
Thank you. I want to ask you a couple of questions about your testimony on direct examination related to your trip to the hospital and your observation specific to the abrasions that parallel.
So real quick with the Lucky Loughran thing, the reason I bring that up, like I publish bits and pieces of my If you guys are unfamiliar, I was the one that found Lucky Loughran. This is award-winning journalism.
Oh, daddy! Spank me, bitch! Atlanta, happy, what is it, Memorial Day weekend? Ooh, what'd you say? You found Lucky while you're talking about the trial?
Part 93 of the Can't Cover Up series was published in August of 2023.
What's your story now?
I got Lucky Loughran's number from a family member of his, and on a whim, I just called him, and he just talked to me, and he told me everything.
I just on a whim called him. Fucking titties. Let me just, you want to suck them? I'm your bitch. Like, a mama make you do. I told you I was going to toe tag the fucking shit out of you. Okay? Yeah.
About how, I went by the house that night, and there was no body on the lawn, and I came back a few hours.
Did you forget about how you're supposed to say that, everything, what happened in, when was it? Oh, June, how you reached out to him?
I came back half an hour later.
You just drunk right now? You can't. Oh, God, I fucking forgot my story. Fuck.
And I couldn't go down the street because there was a Ford Edge parked there. And
look at all these lies.
And then I came back an hour later. The Ford Edge was still there. And in that same spot is where that the FBI had come to him and asked, like, can you show us the route you did that night? Like, it was crazy. And so I published the whole interview, and it's like, this guy is an eyewitness who they never spoke to intentionally. Michael Proctor put in one of his reports that Michael Trotta, the DPW worker, told him that there was no...
Why could it never be that the Canton police covered this up, you fucking idiot? Listen to this.
The parallel.
So real quick with the Lucky Loughran thing, the reason I bring that up, like, I publish bits and pieces of my... If you guys are unfamiliar, I was the one that found Lucky Loughran. This is award-winning journalism. Part 93 of the Can't Cover Up series was published in August of 2020.
No wonder this motherfucker had to claim the fifth, bitch. Hank Brennan made you touch your toes and squeal and say, I'm going to have to plead the fifth because I got arrested and lost my job. Karen Reed, I was her little pool boy, errand boy, and then I just got fired because I got indicted like 17 charges and shit because I'm just fucking so easy to be... I'll do whatever for a buck.
23. I got Lucky Loughran's number from a family member of his, and on a whim, I just called him, and he just talked to me, and he told me everything about how, I went by the house that night, and there was no body on the lawn, and I came back a few hours, I came back half an hour later, and I couldn't go down the street because there was a Ford Edge parked there, and then I came back an hour later, the Ford Edge was still there, and in that same spot is where that the FBI had come to him and asked, like, can you show us the route you did that night? Like, it was crazy. And so I published the whole interview, and
the FBI never said any of that to him. Can you show us the route? Can you take us? Can you just take us on this little route, poo? Look at this lying sack of shit. What was the date of this? I had to claim that I found him. Like, why? Why would you have to claim that? May 12th, 2025, this motherfucker has more stories than... You know what? Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Let's talk about how you fucked around with Steve Scanlon, lied about that shit too. All right. I mean, you guys, how many dates do y'all want to see? Rewind this.
And it's like, this guy...
Take it. I've proven Aidan Kearney had a 401 number. That's what he called Lucky with, a 401 number. That phone was never extracted. That phone, there is no extraction of Turtle Boys right now. Is there any Facebook communications between his account and Lucky? I said, this is enough to show right here because he's claiming that he's the 401 number and that it's out of Rhode Island. And he thinks because he's in Rhode Island that he can fucking record illegally people in Massachusetts. He is a complete dumbass. Anyways, this is going to provide the House defendants, the Commonwealth plaintiffs, witnesses, whatever you want to call them. I call them, hey, Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe, Colin, whoever the fuck is suing people, Jen McCabe, who else? Brian Albert. Here's your way in. It is not a fishing expedition. This man says that he had this phone during this time. Where is it? Go get it. And then you can go get Lucky's with the civil case. You can go get Lucky's Deuce Techum subpoena his ass, get his phone records to get the toll records, see what numbers called that man. Go get yourself some. Eat this man's ass. Face down, ass up.
Is an eyewitness.
Play some Ludacris. Play some Ja Rule. Back that ass up. Let this man work.
They never spoke
his
to
ass
intentionally. Michael
This man
Proctor
is a liar.
put in one of his reports that Michael Trotta, the DPW.
This man impeded in a murder investigation of a Boston police officer. This man is straight trash. Straight trash. He's never been in it to find out who fucking killed John O'Keefe or anything like that. This man wanted to tell a story and wanted to get famous. And he thought that, by God, I have Alan Jackson and David Yannetti tush tapping me and shit like that. Again, I told you, he's a toe toucher. Pool boy, errand boy right here.
W worker told him that there was that Canton DPW doesn't plow Fairview Road. I talked to Lucky Loughran. He works for the Canton DPW. He did plow the road.
Ooh, who am I blaming?
So that was a lie. It was just a fucking lie.
My last chat
and it
here
was a lie that was used.
I supported you.
Misquoted Trotta.
A victim for
the purpose of misquoting Trotta was so that they would not have to track down who was plowing the road that night, because whoever was plowing the road would likely testify that John's body wasn't on the front lawn, and that's no good for them. They don't need that. That doesn't help them.
Who's Turtle Boy's victim? He's got a ton of them. You got to be a little bit more specific than that. Turtle Boy's got so many victims. I mean, please. Okay. Jesus Christ. God damn. It's all a bunch of fucking smoke and mirrors, motherfuckers. That's what I'm showing here. Anyways, thanks so much for Glory. Which victim has Lana blamed? I haven't blamed anybody. The only person that needs to take, I believe the only person that's facing criminal charges here is Turtle Boy, right? Okay. This motherfucker is guilty of it all. But why did he do it? Who was providing him with all this shit? What family member just gave over Lucky Loughran? Here you go. Here's his number. Go call him. He really wants to talk to you. Get the fuck out of here. Dude, this is insane. Okay. I think he thought he was going to get a blowjob from Karen. He didn't just do it for a blow. You guys, this is his. He was so spracked. He wrote more fucking articles in a 7-day period and went live. I mean, just pumping out these Canton cover-ups and saying, Karen, I'm out of material. If you don't give me more material. Karen, I don't have any more material. I just ate all my Adderall and I need to write for hours. Fuck. Shit. Karen, are you sure? Did Alan say it's okay? Can I print this? I'm like, oh God, it's 3:00 in the morning. Karen, I need more Adderall. It's okay. It's okay. Just admit it. It's going to be all right. But there you go. In May of 2025, he is claiming he found Lucky Loughran. This is before trial 2, right? When was it? Was it trial? Wait, was it? Yeah, trial 2. All the years just go together. This motherfucker says in May, I found Lucky.
Related to your trip to the hospital and your observation specific to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. You indicated that you saw bruising on his right arm in addition to the abrasions that parallel.
So real quick with the Lucky Loughran thing, the reason I bring that up, like I publish bits and pieces of my if you guys are unfamiliar, I was the one that found Lucky Loughran. This is award-winning journalism. Part 93 of the Can't Cover Up series.
This is award-winning journalism. And he fucking says that. After he says, I found Lucky Loughran. This is award-winning journalism. Okay, I found him. Why is he saying that in May of 2025? During the retrial, right?
Which published in
Day 14 of the retrial.
August of 2023. I got Lucky Loughran's number from a family member of his, and on a whim, I just called him, and he just talked to me, and he told me everything about how, yeah, I went by the house that night, and there was no body on the lawn, and I came back a few hours, like I came back half an hour later, and I couldn't go down the street because there was a Ford Edge parked there, and then I came back an hour later, the Ford Edge was still there, and yeah, and that same spot is where that the FBI had come to him, and it was parked looking at the front door.
Look at,
and they go, "What? Not travel down Fairview Road?" And Bukaki asks him. So they go and interrogate Lucky 2 days later, and they go, "What's the reason behind you remembering this day?" Okay, I just remember it. And he goes, "Do you recall what kind of vehicle was there? A Ford Edge." A Ford Edge, yes. And where along the property was it parked? It was parked looking at the front door. It was to the left of the front door.
you guys, I'm going to tell you what this is and why he had to fucking say all the things that he had to say. Okay. When I was covering and uncovered everything in the Dr. Moore Brian Drake case, okay, do you know how many questions were about me in these depositions of my coverage of the case and showing all of the everything that I found? A shit ton. I came in this case 3 years and some months after the murder of Brian Drake, which is still a cold case, but it's really not because they solved the fucker. They just refused to do anything with it because it's just totally, it's bad for them, bad biz. But Lucky cannot in any way, shape, or form, because he's saying the words Ford Edge, right? Like Ford Edge, where are you getting that from? And he's over here pointing to the fact that, well, hey, Lucky said it in this interview in August. Yeah, but why aren't you talking about where's this interview with where's the investigator of Karen Reed's that investigated and interviewed? His name's Paul. Why wasn't he called to the stand to talk about what Lucky Loughran told him? Where's his report? Did that report ever get entered into evidence because he testified about Lucky? Where is that?
It was on the street, correct. It was on the street. Which way was it facing? Towards Chapman. So it's parking towards Chapman. Correct. Left of the driveway. Yes. How many spots from the mailbox? I don't know, 4 or 5 spots. Was that the only time you saw the Ford Edge? I mean, it was there for a significant period of time, for at least an hour into the storm. It wasn't enough that required me to have it removed.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah. Did you see anything out of the ordinary that day outside of the vehicle being parked there? No. As in a dead body. Obviously, you've been asked this before, but it's not a secret why I'm asking you these questions. If you did see a body in a roadway, would you call it in? Absolutely. But that day you didn't see anything. No. He's like, so I mean, this is so big. Does that to you, does that mean that there definitely was?
Wait, no, it's not so big. The interview that's big, you guys, is the interview that she supposedly had on February. When I say she, Karen Reed's investigators had with him on February 15th of 2022. That's the interview that's big. Where is that interview? For example, I mean, we'll come right back to this fucking clown. Let me show you what Lucky said on the stand when he was cross-examined. And why it looked bad.
Was this light or dark?
Light.
Exactly where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Correct.
How do you know where his body was found?
I told him specifically if he was looking at the door, the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the door. And
To the left of the door?
looking at the front of the door, to the left of the door, pushing it up Fairview.
So if he wrote in his report that you told him that the vehicle was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true?
No, I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that question, please?
If he wrote in his report that you told him that the SUV was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true, would it not?
That would be true. The car was to the left of the door, putting it in front of the flagpole.
My question for you, sir, is how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found? At any point in time, did you see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front lawn?
No.
So how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Through police reports, police interviews, stuff that was posted on the media.
So you've seen police reports in the media?
Well, not the
correct?
police reports, I'm sorry, but what was said during on the news.
So what
Do you understand that this couldn't have happened on February 15th, 2022? Unless he was provided something? Also, my point is that where is the February 15th, 2022 interview that's a report from Karen Reed's investigator, Paul? Has anybody seen it? Was it ever entered into evidence? Because did Paul ever testify in trial 1 or 2 to him interviewing Lucky in February of 2022? The reason this is so important is because that would be an interview that is not tainted.
you've heard on the news, not necessarily what you saw or what you know yourself, correct?
Could you repeat that question, please?
You're recounting sort of what you've heard or saw on the news, and so this doesn't come from your personal knowledge or anything about where Mr. O'Keefe was, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also spoke with some other individuals in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell those individuals that you actually came in, and when you say came in, you come into sort of the main sort of hub or the shed and on?
The May people are the feds, okay? May of 2023, feds, okay? So the other reason this is important is Lucky's saying that Turtle Boy reached out in March. In March. Before the feds would have talked to him in May of 2023. Again, I'm telling you that I promised you that I was going to expose Aidan Kearney's fabricating his entire timeline and his direct involvement with Karen motherfucking Reed. Lucky said March of 2023. He also said it was a 401 number, which Aidan Kearney then admits that, yes, he had a 401 number. And he goes on about his, it's a Rhode Island number, and I can just record people whenever I want because it's a one-party state in Rhode Island. And if I'm in Rhode Island, I can just do whatever I want. If that was only the law, you dumb fuck. It's not. But he admits that that's his number. So guess what? The phones that have been extracted in this case, in the criminal case, there is no 401 number. Where's your 401 number? Where's that phone at, Aidan? Well, guess what? We're going to get it because I just gave the exact recipe on how to give it in this video, which I have already sent in emails to fire off to the entire Massachusetts, you name it, AG's office, go on down the fucking list.
Boulevard Street, correct?
Correct. We punch in.
That's where you punch in and you pick up your truck and you sort of do your checkpoint around the truck and then you go out and plow.
Correct.
Now,
so the 401 phone is the phone that called him. There was also Aidan's claiming that, I reached out on Facebook. Well, I just played you a clip that Aidan doesn't even say that that's what happened. He reached out to him on a whim in August. they're all over the place with all of this. Why? Why? Because it has everything to do with the federal investigation. It has everything to do with the witness intimidation. It has everything to do with the fuckerage that became this case as soon as Aidan Kearney went public with this case. That does not mean that he wasn't involved prior to, because he absolutely was. How do I know that? Because his downloads of his extractions of his phones do not have any interactions with Lucky. Where are his interactions with Lucky on his phones that were taken by the government on October 12th, 2023? Where in those extractions are you talking to Lucky? Show me. You must be my lucky star.
You were plowing on this street. Was there any other sort of subcontractor?
It was by the yard landscaping.
And so they assist as far as the plow route is concerned, and they go around and they plow things on the same route that you were describing, correct?
Correct.
Now, these other people that you talked to in May of 2023, did you tell them at that time that you actually came in around 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, or you didn't tell them?
I don't remember that.
That would be a significant difference, 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. from 2:15 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they
2:40,
wrote that in a report, that
2:35.
would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
Michael, I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
Aidan Kearney was the one that published this bullshit about 12 to 2. Where is it? This idiot. This absolute idiot. I think it's on the June one. Let me get the June one out. Stupid man. We'll let this keep playing though.
Didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct? Okay.
Sustained.
Perfect. Here it is. I found it. It's in his June 5th report, June 5th blog, 47, June 5th, 2023. Aidan Kearney writes, Lucky used to work for Chris and D&E Pizza, but also does plowing for the town. Sources tell us that the Alberts picked on him because he was slow, but accepted him as one of their own. We know through multiple sources in Canton that Lucky was the person who plowed Fairview Road multiple times between 12:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. What did I tell you guys? Turtle Boy made fucking Lucky look like shit. Where do you think Aidan Kearney got the 12:30 to 6 to put in his blog? From the fucking feds? Or from an interview that was conducted by who? But he says you talked to those people in May of 2023. You talked to somebody. This is crazy. This is nuts. This whole time, the person that was absolutely treating Lucky like shit was Aidan Kearney. And then he tried to literally blame this all on the fucking other people. Gaslighting the fuck out of Canton and everybody that's standing outside pounding the pavement. What a bunch of fucking fools.
And ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate? Okay.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Loughran.
Now, as far as that conversation...
And see, Lally is just not that good because he didn't know how to pivot from that. But there was an interview that was had in May of 2023 with the feds, right? But I thought they came. Lucky told Lucky told the police, aka Proctor, that a week after his wife had died, that's when the feds came to his house. Now, did Lucky Loughran testify in front of the grand jury? The federal grand jury. But I didn't think the federal grand jury had happened yet in May. I didn't think that started until June. At the end of the fucking day, Aidan Kearney is responsible for all of this because it is actually in Aidan Kearney's blog on June 5th, 2023 about the whole Lucky plowing from 12:30 to 6. Okay. Lana, I'm worried for Lucky. TB talked briefly today. Who gives a fuck? Sherry, I am telling you right now. Remember what I told you everything about this case? It is not what you were ever told. Sit back and let this sink in. Because Turtle Boy's actual phone is going to blow it out of the water. There is a phone out there that was never extracted, and it is Turtle Boy's 401 phone. They're going to get it because I just showed them how. You want to talk about journalism, motherfucker?
You had in May of 2023. Did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
What was the question?
In May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to read, showing you a document. I'm going to ask you to read this paragraph, this paragraph.
This is the federal report.
And then whenever you're done, just report it. Right? Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach this retrieval?
Yes.
Mr. Loughran, after having reviewed that, as your memory refreshed, as to that conversation you had in May of 2023,
No, it does not.
do you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 calling.
You don't recall indicating?
Boom. Motherfucking boom. Now I was able to then put it together and I said, oh my God, he's lying about David Yannetti saying that he was getting ghosted. And that's why he says that he writes the June 5th shit. He wrote the June 5th shit because of the FBI report. Because of the FBI report that Karen Reed got her fucking hands on and knew about after it basically happened when he talked to the feds in May. That report showed, oh my God, wait, what's this? 12. I mean, why would the interviewers that interviewed him write down 12 to 2 that he saw? That's when he saw this, and that's when he saw this. So what I was able to say is, dude, this guy's got so many things that he's just like, I can fucking take care of it. I'll spin it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, how could this man know all of this unless he was in on the team a long fucking time ago? He didn't become in on this team on April 12th. He didn't come in on this team on April 20th. That's just what they wanted you to believe. When you represent criminals and you know how you can fucking do shit, you don't want anybody to know about something, blah, blah, blah. Hey, this all comes back to now I need to put Alan Jackson on an island and I got to put David Yannetti on an island because I have no idea if Alan Jackson knows what David Inetti was doing, and I have no idea if David Inetti knows what Alan Jackson was doing. Okay? But the connection here to me seems to be that Aidan and Turtle Boy had this relationship. I mean, Aidan and Inetti had this relationship. Aidan was involved in this way before fucking April. They used Natalie. They used Jen Altman. All of this was designed to make it seem like Turtle Boy didn't know about anything until public documents came out in April. The filing of Alan Jackson. And that filing that he had to make is here. This is how you are going to be able to get your hands on all of this, okay? Because of this public filing.
To anyone.
But now the light bulb should all click on and be like, oh my God, I see what you're saying now. I get it. Because I asked you guys, why in the world would Karen Reed ever, if it's true that Lucky Loughran, think about this, he attacks the weak links, just like he tried to attack Sarah Levinson. And he tried to attack Sarah Levinson. He tried to attack Julie Nagel. He goes after weak links, okay? It'd be no different with this situation. If Lucky Loughran totally told her team in February of 2022 everything that they're claiming, right? Then you leave it all alone. Then how could then it be when he's asked to talk to the feds here in May, does he get it all wrong, right? And that's why I said it's so important for us to find where is true. Why didn't Karen Reed's investigator testify to what Lucky Loughran, he could be an officer of the court. He's going to submit his report. Here, I recorded it, blah, blah. He took me on the route. This is the date that we did it. There was no interference with, this dude's podcast or anybody's shit. So you should ask yourselves, why didn't Paul, the investigator, testify in trial 1 nor trial 2 to anything about a February 12th or 15th, 2022 interview and report from that interview? Make sense? It would be like Ann Taylor calling her investigator who interviewed Bethany Batani to the stand to say, this is when I interviewed Bethany, this is what she said.
May of 2023 that went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.
Correct, never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning.
Oh my God.
With the road being brought.
There is a chance that Aidan Kearney produced and acted like he recorded his conversation, but really it was the Fed shit, and he tried to act like, oh my God, holy shit, oh my God, dude, they're sick. Holy shit.
Blocked off, excuse me, at 3 or 3:30 in the morning. If the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Now, you also were asked some questions and you spoke to some troopers in August of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And County Canton, they have a parking ban in Canton, is that correct?
Straight fucking Mike.
Correct.
That goes from November until April.
I'm sick of this.
Correct.
Now, part of your plow route is a road called Tippy Cart, correct?
Correct.
Where is Tippy Cart in relation to Fairview?
It is on top of it's on the right side of Cedar Crest. It would put it two
Lana
streets
tried to go in space with that. I didn't try
before
to go anywhere on that
Fairview.
places. I
At some
listened.
point, when you were plowing on Tippy Cart that night, you actually hit a basketball hoop, is that right?
Yes.
And did you call that in?
Yes.
And as a result of that, what happened with the basketball hoop after that?
Nothing. The point was to make sure I was covered, basically. That's why I notified my supervisor that I hit the basketball.
I've never spoken on any
Well, what
species
time
in
was
my
that
entire
you hit the
life.
basketball hoop?
I don't recall.
Is it closer to when you started, closer to?
Okay. So you see all this, like this is, I want to see if he ends up redirecting.
Yes.
How many times? The distance, is that fair to say? You're not even writing anything down while you were talking to them?
Wait, hold on.
Was that person present there as well?
Yeah. Tuesday of last week, Saturday of last week.
And this Paul person that you spoke of before, was that person present there as well?
Yes.
And did you make note of Paul writing anything down, or Mr. Yannetti writing anything down while you were talking to them?
No.
And as far as you're aware, there's no reports that were generated from any of those conversations or any of those meetings, is that correct?
Correct.
Look at Alan Jackson. Look up with that answer. Ready?
And as far as you're aware, there's no reports that were generated from any of those conversations or any of those meetings, is that correct?
Correct.
Whew. He's like, woo, woo. What I just asked you guys, I said, where them reports? Boom. Boom. No reports, no nothing. I thought that Yannetti wanted to get an affidavit going. What's up, turtle boy? You want to keep spinning, baby? Yes, is grass. I told you, this man is so fucked. Woo, did you see? Woo. Look at Alan Jackson say, who?
Or any of those meetings, is that correct?
Correct.
So, sir, I'm correct if I say that you're sure about every time that you went down Fairview Road and everything that you saw going down Fairview Road, but you're completely unaware.
This is why he was not deemed credible. Lana, he is going to do some serious time. Oh, yeah, I have him getting 20. I have him getting 20. If he does good, he's doing 20 because I believe that he is going to serve everything concurrent. He's not going to get like consecutive sentence or anything like that. It's 20 years per, he just gets popped with one. They can give him 20. But I think that he's going to get like a sprinkle fest of 2 to 5 on all of them. That way everybody feels significant, and it's going to equate to, like I said, he's going to get 20. And if he does good behavior and if he finishes all of his certificates and all that shit, he can be out in 9.5 to 11 years. That's what I'm predicting. But I'll tell you what happened right here is that I just asked the most important question, which was, why didn't Paul testify? Their investigator. This whole thing about that this guy reached out. Oh, I found him within a week. Yep. February 15th, 2022. Well, you know what I think it was? What? I think it was, I didn't see anybody on the lawn. And yeah, I plowed. Was that it? But where would the report be? Yannetti supposedly wanted an affidavit. Why didn't Lucky ever fill one out? Did Lucky ever fill out an affidavit? I don't know. All I can tell you is that Paul never filled out a report. What the fuck? Daddy, you know, damn. Wild shit. This is absolutely crazy when you look back at what happened with this man. And yet he comes in and everyone's like, you know, give it up for Lucky. He, you know, what a great man, blah, blah. They left this man out to dry. They didn't help support him at all in terms of like, where's Paul to testify to anything? That motherfucker's not going to get under oath and lie. He didn't make any reports. How do you not record anything? And if you're like, hey, oh my God, this guy has a story, you need to hear this. Anyways, wow. Dude, the timeline just starts clicking. Turtle Boy wrote the June 5th, 2023 blog to go at this man because of the May 2023 federal report. Question should be is, how the fuck did Aidan Kearney know about what he said to the feds? Why would Karen Reed know about that? AKA the Attorney General's office, AKA Adam Deitch, who's running for, you know, Let's talk about Steve Scanlon. Let's talk about this next huge lie. An absolute lie. Lucky, the biggest mistake you could ever make is talking to Turtle Boy. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to anybody. That man doesn't give a fuck about you. How does going on his show help you at all? It does not. Stay the fuck away. I just simply asked one question, which was March. You said March, Turtle Boy reached out to you. Turtle Boy claims June. You're more credible to me than he is because you didn't see how that in the slightest could be like a bad thing. So you had no reason to lie about when Turtle Boy reached out to you, which was March 2023, which pops everybody's fucking titties and ass and the whole big fucking celebration. And we're all, yeah, you know, she's found not guilty. Well, look at all this shit, man. Look at you guys. Look at what y'all have done. Here you go. Scanlon disputes everything they are saying. Yep, sure does. And I know that he has done a deposition, I believe. Here it is. We'll use L.
The Boston Police Department.
I worked.
So
I have, put it this way. I know Brian Albert from when I worked with him. And that was 20-something years ago.
In the Boston Police Department?
I worked with him, yeah, just for a couple of years.
Okay. Are you still friends with him?
You know what? Since this whole thing took place, I'll be honest with you. If I saw him prior to this whole thing, I'd see him maybe once every, I don't know, 5 years.
Okay.
If I was at a road race or something like that, I'd run into him. It wasn't like we called each other or anything like that. But then, prior to this, I haven't talked to him when this whole thing started. No.
Okay.
Because I'll be honest with you, and I'm an honest person. This thing stinks.
What, the Karen Reed thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in my own view, when this whole thing took place, you know, no one saw an autopsy photo. No one saw anything. You read about it. Oh, he had a scrape on his arm, a bump in his head, or whatever. Then when you did it, you opened everyone's eyes because I was like, this is fucking bullshit. This dude got beat up.
Right.
It appeared I got beat up. And that's all. I mean, I've been just following you. You know, and then when you're out and about, everybody in the world's talking about it, and everybody has the same point of view you have.
Oh, I know.
It is what it is.
But people.
Do you understand that no people didn't have that point of view? If they did, Turtle Boy wouldn't have been needed. who is this fucking clown? He's just an idiot. Steve Scallon is a fucking idiot. He seems like a Fredo, you know, like what the fuck? Come on. Okay.
People that are close to you have told me, and that's how I got your.
Okay,
That's the same point of view you have.
Oh, I know.
It is what it is.
But people that are close to you have told me, and that's how I got your name. That
And that's how I got your name. People close to you gave me your name. Okay.
you've known this was a beating for quite some time, and that you might have contacted the defense about it. Is that true?
That's correct. What I did was, here's what I did. When this whole thing took place, I said, this thing stinks. I don't give a fuck who's involved.
Yeah.
Okay? An innocent person should not be blamed for something if they didn't do it.
Right.
And that's what I stand for.
Right.
So
Now,
I reached out to Karen Reed.
You've spoken to Karen Reed?
No, I have not. I reached out to her a messenger.
Okay.
It was like a year or so, a long time ago. I don't know when it was.
Great question there, JC. If you're a defense attorney, okay, and you have an investigator, you don't have to turn that over to the state unless you plan on using it. Okay. So what's interesting here is that the question would be did they ever turn over this report? Because Paul was on the witness list, but Paul was never called. Okay. Were they just going to use him as a rebuttal? But that doesn't even make any sense. Bottom line is that what it looks like to me is that, as we just saw here, he was questioned. Did this Paul guy ever have anything to write anything down with? No. Did he record anything? No. So he would be writing a report off of what? You didn't take any notes and you didn't record anything. Paul also never testified. For Paul not to testify to the most important witness that he allegedly gave this amazing interview to in February of 2022 and said all of these things, that's what would have happened. And now when you go back and you look at things, if you don't see it for what exactly that this shit is that holy fuck, okay? Holy shit. The shit that Turtle Boy put in an article that he produced in June went at Lucky Loughran like you couldn't believe and put out all of his case records in all these different jurisdictions and all his, oh my God, 17 cases in Stoughton District, blah, blah, blah. Who the fuck are you, motherfucker, to do that? And that's what I'm saying. Like, Karen Reed would do this to her best witness. You would never do that. You would never do that. But he wasn't your best witness, was he? Not if you saw what he fucking wrote to the feds and then the interview and talking about God knows the times and I don't know. Don't know.
Okay.
And I told her, I said, look, I'm reading this stuff. I'm looking at it. I didn't, if you need help with this, I'll give you help free of charge. I met with the attorneys and then the attorney and the investigator. And when I met with them, I didn't know who they were looking at or what, you know what I mean? I didn't really know the focus of it.
I didn't
know the people involved, whatever. And when they did, I was like, I have to walk away from this. I'm sorry. It's a conflict. It is what it is. I wish I could, but I told them if I learned of anything, if I knew anything firsthand, they would know about it.
Okay. What made you decide to go to them? Just it didn't smell right?
No, I mean, the injuries.
The injuries, right. Had you seen the autopsy photos at the time?
I saw your stuff. I followed you one night. And I'll tell you.
Yeah, but didn't you go last year sometime before I wrote about this?
Yes. But that was only because they talked about swollen eyes, a cut on his arm. And I'm like, maybe he got hit by a plow or maybe he got beat up because I think they said he was missing a shirt or whatever it was. It looked like a fight.
Okay.
And whatever it was, it looked to me like it was a fight.
Did they ask you to sign an affidavit or anything?
No.
How do you not realize that either Aidan, either you're not part of it and they totally used you and lied to you and told you all these things, okay? But let me tell you when you would have known it. When Alan Jackson used you as the source of the federal investigation, but really he was the source to you to write the fucking article on April 20th, 2023. And then he used it in open court. That is the most unethical shit ever. And when I was able to put that all together, and then Aidan admits to doing it, are you stupid? Because it was just circumstantial, but it was really compelling circumstantial evidence. Then he just admits to how genius Alan Jackson is. And he says that that's exactly what Alan Jackson did. And he tells this to fucking somebody when he's doing his horror tour. And these lawyers, they know better and they're pumping up this motherfucker like, yeah, great job. It's like, I get it that y'all want to be like kissing people's asses because you think, dude, you don't think that we love Alan Jackson? The fuck out of here, man. This is sick. This is sick.
Just a simple talk.
Okay.
It was just a simple conversation. It was only my opinion. That's all it was.
Okay.
My opinion. They had a different opinion. Not a different opinion. They believe there was something happened.
Oh.
Okay. As far as like a fight.
Okay.
Okay. And that was it. And then I left. That was it. We talked about my background, and how I knew Brian, how I knew other guys that we worked with, things like that. Very simple talk. And that was it.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, believe me, I'll call you Clarence. If I learn anything firsthand, you're going to know about it too.
Yeah. I'm just.
And I only say that because if it wasn't for you, this fucking story would have never made the.
Right.
It would have been dead.
Can I ask you, how did you know Colin Albert was in the house?
Who?
How did you know Colin Albert was in the house?
Probably through you. I don't even know Colin Albert.
No, but did you tell the attorneys that Colin Albert was in the house when you met with him?
Did I what?
Did you tell the attorneys that, or David Yannetti or whoever, when you didn't mention the name Colin Albert to them?
I didn't even know Colin Albert.
Why isn't who transcribed this? The dude's saying no, and you're not fucking putting that in there.
Did I what?
Did you tell the attorneys that, or David Yannetti or whoever, when you didn't mention the name Colin Albert to them?
I didn't even know Colin Albert.
Okay.
Boom, bitch. Sit down. I don't even know what. No, who? What? So Turtle Boy, you're fucking hearing this. You're hearing this shit, and you're just like, you didn't take it to Karen, and you didn't say, "What the fuck are y'all talking about?" You got me interviewing this motherfucker. He doesn't know even who Colin Albert is, and then this is what they say to Turtle Boy. Oh my god, he's lying to you. He's lying to you. He's like, yeah, like he's lying. Like now he wants to fucking walk it all back, dude. This is the motherfucker that came in. He was Mike and blah blah blah. This is so fucking priceless. The house of cards is coming down. The question is did these lawyers really believe Karen? I mean, I don't know. This is crazy. Phone records are going to, in a civil case, the discovery that's going to come out in a civil case, do you know what the fuck I was able to get on fucking Jen Drake? Whew.
Okay.
They might have said it. They might have told me. We had a good talk.
They might have told me. We had a good talk. Why did he go there?
Three of us.
Okay.
The three of us. Who's the three of us?
You didn't mention the name Colin Albert to them?
I didn't even know Colin Albert.
Okay.
They might have said it. They might have told me. We had a good talk. The three of us.
Okay.
And I just went.
Oh, poor Daddy.
More or less, hey, if you guys need any extra help, I'll help. And then they focused it on Brian. And I said, Brian Albert. I said, no, I can't talk. I can't get involved in that. I know, it's just a conflict.
Okay. So you don't have any personal information about any of this that led you to tipping them off?
No. If I knew anything firsthand, and I said this to the defense attorney when I left, if I learn anything firsthand, you're going to know about it.
Okay. And so,
and 2 pounds, that's
them off.
No, if I knew anything firsthand, and I said this to the defense attorney when I left, if I learned anything firsthand, you're gonna know about it.
Okay. And so,
that's the truth, because if I don't want to see an innocent person get framed for something, if it is what it is, and it stinks, it doesn't look right, it doesn't smell right.
Why did Steve Scanlon rip up the check and give the check back to Yannetti? Now, let me tell you guys something about witness intimidation. Look it up. There is no statute of limitations on witness intimidation, conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. Witness intimidation, Karen Reed can be charged after Turtle Boy, 5 years from now, 2 years from now. Do you understand that Karen Reed is not out of any hot seat? Look it up. There is no statute of limitations on this witness intimidation shit. There's a reason that I believe that Karen Reed has not been charged with anything yet. And it's because they're going to call her to testify in this case. That is my prediction. Karen Reed, a ton of people are going to be testifying in this criminal case. But why wouldn't Cosgrove call Karen Reed? Now, the question is will Karen Reed be able to claim the fifth? What is her competing interest here? Her competing interest would be like, well, they're trying to fucking charge me with da-da-da. So will she be able, because I need you guys to think about this, will she be able to claim the fifth? Because the other question that's going to come into play is Karen Reed has a civil case, couple of them, and will she be able to, she has these depositions she has to give. She is going to be called to the stand to testify. What is she going to say? Well, I have a lifelong, I mean, until they're telling me that I'm not going to be charged with anything, I want immunity. I mean, what? Think about that. How are they going to try to get Karen Reed to not testify? Because if I was Karen Reed, there ain't no fucking way I'm testifying to what I can only imagine is coming. No fucking way. No way. And if none of these lawsuits get thrown out and Turtle Boys goes the distance that he's going to have a trial, right? And Karen Reed and all these lawsuits go the distance, Turtle Boys losing big, Karen Reed's going to lose. If these cases, when I say go the distance, if they go to a jury, Karen Reed's going to lose and Turtle Boy's going to lose big. Is this chat open to other opinions? No, all opinions are welcome. Write whatever you want in chat. Just be kind about your opinion. So
no, it doesn't.
Anyway, listen, and that means I'm talking to Joe Citizen walking down the street. If you ask anybody, and they have the same point of view, the same opinion. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, 99% of the people agree that, I mean,
correct.
They're never going to get a jury to...
And that night, I watched your show when you guys were last in court, and for that judge to come back and say, we're not doing motions or whatever it was, I'm like, what do you mean? You didn't hear anybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, no, totally.
Listen to me, I'm with you 100%.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, I'm going to lock your number in. And this is between us. And if I hear anything that I know is firsthand, you're going to know about it.
Okay. And if you did have information, would you speak with the defense about it?
Yes.
Okay. On the record, like you'd sign like an affidavit, or I mean.
I would probably just tell them. I would just tell them. I really don't want to be involved.
Right. Yeah. Because without being because if you're not going to testify.
How could he have possible firsthand information if he doesn't have it now, Turtle Boy? Do you not understand that? guy's a fucking idiot. You're still here though, because Lana always comes with the paperwork. Timelines matter. The fuck yeah, they do. Oh, I love it. Let beep beep say whatever the fuck they want. Beep beep these fucking titties in your mouth. So I'm gonna play you guys another clip where the night or leading up to the Wilbur, this was the oh so subtle threat to Karen Reed. Ready. Again, I believe that Steve Scanlon has done he's already been deposed. Episode 803. Turtle Boy live. Thanks, Bluebird. I like the receipts over here. Yep, keep coming back for the receipts. Okay, in this episode here, Karen Reed updates Wilbur with Auntie Deb. Here are the okay, 48 minutes and 20 seconds. Give a shout out to 4820. Bella's been rocking it here with me. We believe the timelines matter.
We're all thinking, like, holy fuck, these people murdered a cop and got away with it. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. People needed to, I made people outraged, as they should be, because I was outraged. So people were outraged about this. People weren't.
I made people outraged. You sure the fuck did, and you did it on lives, motherfucker. Again, this is a live that Turtle Boy did. Just want to make sure I give you guys the date with it. It is episode 802, and it is August 30th, 2025. Again, go to the 48-minute mark. Play.
Going to be outraged if the Boston Globe is covering it. Nobody did it. So then I stepped in, and they fed this to the Boston Globe. They fed this to NBC 10. They didn't take an interest in it. They said, cool, we'll just do a little blurb on it. That's it. They didn't do a whole freaking presentation. They didn't do YouTube streams on it. They didn't get all that. It became must-see content, exactly Richie saying there. Must-see content. That's what it became. And then on top of the journalism investigation I did, on top of that on my own, I found shit out. I got pictures of Jennifer McCabe at Michael Proctor's house on September 25th. I did that. All right.
Did you? Because another girl went down for it. What are you talking about?
Karen Reed's private investigator.
Oh.
Had tracked down Lucky Loughran.
The fuck he did. This is another lie. I love it.
Right? And interviewed him way before I got involved. But nobody knew about that. That's a huge thing. And I could not report that on my own. Like I knew about Lucky Loughran months before I first reported on it.
Months before I first reported on him. June 5th. Months before I first reported on him. Suck my motherfucking titties, baby! Get that 401 phone, baby. Go get yourself some. He had a different phone. He was talking way beforehand. It's fucking here. The dude is an absolute fucking ticking time bomb. Karen Reed, run. Fucking go cut a deal. Cut a deal. This man is going to take you the fuck down. Fuck him.
But I couldn't report on it because the report hadn't been made public yet.
There was no report. We just heard the testimony. There were no notes taken. There was no report. The report hadn't been made public yet. The report was never made public. This incident in February of 2022, this supposed interview with Lucky Loughran, this is nuts. If you aren't outraged.
And so writing about Lucky Loughran when I knew about Lucky Loughran would have been problematic.
Mm-hmm. It sure would have.
Because it would reveal a direct tie between Karen and I, which I was.
Yes, it would have. Woo! In motherfucking March, bitch, way back. Taking us way back. You did it, daddy. Woo! Yes. Fuck yeah, bitch. Woo! Oh my God, let's do some shots and shit.
I promised her anonymity,
Yeah.
essentially,
Yeah, you did, didn't you, Daddy? Touch your fucking toes, boy.
that we were not talking, right? So I could not report about Lucky Loughran. And then so what did I do? I did this thing called journalism. I'm like, well, if I talk to Lucky Loughran independently on my own and just track him down on my own, then we could do it that way. So I went to the Canton DPW. I spoke with Michael Trotta. I interviewed him. I spoke with Billy Walsh.
Dude, this motherfucker is so, everything he says is a lie. Everything. You, Karen Reed, the ghostwriter. I mean, this.
No one would give a fuck. People liked my way of reporting and my methods because it was saying what you were all thinking. Like, holy fuck, these people murdered a cop and got away with it. This is outrageous.
Yeah, you fucking made it all up. People don't. This is so good. This is, girl.
This is outrageous. I made people outraged, as they should be, because I was outraged. So people were outraged about this. People weren't going to be outraged if the Boston Globe was covering it. Nobody did it. So then I stepped in. And, they fed this to the Boston Globe. They fed this to NBC 10. They didn't take an interest in it. They said, cool, we'll just do a little blurb on it. That's it. They didn't do a whole freaking presentation. They didn't do YouTube streams on it. They didn't get all that. It became must-see content, exactly Richie's saying there. Must-see content. That's what it became. And then on top of the journalism investigation I did, on top of that on my own, I found shit out. I got pictures of Jennifer McCabe at Michael Proctor's house on September 25th. I did that. All right. Karen Reed's private investigator had tracked down Lucky Loughran, right? And interviewed him way before I got involved. But nobody knew about that. That's a huge thing. And I could not report that on my own. Like I knew about Lucky Loughran months before I first reported on it. But I couldn't report on it because the report hadn't been made public yet. And so writing about Lucky Loughran when I knew about Lucky Loughran would have been problematic.
Mm-hmm. Sure would have.
Because it would reveal a direct tie between Karen and I, which I was, I promised her anonymity, essentially, that we were not talking, right? So I could not report about Lucky Loughran. And then so what did I do? I did this thing called journalism. I'm like, well, if I talk to Lucky Loughran independently.
And I'm doing this thing called exposing the fuck out of you. Ethically.
On my own. And just track him down on my own, that we could do it that way. So I went to the Canton DPW. I spoke with Michael Trotta. I interviewed him. I spoke with Billy Walsh. I interviewed him. And then eventually I tracked down and spoke with Lucky Loughran himself. And I got the interview. And the interview got 2 days later, Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan went down to the Canton DPW and interviewed Lucky because they had to, because I wrote about it, right? I did that. So, I definitely added a lot to this whole thing. And in doing so, I made myself a target of the state police. The state police never came after me before. They actually liked me before. I was well liked by police. And I didn't get tickets. I've gotten tickets since then. I didn't get tickets back then. And because I supported the police. And now,
look at what Karen did to me, guys. Greatness defined right there. Look at that shirt.
Now here I am criticizing the police. I mean, think about what I did here, right? I saw a woman who was charged with murdering a cop, a nobody. She's a nobody. She's a woman from Fall River that's the problem, right? She's got no connections. She's a nobody. That's what made us feel bad for her, right? Because she's got no connections. She's a nobody. And so she's just a woman chugging along, trying to defend herself from going to fucking jail for the rest of her life, right? And so what is she up against?
He has a problem saying the word prison. You know, say it. Prison. You're not going to jail, and nor was she. You guys were, and you still are facing prison time. Prison. Okay.
And I took her cause. Okay. And why did I do it? Because it was the right thing to do.
Because it was the right thing to do. Motherfucker shit. Okay. Where is your 401 phone, you fucking idiot? Okay. Because it was the right thing to do.
Right. And because what's right is right.
Yep.
Right. The government cannot frame people for murders, and the government cannot protect murderers. You can't do it.
So wait, that doesn't make sense. The government can't frame people for murder, and the government can't, cover up for murderers? Maybe you should have just stuck with the government, exposing the government. But that's not what the fuck any of y'all motherfuckers did you? You went after Lucky, Sarah Levinson, and Juliana Nagel, because that is Turtle Boy's motto. You have to go for the weak links, like you're going to get to them. Also, if you turn to page 226, the answer is simple. I get all of the fucking stories because of anonymity. We have a solid reputation in the community as the voice of the people. If you have a story that you think needs to be told, and you either don't want the attention that comes along with it, or don't have the reach that we have, then you can come to Turtle Boy and we will tell your story for you. This was never independent journalism. This was never an independent, journalist who investigates. This man frauded over $1 million worth, and he continues to still do this today by acting like he was selling everybody on, I don't talk to Karen Reed, and had a GoFundMe out there to raise money while saying that he's an independent investigative journalist and he uncovered all of this shit, which he did not. He just simply told one side of the story and actually refused to. There's other sources reaching out to you. Who would ever deny that you would talk to them? He didn't. Why? Think about that. Money, motherfucker. Money. Because you'd be dumb. I'd be so stupid right now. If Jen McCabe was to call me up, and why wouldn't I take her phone call? If Lucky called me up, if fucking Alan Jackson wanted to come on and be like, Lana, I have to sort this out. Why wouldn't? Yeah, please do that. I would love to hear what you have to say. This man didn't do that. This man was reached out by people before he ever talked to Karen Reed. He's saying, why wouldn't he have taken Chris Albert's text messages or, Facebook message? Why would he never have talked to him? Listen, if Chris Albert messaged Turtle Boy in April of 2023, Facebook Messenger, that tells me you didn't talk to him because you were already in bed with what you're doing. You've been in bed for a while. Okay? You understand that? And that puts it that if Chris Albert reached out before he ever even wrote the article on April 18th, the reason is because he posted a little blurb in his stupid fucking Facebook group and said, oh, I think that this girl was framed or whatever. Like he wrote that to see, and then that's what alerted him to Chris to write, which was before any blog, means it would be before allegedly ever talking to Karen Reed. And now if you actually look at it, you're like, that can't be possible. And it's not, and it wasn't. And I'm just proving it all here tonight. That this motherfucker has been in bed for a while. And he had a different phone, and he was using a different phone. And it was a 401 number. None of the phones that were extracted in his case, in his criminal case, were 401 number.
So, but in doing so, by taking up the case of Karen Reed, think of the enemy.
And Buchanan and Proctor, they didn't catch that? Hello? Like, that's why I'm trying to say, like, I don't think that they're good investigators. As soon as I heard Lucky's interview, I said, Oh my God, did he just say March? I said, fucking stop right now. Stop. That's crazy. And he has no reason to lie about that because he wouldn't think that that would be something to lie about. So he would just be March. And where does he come up with March? And everybody was over here just saying, hey, he just mixed up. He just mixed something up. No, he didn't. He did not mix up anything. That was a simple question. And he would have no reason. Like he was asked it multiple times. And then if you go back and you actually look at Turtle Boy, what he was posting and what he's claiming, and I don't even believe that that's his message.
I made, right? I made, I mean, you name it.
That's exactly what it looks like.
The state police became my enemy. Brian Tully in particular, right? Who is very devious. And he's a lieutenant detective. He's trusted by judges. He's trusted by magistrates. Anything he writes, any warrant he signs is going to be signed off on. He is fucking powerful, man. He's powerful. Okay. And he's scary. He's the scariest of all of them.
Who?
And I'm glad he beat Spanky because he's a scary motherfucker. So he became an enemy of mine, and he's got a lot of power.
Well, this is
Michael Morrissey became an enemy of mine.
I always knew that they were. I just had to be able to prove it. Okay. I've known this and thought this for a long time. And what started me on this trail of that is when I saw the extraction of Lindsay Gaetani's phone. And there were things, and I'm not going to reveal how I know stuff and why I'm good, but I noticed that things were missing that should have been missing. Okay. And then bottom line is I was like, both of these motherfuckers have other phones. Period. But then now with the whole Turtle Boy, I was like, who the fuck? There is no way that Alan Jackson is just going to start talking to some random motherfucker and include him in on some unethical ass shit. There's just no way. Unless you've been doing something maybe together for a minute. And what I was able to find out is Karen Reed got a copy of John's phone, an image of it, which means like, here you go. This is like the copy of it. So you can actually see not just the day of like the murder or, the accident. And that didn't happen until February of 2023, February 8th, I believe. And I had to go into the discovery and see when the certificate came out, when the Commonwealth wrote and said, hey, we provided the image of John's phone. And I looked at the date and it said, February 8th, 2023. Then I said, they then were able to go through it. And guess what they found in February right after that? They found Julie Albert and John O'Keefe's text message about Turtle Boy. And that it was Julie's biggest fear was to end up on Turtle Boy. That was February of 2023. Then when she got the phone. So what would you do? What's Turtle Boy? You know what I mean? And then when you Google it, oh my God, this is what we need. This is who the fuck we need. This is what we need. And so that's how I was trying to link this all, because that to me is how you weaponize something. But I can say my theory all day, or I have to be able to prove it. And Lucky and Turtle Boy combined proved that the 401 number existed, the 401 number called Lucky, the 401 number was not extracted, and that number, that phone, I believe, does not exist and got tossed because it has the communications between him and Karen Reed and all that shit. And then they said, okay, we're going to make it look like we started talking here. And right after Alan Jackson dropped the affidavit, dropped and did all this stuff, because then you're going to be able to use on April 12th after that, have everything go through the public. And then that's why they went after the phones again. So, Julie Albert saying, and so that's why I think it's interesting that, because I said, what would be the odds that Like, I'm kind of shocked that nobody contacted from like the Albert side way earlier about Karen Reed. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't cover this from the standpoint of, so it's not like they tried to weaponize Turtle Boy, and they probably could have, right? Because they knew that he existed, and none of them did that. So think about that. Do you guys realize that this entire time, Turtle Boy has went at all of these motherfucking people? Okay? This entire time. Not a single one of them went and said anything anywhere during like when this was happening. Except for if Turtle Boy was there in public, right? And he's physically somewhere and he's putting like the stuff that you saw with like Chris Albert or whatever. You went to his restaurant. But there's a lot of YouTubers out there. And they never were like, oh my God, I got to get my story out. Oh my God. Like, no, they just were doing the right thing, which is going to the police, going to the court, saying, what the fuck's going on here? How is this allowed? What is this all of a sudden? This was insane. What we were told was a fight for an innocent woman's freedom. When you actually pull back the onion and you see how this all originated, this is not how you do that. That's why I had a problem. You don't fight corruption by being unethical and corrupt and having dirty hands and then lying to all of us, thinking that that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. And that we're buying into this, like, we the people can fucking come together. Like, that's some sick shit. Right? And this motherfucker thinks, put me on a stand and I will convince, just like I convinced all of you people about all of this. I convinced all of you guys. You don't think that I can convince 12 people? That's what he's going around saying right now. And so I've taken a personal challenge to say, you know what? No, I don't think you can convince 12 people. And because I'm going to do my part to see how I can actually find evidence that will prove what you did and how you did it. And I don't need to get my hands dirty to do it either.
Got a lot of power.
I just need to use my brain. Give me the material and I can find shit. I can find whatever. Or I'll tell you that it doesn't exist. And I'm doing all of this off of what? I don't have the discovery. I don't got shit. I'm putting all of this together off of what? Of doing a hell of a lot of digging and research. Putting together timelines that make no sense, right? Wait, why the fuck would you do this? Why would you do that? That doesn't make sense. Like, why would any defense attorney blow the lid on their best fucking witness? You wouldn't. Nobody would. That's a risk that you would never take. Oh, but they did. Why? Because it wasn't the fucking witness that they were acting like it was. Which then leads me to ask some questions, which is, what did Lucky ever tell them in the beginning? Or did he never talk to them? I don't know. But it doesn't look good that it was Turtle Boy that was actually doing the witness intimidating or the making blogs and weaponizing. The most powerful thing I think in the world is the internet. And you're making it a weapon. And he knows that people can weaponize his blog. And he did it in this case himself. And to think that's okay? No, the fuck it's not. Every single person deserves to be innocent until proven guilty. This motherfucker. Okay, you want us to think that Karen deserves that right? Which she does. Innocent until proven guilty. But you don't think any of these other motherfuckers do? That is the biggest oxymoron I've ever heard. And nobody like that should ever be leading any fucking movement that has to do with our fucking rights. Okay? And so any people out there that are supporting that mentality is absolutely sick. And to see the amount of attorneys that just shows me that you're not doing the research. Because if you actually did the research, there's no way that you would ever support this. You are being gaslit. So just admit it when you say, like, I don't really know what's going on because I have not looked at it like that. Well, then maybe you shouldn't fucking be throwing money around or raising money for someone that you haven't researched the shit. Because it's quite fucking interesting. And so What are you going to do when it comes to trial time? Are you going to make excuses and are you going to actually call a spade a spade? That's what I'm waiting for. That's what I'm waiting for, because this is not freedom of speech. This is criminal.
These people weren't my enemies before. Fuck Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert and them. Here's the thing about Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert. A lot of people wonder, how could they have so much? What do they have on Michael Morrissey? That's what a lot of people ask. How does Brian Albert get Michael Morrissey to dance for him and go through with these charges? And how does Jennifer McCabe do this to them? How is she this powerful? And that's what the antis will say. See, she's just a soccer mom. She has no connections. And I agree, right? She isn't influential. She's not. But here's the problem, right? Michael Morrissey woke up on January 29th, 2022 with a problem. He had a murdered Boston police officer in his county.
Let me ask you guys a question. I asked somebody this once. I said, can you give me the date that David Yannetti basically decided to speak out and say something along the lines of that, like, my client had no criminal intentions. There was no intent here. Okay. And he said these words, and they were very, very soon after she was arraigned. Okay. That needs to be highlighted. You want to know why? It needs to be highlighted because every single investigator in the case saw it, heard it, they were right there for it. And it's like, this woman is basically going to take some type of responsibility for this, more or less. Okay. And it's like, why would David Yannetti ever fucking say that shit? To me, that's ineffective assistance of counsel. Okay. And now maybe I realize, and you guys can ask yourselves this, that David Yannetti feels guilty about that. Okay. But why the fuck did he ever say that? Because then it put these investigators, right, in a mode of just there's taillight missing. And I personally do not believe that the people that broke the taillight and did anything like that, I told you when that would have happened. And it was not Michael Proctor. I told you when that would have happened. And that would have happened when Karen's vehicle is just chilling. And when at One Meadows, and when the Ring camera is getting destroyed and wrecked. And who went over there? Paul Gallagher. Okay. I told you that if anything, this was the Canton Police Department through and through. Who would have had the shoe to place after the fact? Who would have had the hat? All these things, right? Or just they didn't fucking look for anything. They didn't look. I don't think any of these fucking officers should have jobs. I'm sorry. Don't care who did it. Right? You're supposed to fucking interview witnesses and do it this way and do it this way and do it that way and blah, blah, blah. They didn't do it like that, right? Well, guess who they actually screwed? They screwed actually the witnesses who were over here fuck, man, I didn't say that shit. Whatever he wrote in that report, that's wrong. But now I don't have my interview recorded to say here, look at, this is what I said. That's not fair for those witnesses.
And when you have a murdered cop in your county, you will get a conviction. You have to get a conviction. He's an elected official. You want to know how your career dies? You don't get a conviction on a murdered cop. That's how your career dies. He has to get a conviction. And his detectives, who he puts his trust and faith in, within hours have decided that a woman by the name of Karen Reed is responsible for this. So that's it. So Meatball's concern is purely political. It's, I have to convict Karen Reed because that's how I stay in office, right? I have to convict her So that way I can say I put the killer.
He's still been in office. Like, what are you talking about? You don't make any fucking sense. Listen, why wouldn't this have been a plea deal case? Like, off the rip. You'd have to ask, think about it. Karen's or John's family. How this ever got to the point that they indicted her for murder. Okay. Versus this was a drinking and driving type of bullshit, right? I'm talking about in the early stages here. Okay. Why would anybody want to drag this out into, right? And the question would be, so if you really want to ask any type of good questions, it would be is, hey, was there any talks of like plea deals, anything right away? Like, how was this looking? Because why would David Yannetti say what he said on the fucking steps?
John O'Keefe behind bars, and that's it. Interviewed Lucky.
Again, if you're just joining, I want you to see how Turtle Boy just blows off his nutsack. Okay? And then he lets the squirrels eat him.
And so writing about Lucky Loughran, when I knew about Lucky Loughran, and something ain't right about this. And Brian Albert's trouble. That's what everybody says. Affidavit that he put out there. And so, okay, cool. And 5 days later, all right. And that was published on April 12th.
Okay, hold on.
NBC 10 Boston, a couple other media outlets, I think, wrote about it in the trash. This Michael Morrissey, like, this is not happening. Tell me this isn't fucking, tell me this is not the first fucking interview. Tell me this is not the first. I'm like watching it and I'm like, oh my God, who allowed this to happen? And it has nothing to do with jealousy or anything like that. It was cringe. It was just cringe. And I wanted to learn, like, at least like I was hoping to learn something, something on there that was like, we'd never heard of this before. And there was nothing. Oh, lawsuit's coming. We already heard that one. We already heard that one. Hopefully there's another big announcement coming soon. That's all I'm going to say about that. All right. Without getting into anything.
His documentary.
Hopefully there's another really big announcement coming out soon. And this all has a very happy ending. I have faith that it will. But I'm not going to say anything more on that. But it was, like I want her to succeed. And I want it because our success is combined, right? I'll be fine on my own. I don't need Karen Reed to vouch for me. I don't need her on my show. I don't need any of that. I'll be fine without that. I've served. What people don't understand is I built this platform up for years. If I was just some Joe Schmo on the streets and Karen Reed was, if I was working with her to write this story or whatever, it wouldn't matter because no one would see it. I built the platform. A platform is very important. And I built it up through 9 or 10 years of journalism. Okay. And this is a really important.
No, you actually didn't. And that's the prior bad acts that's going to come out in your case, your criminal case. Because that's where I started. I said, who is Turtle Boy? Where did he come from? How do you get what I fucking found? Holy shit. You've been doing this for fucking years. This is actually your MO. You turned a Boston police officer's murder investigation and trial into a ratchet madness bracket. It's exactly what you did. You turned this into Ratchetville. This is disgusting. All these people in the background here, duped.
Thing that people look past. On April 12th, 2023, Alan Jackson filed his 94-page affidavit in court outlining the Google search for the first time for How Long to Die in Cold and all this other really important stuff. All right. And that was published on April 12th. NBC 10 Boston, a couple other media outlets, I think, wrote about it. And I saw it there. Okay. I saw something about a Google search. Someone in the house did it. I didn't really understand the importance of it, but I'm like, okay, cool. And 5 days later, So this story doesn't blow up. They thought that when they put that out there, the whole Google search thing, like that was Alan Jackson's first big, like, welcome to the fucking case, like this mega affidavit that he put out there. And he was thinking when he put that out there, like, the media is going to eat this shit up. The Boston Globe is going to eat this shit up. And this is going to become a huge story organically. And it didn't happen. It failed to happen because they underestimated just how useless the mainstream media is. Journalists who were thanked. Journalists did nothing. By the way, including Howie Carr. Howie Carr didn't talk about this. No one was talking about it. The Boston Globe didn't talk about it. No one talked about it. Sue O'Connell, WCVB, Christina Rex. None of these people showed up to a fucking trial. None of them did. No one was writing about it. And so there was no buzz. And then on April 17th, 2023, I got a message from a guy named Brian Johnson, a former Duxbury police officer who worked with John O'Keefe when he was a Duxbury cop, and a guy I have great respect for, who I've been talking to over the years about other stories, who a guy who backs the blue, who normally would take the side of the police and would not accuse the police of corruption. But he did in this. He goes, something smells wrong about this. And I think this woman is innocent. And something ain't right about this. And Brian Albert's trouble. That's what everybody says. So I looked it up. And I read the whole affidavit. And I was like, oh my God. I couldn't believe what I was reading, paragraph after paragraph. Like, and it all came with receipts. Okay. And I'm like, holy shit. So I make a post saying, I'm unraveling this crazy story about a woman who was wrongly accused of murder. And by the way,
I'm unraveling this crazy story. I'm unraveling it. The fuck are you? You're like, Karen, I'm out of material. I'm gonna start fucking going off the walls, and I'm gonna fucking start eating Adderall, and I'm gonna start talking about something you don't want me to talk about. So you fucking better give me some more fucking shit.
We need that on a t-shirt, that tweet from April 17th, and then the Karen Reed is free tweet underneath it, like that picture. It's got to go on a shirt. I need that on a shirt. But, when that got out there, I'm like, I make this post that I'm doing this major story, and that got Natalie's attention, right? So Natalie sees that, and Natalie, of course, is Karen Reed's.
Dude, do you just hear what he said right there? He's saying that him saying, I'm unraveling this big story, it got Natalie's attention. None of that. We all know that that's not what happened. Do you see this story just changes? What the fuck are you talking about? Ready?
Friend. Right. So Natalie sees that. And Natalie, of course, is Karen Reed's friend, who I got hooked up with there and was like the messenger for a while. And Natalie reaches out to me and through Jen Altman and says, like, hey, I heard you're looking into the story. Is there anything we can help you with? And I said, oh yeah, sure. Do you have any pictures? I know any pictures of Jen McCabe. Oh yeah, sure. We got those. Yeah. She sends them along. Now I understand that she was just the intermediary. I was basically speaking with Karen Reed at the time.
Do you understand how he cannot even get this fucking right at all? This is him advertising for the Wilbur. This is in 2025. Oh my God. And it's another version. And then this is the cake, Turtle Boy. I no doubt play it, do some petty streams, play it for all your fucking fans. And I know that you guys won't because it's that damaging. Okay, this is why they're like, don't talk about Leanna. Oh my God. Why do you think that they don't fucking talk about me? Because I actually make sense and I actually fucking just show all this shit. He's like, I can't show this to my fucking subscribers. They're going to be asking what the fuck is this? And because it makes too good sense. We can't give this any ear space. Don't talk about her. Shh. Oh shit.
And I get these messages and I start writing the story. And then April 18th, I publish it at like 3:30 in the morning. And it blows the fuck up. Part 1 of the Can't Cover Up Stories has over 500,000 page views, I believe it got. And then 2 days later, I think on April 20th, I do my first show on it. And that's when it really started blowing up because the writing is one thing. It's the show. It's the presentation.
So April 20th, the first time that you talked to Alan Jackson and David Inetti on the phone, allegedly with that phone that you have that you were using, that one. Where's the 401 phone? 401 phone. With all your recordings.
Turtle Boy flair. That's what got this story sold to a large audience. It wasn't just a blurb in the Boston Globe. That's not going to cut it. That was not going to cut it. The crowds outside, they're not. This isn't what you see behind me. Is not.
He used on 4/20/2023. He said that there was a federal investigation, that the feds were involved. He said it and he wrote it. And guess where he got that information from? Karen Reed's defense team. But guess what the defense team put in a writing, in a motion? They said that, and they cited Turtle Boy's blog that he wrote. And they're citing him, no other fucking media source, just him. Not like two media sources that you're supposed to do. Him. That is the most unethical shit you could ever do. You're circumventing shit. Alan Jackson, Karen Reed, David Yannetti, they got that fucking Fed investigation rolling. They gave that information to Turtle Boy. He wrote the article. He talked about it on a show, and then they cited him as the source. And then David Yannetti has the cahoons to fucking oral argue it in a courtroom and lie to Bev. And Bev knows that they lied, and that's why they never got a fucking call the rest of the way.
Not a reaction to a Boston Globe story. The Boston Globe could write about this, and no one would give a fuck. People liked my way of reporting and my methods because it was saying what you were all thinking. Like, holy fuck, these people murdered a cop and got away with it. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. I made people outraged, as they should be, because I was out.
He's admitting to creating outrage with lies. Fucking priceless.
Outraged. So people were outraged about this. People weren't going to be outraged if the Boston Globe was covering it. Nobody did it. So then I stepped in. And, they fed this to the Boston Globe. They fed this to NBC 10. They didn't take an interest in it. They said, cool, we'll just do a little blurb on it. That's it. They didn't do a whole freaking presentation. They didn't do YouTube streams on it. They didn't get all that. It became must-see content with Dr. Richie saying there.
So they fed it to you, though, right? And you fell for being what? An errand boy. For being the what? The fluff.
Must-see content. That's what it became. And then on top of the journalism investigation I did, on top of that on my own, I found shit out. I got pictures of Jennifer McCabe at Michael Proctor's house on September 25th. I did that. All right? Karen Reed's private investigator had tracked down Lucky Loughran, right? And interviewed him way before I got involved. But nobody knew about that. That's a huge thing. And I could not report that on...
Ready? Bombshell.
My own. Like, I knew about Lucky Loughran months before I first reported on it.
He first reported on him June 5th, 2023. I knew about him months before that. Months. I fucking love this. Love it.
But I couldn't report on it because the report hadn't been made public yet. And so writing about Lucky Loughran when I knew about Lucky Loughran would have been problematic because it would reveal a direct tie between Karen and I, which I was, I promised her anonymity, essentially, that we were not talking, right? So I could not report about Lucky Loughran. And then so what did I do? I did this thing called journalism. I'm like, well, if I talk to Lucky Loughran independently on my own and just track him down on my own, then we could do it that way. So I went to the Canton DPW. I spoke with Michael Trotta. I interviewed him. I spoke with Billy Walsh. I interviewed him. And then eventually I tracked down and spoke with Lucky Loughran himself. I got the interview. And the interview got 2 days later, Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan went down to the Canton DPW and interviewed Lucky because they had to, because I wrote about it, right? I did that. So, I definitely added a lot to this whole thing. And in doing so, I made myself a target of the state police. The state police never came after me before. They actually liked me before. I was well liked by police. And they didn't get tickets.
Your fifis. Wah, wah, wah. Dude, you are curtains. It's up. It's over. Continue going on as long as you can. Ride her to the wheels fucking come off, buddy. Ride it like you stole it, motherfucker. You're going to prison. This is a fact. You're going to prison. It's just a matter of how long. Okay. You think a judge is going to give you a slap on the wrist and you did all this shit in a Boston cop's murder case? You think that judge, you want to talk about people doing things for political reasons? You'll be made a fucking, like, you will be the poster child for you're not using the internet like this. Times have changed. People are like, yo, I think I've been winning intimidation. Somebody like putting a gun at your head, blah, blah, blah. Melanie, shut the fuck up. Melanie Little is so dumb. Melanie, your boy toy here. Aaron boy, going to prison. Long time. Long time.
Now, I've gotten tickets since then. I didn't get tickets back then. And because I supported the police. And now here I am criticizing.
You can still support the police. You should support the police, you idiot. There's bad apples in everything. There's bad apples in teaching. There's bad apples in every fucking profession. Okay? Bad apples are bad apples. Okay? He sounds like a fucking idiot. I used to support the police. Like, I go hard for anybody that's in power and it abuses their power. Okay? That's crazy. That's crazy. Lucky was never interviewed and it was never recorded by David Yannetti or his team on February 15th, 2022. They never took notes, never recorded shit. The first interview that was recorded was by the FBI. And it was done in May of 2023. Then they saw the report and it said that Lucky said that he was plowing at from 12 to 6. And then sure as shit, what does this asshat do? I got to go at him. I'm going to write a blog about him. And he writes a blog after he is made aware of what the report from the feds said in May of 2023. This dude's a piece of shit. And he was being weaponized. And he used a federal investigation that was supposed to be investigating this investigation. He used it, lied about it, when after the witnesses tried to separate these people, try to say, oh, Brian Higgins is fucking flipping and all this crazy ass shit, okay, that he did. He was making shit up. His blogs are fucking all lies. He was literally reporting lies for the purpose to use the criminal or to use the federal investigation to witness intimidate. He weaponized this federal investigation. And when that comes out in his criminal trial with proof and evidence that that's exactly what he did, yeah, I want to see you talk yourself out of that. You're going to make the decision not to take the stand when it comes to it. And when all these witnesses testify to what the fuck they endured because of this fucking piece of shit, and you think that the jury's just going to sit there? They fucking found Karen Reed guilty of a DUI and she was never pulled over for a DUI. That's how much they stuck to what the statute is. And he's still lying today. Oh yeah, he's gonna lie. He's taking all of this to the bed. He's taking all of this to the grave. He will make his subtle little comments for the purpose of to basically talk to Karen and the defense team and more or less say to get their attention to say I told you guys, this man was not going down alone. He's not going down alone. Not one bit is this man going down alone. It could even be after the fact where, hey, I'll testify against Karen Reed because you guys are going to charge her with now witness intimidation or conspiracy to commit it. And I'll testify after I get fucking charged and everything. And I'll testify against her and you're going to reduce my sentence and I'll testify against her. And I'll lay it all out then. Karen Reed and anybody out there for witness intimidation in Massachusetts, there is no statute of limitations. You know what that means? Look it up. That means up until 27 years down the road, you'll have to have new evidence to be able to submit to go after somebody for witness intimidation. You have to have new evidence after 27 years with the old evidence, but there has to be new evidence. And that's how you can even take it on after 27 years. Check it out. There is no statute of limitations on witness intimidation. Turtle Boy's criminal case is going to lead to more evidence to use against Karen Reed. If I'm Karen Reed, I'm definitely nervous about this civil shit. How can you go and testify in a civil case? Do you have any idea what questions that she is going to be up against? I just know how I would do it, and I'm not even a lawyer. I thought this criminal stuff was over for some girlfriends. What? OP, why wouldn't you want to look at data that puts John on Oakdale last, not Fairview? Yeah, I think that I try to show people stuff that would really implicate and potentially to really hone in over there at the Canton Police Department. Okay. Because I personally believe that something went down over there on Oakdale. And I'm over here like, why the fuck is nobody seeing that there may be another, like, get it out of your heads. There was no Google search at 226 because the more data that you get, okay? Well, the more data that you get, why couldn't it be that John O'Keefe, okay, we're supposed to believe Karen Reed, who says, oh yeah, when I was in the car, I remember John pumping in the ways. Where was that in trial one? That's why the car could never be placed. Like, that's why certain things couldn't be testified to. Because you can't place her car with his phone because there's no evidence of that because she never testified and that was never in any reports until she did an interview after trial one. And then they used that. And that was allowed to be used by the new people that came in to do all of the data. And the data looks extremely bad for Karen Reed. Okay. And then everybody's go-to is that it's like, well, the car is not the murder weapon. Well, that's what we were sold on, okay? They wanted it to be a battle of the experts, right? Well, guess what also happened in the first trial versus the second trial? Remember that whole chip off that they didn't do in the first trial? And they were able to do it then in the second trial because Shannon Burgess actually found it. Because they didn't find it in trial one. And it was that extra, the chip off that actually led to the more data. And what they had to do, Alessia and them had to do, is they had to attack Burgess's fucking CV. That's like trying to say, hey, Lana doesn't know what she's talking about, or Lana did something back in 2018, or whatever the fuck they all want to say. And I'm just like, what the fuck does that have to do with this? I literally showed you 10 different ways that I exposed the fact that Karen Reed and Turtle Boy were 1,000% talking before April 12th. No doubt about it. He had a different phone, 401 number. Where is it? It was not extracted. Where is his extraction with Lucky Loughran talking through his app in Facebook of the Clarence Woods Emerson account? Where is that? Where did that come? Where is that extraction at? He admits it on so many different, but guess what? You had to do a lot of digging. He admits so many different things because he can't remember what the fuck he has ever said. Okay. But there is a truth out there. And Carson is exactly right. 1,000% right when she says, we were all bamboozled. That's exactly what happened here. And you know what? people just aren't going to admit that. And that's perfectly fine. You don't have to admit it. But if you want to be ignorant when you get to see this evidence that's going to come out in his criminal trial, you don't get to show up at people's fucking lacrosse games and do what the fuck he did. You don't get to fucking go to Julie Nagel's house and do and say that we're going to do X, Y, and Z to like the neighbors and get the neighbors to put pressure. You don't get to do this. You don't get to tell a kid that you're going to show up at every single one of his football practices and his games and his dorms and all this shit at college. You don't get to do this. It's against the law. This is not freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is coming out of a platform like this and saying whatever the fuck you want. That's freedom of speech. What he was doing is impeding in people's lives because he said that these people did not have a right to live peacefully. Who the fuck does he think he is to say anything? That's actually like, if you're all about our rights, then you would know that actually everybody deserves to live peacefully. You idiot. His computer was extracted. So what I believe is that it's in a device that was not extracted. Okay. The 401 number is attached to a device that was not extracted. But guess what? Lucky Loughran, he has his number. You're going to go through and do a third-party subpoena, which is a Deus Tecum subpoena. You're going to go ahead and you're going to be able to subpoena his toll records, his phone records. You're going to look through March, April, May, June, July, August, because that's when the time frame of when supposedly he was reaching out and he interviewed him in August and all this stuff. You're going to go ahead and see this number that's going to show up of when Lucky talked to this 401 number. What I provided here tonight is enough to show this is not a fishing expedition, because Turtle Boy's admitting that he has a 401 number, and Lucky Loughran is saying, like, and he's showing his interview and he's like, yep. And then he goes on to say why he has a 401 number, because it's a Rhode Island number. And he thinks that the laws in Rhode Island are that, hey, it's a one-party state. And so that means if I'm in Rhode Island, I can record people without them knowing if they're in Massachusetts, because I'm in a one-party state. And I'm like, wow, you are an absolute fool. Like, how come these lawyers that are around him have not told him that, hey, you know that's not true, right? But I think they're saying, yeah, but go ahead and keep saying it, because then you can just claim that you didn't know it. That's why every single time I go live, I mention that. Just so you guys are clear, you cannot record somebody that's in a state that it's a two-party consent. Just because you're in a one-party state, are you fucking an idiot? He is. Both states have to be one party, and you can record without ever telling somebody about that. Nevada's got some tricky ones because there's a difference if like you're in person versus if you're over the phone. So look into Nevada. But there are states that you have to find out if they're one party or two. You need to be in the one party, and so does the person that you're recording, in order to not tell anybody. This motherfucker said he went and got a 401 phone because it's Rhode Island, and Rhode Island's a one-party state, and therefore I am able to record people without having to tell them, even if they're in Massachusetts. Wow. And so that he also put that out there because he recorded Lucky's phone call, but never told Lucky. But he's claiming that, oh yeah, before I did this, I said, you know, just like they did with Scanlon and all this shit, just like they did with Lindsay Gattani, and then he fucking added that in. This dude is a menace. This dude is a piece of shit. Okay. His head got so big because he had and was working with Alan Jackson and David Yannetti, who he believed were going to protect him all through this. Okay. You guys do know that David Yannetti and Alan Jackson are witnesses, right? There is no privilege. if Cosgrove does not put Alan Jackson and David Inetti on the witness list, then what the fuck are you doing? They are witnesses. There is, for David Inetti to take the stand and be asked questions such as, did you give Turtle Boy the information that told him that Jennifer McCabe went and saw a PPO and it was denied? Yes. Why'd you do that? What did you think he was going to do with the calls for speculation? You knew that were you talking on the record, or is it off the record? Did Turtle Boy tell you he was going to use it? Did he ask you if he could use the material in public and make it public? I think Cosgrove's on top of it. That last filing that he did really fucking really blew up Turtle Boy's spot. I mean, I have no idea how many continuations Turtle Boy's asked for. They are doing the defense stall tactic. Okay? That's what's happening in that case. All these people, like... Lucky's, if you don't put Lucky on the witness list now, I think that's not smart. But you're going to hear from how come it wasn't be enough? Let me ask you this question. Why, if you're the defense team, wouldn't it be enough to say, hey, I mean, all these people are saying that they didn't see anybody on the lawn. They're all saying they're standing by the window and going back over and walking over and doing all these things, and then we have somebody pull up behind, and nobody sees Karen just ram into John, you know? Why wouldn't those witnesses just become our witnesses and I mean, don't you think those are like that's pretty compelling? Nobody saw his body on the lawn. I just think that that's so compelling to me. And then you have the plow driver who you're going to say like didn't. And then he wants to talk about another car being being over there. Think about this. And then you have the entire investigation that you're going to be able to poke so many holes in, right? They didn't, they collected use stolen cup, then there's no evidence, the proper evidence collection. They could have gotten all that stuff suppressed. They chose not to go the suppression route because they're like, no, we have to show that this was a frame job, because all of these pieces of taillight are here. Mm-hmm. That was the part that they weren't going to be able to overcome without was the pieces of taillight. Because if Karen didn't fucking hit him, right, with the car, then how the fuck is the taillight there? Right? It was planted. Except the problem is that you went with the wrong time with the plant job. Tisk, tisk. Canton PD is who you would really want to, and then you want to talk about why isn't Karen talking about that she knows Higgins has a wow. If you think John got beat the fuck up, then why wouldn't Higgins be the person that you think that John got into it with? Because Higgins would have told him that, hey, you know what? I need to just fucking come clean here with it. I have no idea what your girl's trying to do. She laid a smooch on me, then this, then she came over and blah, blah, blah. And I just got to tell you because I can't fucking take it anymore. She's fucking playing games and you just need to know about it. Think about that. Think about that. You're going to sit here and tell me that Karen Reed didn't tell David Yannetti about this? You're going to sit here and tell me that Karen Reed didn't tell fucking Alan Jackson? She did. She would tell her lawyers about this. Or did she not and try to hide it and then it comes out and they find out like, oh, I just didn't think that was important. I didn't think it was. When do you think she told her lawyers about fucking Higgins? You know, Turtle Boy makes a comment and he said, you know, I did hear a rumor once that there was whatever was going on. Like, and it was like, who told you about a rumor about this? Because you have to believe that people were reaching out to him via emails and saying things like, you know, you got it wrong or whatever. Giving him, you know, but he comes out this one time and he talks about, hey, somebody provided me with, you know, I would just hear these rumors and there was like this Higgins rumor and about kissing, blah, blah. Lana Karen is innocent. This is, you guys, I'm not asking you about innocence or guilt. I'm asking you about logistics. I'm asking you about fucking reality. Logical fucking shit. You don't think Karen Reed is logical? You don't think she's analytical? She's very analytical. She's very all about like, so you're not going to say, hey guys, fucking Higgins and John probably got into it. This is what was going on. And then maybe her lawyers were like, well, fuck, you're not going to say a word about this. That could potentially put you in a situation that it looks like you guys did this together or he did this for you or what the fuck ever. But it's just the truth, though. The truth is that how could that stay under wraps for as long that it did, that everybody goes to trial and nobody knows about the fucking Higgins texts? And I'm just like, oh my God, when it was in front of me, I was like, oh my God, this changes everything. Why are you saying that this is Colin Albert and fucking Brian Albert? Why are you showing up at Higgins' fucking house in Sandwich? What the fuck are you doing? Lana, are the House defendants paying you for this stream? Millions. House defendants. You guys, the evidence shows that the House defendants didn't do any of the planning of the evidence. Are you fucking high? The evidence shows that the planning of the evidence came from the cops. So don't you think, if that's your theory, that the cops would protect their own, aka Higgins? AKA, if I see one more time that the loophole lawyer and Samantha have a live where Samantha just down talks that man and just shuts him up and she doesn't even make any sense. Do you understand that this was just thrown out of the fucking thin air? That like Steve Scallan did not go to them and say, hey, there was a fight inside, blah, blah, and Colin out, blah, blah. Like all of it's lies. Why didn't they fucking look at the evidence? Why didn't they attack the evidence? You do not need to win. You will win this case because nobody is going to be found guilty of this crime. Because the case itself cannot withstand scrutiny in a courtroom. Nobody can be found guilty of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt because of the investigation. Period. Our society and the way that we run our criminal justice system is not so that, okay, hey, let's just go get somebody online to go fucking do all this crazy shit just to make sure. How do you know Karen Reed's innocent? I'm just curious. Karen Reed was acquitted. Karen Reed was found not guilty. She was acquitted. But aren't you going to start asking yourself a question of how did that happen? How was Karen Reed truly acquitted? How come it was a hung jury round one? Who didn't testify in round two? You don't think that all these people that didn't testify in round two are going to be used against Turtle Boy? As to that we weren't testifying, we refused to be witnesses. And so that he then therefore affected seriously. Do you guys know, has anybody done any research on ARCA? Go find me a case where ARCA has done something similar in a case. Okay. Do you guys have any idea how much money the defense team has put in Adam Deitch's pocket for his campaign? Anybody? Do you know when somebody in sports has like an asterisk, like I don't know, I think they use like now like the pound sign, who the fuck knows, but there's a little star next to their name. Okay. The Karen Reed case, Karen Reed is never going to be, it's not, once Turtle Boy's trial is over with, because people just don't want to argue. Do you know how many people actually believe that she's guilty and they just refuse to even fucking talk about it, deal with it? This is why this stuff was so over and not being talked about on mainstream media, because people are being attacked like never before. That's why nobody is talking about this case. Nobody wants anything to do with him. Nobody wants anything to do with her. They all see what the fuck happened here. And it doesn't look good. It's really, really bad. Again, I think everybody's missing the fact that this happened in a Boston cops murder case. This wasn't some drug fucking gangbang bullshit. Things that normally, like when you want to talk about cases and where the evidence is, there was more evidence, like so much more evidence against Karen Reed than there ever is and will ever be against Brian Koberger. We understand that, right? How do you know that Karen Reed didn't bump into John O'Keefe's car on purpose? How the fuck did she even hit the car? She makes that backing up every fucking day coming out of there. So, you know, I'm just so sick and tired of hearing this shit about, well, yeah, all this stuff was planted. So you guys are sitting here saying, like, someone like a Turtle Boy, God, yeah, look at, they framed this girl for murder, blah, blah, look at all this stuff. Like, it's like, everybody's in on it. Why don't you leave the witnesses alone? And why don't you think about focusing on the actual police department of Canton and focus there? That's why I was looking over there at Hog Heaven, aka Oakdale, or Oak, whatever the fuck. I think it's Oakdale. I was like, why are all the steps happening over there? And they want to say, oh, it's because going up and down. I was like, steps are happening, but also stairs are happening. I said, you have to get out of a car to change up like the pace. And in order for you to register stairs, you have to first register steps. Nobody thinks that I'm compromised at all. You're the only one. Look at everybody saying Queen is delusional. You're just, it's fine, honey. It's fine. You have your blinders on, and that's just unfortunate. And you'd be that one holdout, and it would be a hung jury. Okay? Because I'm telling you right now, Adam Lally got a hung jury. A hung jury. How? How did he? Who testified? How did he get that? Do you guys have any faith in anything that this man ever reported based off of a juror statement? Nope. I don't have any confidence in anything this man has ever said. Why? Because I've sat here and literally exposed and shredded the fuck out of this entire facade, this entire PR campaign that he just said, yeah, they were trying to feed it here, they're trying to feed it there, they're trying to feed it here, feed it there. Nobody would do anything with it. So you just admitted they were trying to feed a story. So they fed the story to you. Karen Reed gave you everything. You didn't do any investigative journalism. You just covered one side, and it wasn't even like you were covering a side. It was like, this is what we need you to put out here because we need you to do what? Turtle Boy had no impact on what the evidence was in the courtroom because the jury is seeing what the evidence is in the courtroom, right? Why did Karen Reed think that she needed to attack all these witnesses in order to win? And everybody can say, hey, well, look at the Sandra Birchmore case. Absolutely, look at it. Look at the feds came in and what happened? Sandra Birchmore, feds found a way to get him, you know, and say, hey, you tried to kill a witness. That's how we got you. We got creative and you tried to kill a witness, right? Well, why have there not been any federal charges? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing has happened here. That messed me up about Karen Reed and AD conspiring to attack and harass the witnesses. I have no idea about any of that. I'm just showing you guys what the facts before us are. Aidan Kearney continued to get the information that only Karen Reed had, even after Karen Reed saw what he was doing. Okay. Why would she keep on giving him information? And then think about this. It literally took the fact that he got arrested. I bet you Karen Reed was like, oh, thank God. You know, he's going to stop. Like, and then he got fucking put in jail, right? And then that's when she decided to do what? Oh, they went to Ted Daniels. And Ted Daniels wasn't their pool boy and their errand boy. Ted Daniels actually did FOIA requests. But what did they use Ted Daniels for? They tried to show a completely different timeline of these fucking... They knew that emails existed because Michael Meatball, that's what they call him, he would have to do what any prosecutor like Alan Jackson would know is we're over here talking about a federal investigation. That's going to force Michael to write emails to the Attorney General's office to see what the heck's going. What is this guy talking about? Is there like if there's a federal investigation, if there's discovery, we need to have it because you have to supply it to them if it's exculpatory. Those emails started and originated because Alan Jackson put it out there to the world about this federal investigation that he claimed Turtle Boy told him about. And so then all of these letters, emails that were wrote after the fact in like May, they tried to use and had to wait a while to put their motion to dismiss in and then tried to lie about this timeline. And then who comes in out of nowhere? Lally comes out of nowhere and lays down a 300-page opposition and has it all in order, puts fucking TB and Karen Reed, and they nailed it. They knew everything that they did. And I put it out the other day when I went through it and I was like, holy shit, look at this. And see, they never got Karen Reed's cell phone as far as to search it, just they got to seize it because of because Aidan Kearney never admitted to the fact that Alan Jackson was actually his source. He finally admits that on a live back not too long ago. And he says that Alan Jackson is a genius. And let me tell you why. And then starts fucking saying how, yeah, he's such a fucking genius. He's such a badass that he fucking gave me I got the information, then he uses me as the source and fucking says, so he tells on himself and tells on Alan Jackson and really ropes up Alan Jackson in a really bad way for this, for him to catch sanctions because he was pro hoc vice, and he can get those sanctions from the fucking Supreme Court. It's insane what the fuck they did. And then this dumbass is over here admitting to all of it. And that's the only thing that was not in Brian Tully's affidavit, that last part, when I showed that. And I was like, so he was able to show, look at Turtle Boy received a phone call at 4:20 from Alan Jackson. And then he goes live. And that's the first time he mentions the federal investigation. Then Turtle Boy writes up this article. And then Alan Jackson's citing the Turtle Boy article and saying that that's his only source. I mean, and it's like, it's compelling circumstantial evidence, but then this guy admits to it. And I'm just like, wow. Alan Jackson tried to get insurances on Karen Reed by recording her. When you get in bed, this whole trial was unethical. It was all unethical. Hang tight. I personally believe, and I just would want to know why you felt the need that you had to go with Turtle Boy and have all these lies. I mean, he's putting out lies, known falsehoods in his shit about all this shit about Lucky. Why would you ever let somebody do that? Karen, I want to know why Aidan Kearney would write an article on June 5th, 2023, just after his wife died, April 22nd, 2023. Did you think that, we should go at Lucky Loughran and write an article on June 5th, 2023? Who looked up all of these supposed civil cases? Who did that? In part 47 of the Canton Cover-Up series, we first reported that a man named Lucky Loughran, the brother of Selectman Michael Loughran, plowed Fairview Road the morning that John O'Keefe was allegedly lying on Brian Albert's lawn, dying after being struck by Karen Reed. Lucky saw nobody on the lawn. He then goes on to say, when did you last speak to the FBI? Turtle Boy writes and asks him that. When did you last speak to the FBI? Lucky says, about a week after my wife passed away. About a week after my wife passed away. So that would have been the end of April, according to him. In the trial, Lally walks up to him and says, in May when you were talked to, and shows him that report. And he's like, no, I don't recall seeing any of that. And it's what he said was that Turtle Boy reports it in his June. He says, here, I'll actually put it on the screen. Microdot's brother or cousin or somebody donated to Mike Loughran, by the way, Chris Coig or whatever. So did Brian Hamilton. So did John McCourt, 43 Oakdale. That's where all the steps were taken. Like, it's just like a small town. Here we go. Why in the world would they ever show this? Who gave him all of this, all these records? Okay. who did this. See all this? Christine Buckley versus Lucky. Brian Debt management. Brian. He goes after and tries to embarrass this man. Capital One Bank. And writes right before that, he says, Brian Lucky graduated high school with Chris Albert and is well liked in town, but known to be a little off. A search of his name in Stoughton District Court shows 17 civil actions in which he was the defendant, including a number of judgments against him, totaling tens of thousands of dollars. And this is what he then, I mean, this is straight from his blog. Then he goes and says this shit. He says, we know through multiple sources in Canton that Lucky was the person who plowed Fairview Road multiple times between 12:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. How in the fuck would Aidan Kearney have the exact transcripts of what the federal investigators asked him on June 5th, 2023? This is what Lally asks him. And it's like, well, this is what you told investigators, the people that you talked to in May of 2023, the FBI. The question is Karen provided this information. Okay? How did Karen get it? If this was an independent federal investigation, how the fuck would Karen Reed have this material? And if nobody wants to ask themselves that question, then you are dumb. You are absolutely, I'm sorry, you're just dumb. Nobody should know this material. It's a federal investigation. Aidan Kearney knew every time when somebody was being a witness was testifying in front of the federal grand jury. How? How was Karen Reed and her team being provided that information? Exactly. The AG's office gave the information. Exactly. Yep. The same guy that's running Adam Deitch, his wife, right? And then Karen is on a recorded call talking about, I don't need you putting out my messages or my my conversations with me in a sitting, U.S. attorney still. Do you guys remember that? Look at this shit he wrote. We are told by sources that Brian Albert is believed to have called Lucky Loughran personally after the McCabe's left, knowing that Lucky would do anything for the Albert family, asking him to plow Fairview Road. This is what the fuck he put in June 5th, 2023 in his article. How did nobody know about this? How did nobody go back and read what the hell he wrote? This is mind-blowing. And then Alan Jackson's over here, and this is when he's doing his little stupid fucking and saying, this is why we need, Brian Albert's phone records. No, actually, all you would need is Lucky, his phone records. You fucking not. You like who are you kidding? Why wouldn't you go and get it from Lucky? You guys, this is so fucking false. So false. So false. He's making this shit up so that he can get all these people to go at each other. Like, do you imagine what the Alberts and all these people were reading? Like when they were reading this, like, what the fuck is this? We know the ADA, Adam Lally, and Judge Bev Canone have gone to great lengths in order to make sure that Brian Albert's cell phone is not handed over for forensic analysis. We know that the initial plan prior to seeing Karen Reed's taillight broken was to suggest that John O'Keefe was accidentally hit by a plow. Where the fuck is he getting this? He made it up that's what that's what Scallon said. But he didn't record him yet, did he? This was in June of 2023. Just right after he gets wind that Lucky is talking about 12 o'clock, that he was starting to plow at 12. Look what else he writes. We know that at 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe Googled how long to die in the cold. Well, he doesn't even get it right. How long to die in the snow? Now he's just changing it. Like he doesn't fucking know it. He must have wrote this instead of Karen. You just probably Google cut. At the end of the day, nope, didn't happen. It actually happened when it said it happened. It was. But knowing that O'Keefe's body was about to be staged, she knew that his body was about to be staged, and so listen to this logic that doesn't make any sense. Because she knew that his body was about to be staged, she Googled this because she wanted to know how long, like, she's needing to make sure that Karen Reed did not find him before enough time had passed. You guys, Karen Reed and Jen McCabe would have had to be together hanging out, and that Jen McCabe could somehow be in control of when Karen would leave the house, where Karen would go. You know what I mean? Like Jen McCabe has no control over when Karen could have ever left the house to go out looking for him. Okay? Like this is just, he's a fucking, how high was he writing this shit? We know that no one from Kansas police or the state police made any attempt to reach out to Brian Lucky Loughran to ask him about any of this. Guess what? Lucky didn't come forward either. And that's what I'm over here saying to myself. I'm like, if I was a plow person and then everybody's saying, oh, he was told he couldn't. Really? Because why wouldn't you ask him that on the stand then? Hey, were you told that you couldn't go talk to the police? And remember what Lucky said? No, I was never told that I couldn't go talk to the police. We were told not to talk to reporters, like say, no comment, which that to me seems like that's what all these people do. We can't stop you from talking to the police. We can't stop you from talking to the, but we're asking you to just say no comment right now. Like, let the police do their job and just, we're staying out of it. So I'm over here saying, why didn't Lucky come forward on his own, knowing he plowed 34 Fairview on 12/29 to say, hey, for what it's worth, I didn't see a body there. I plowed that, but what I did see, now that I think about it, there was actually a car parked like in front of the house, a little bit left of like, if you're looking at the door, it'd have been a little bit left of like the door. So up. And I just remember that it wasn't impeding me from plowing. And so I figured it was over there at the Alberts. Like, I wasn't going to call. Yeah. You know what you would do? You'd go hire the best attorneys like she did, and you would go attack the investigation because it sucked. The investigation sucked. They collected fucking evidence in solo cups. They didn't separate witnesses. They didn't interview people. The chain of custody, there is none on any of the clothes. Why not just get all of this suppressed? It's all so suppressible. You have inverted videos. You have all these things you have. But it wasn't enough for some reason. And this is why it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough because you have the tail light on the lawn. So you have to explain that. And so clearly somebody planted it there because it wasn't like that beforehand. But go take a look again. Why would Sean Good leave his dash cam on? Why would Sean Good leave his dash cam on? And after, being at the scene, he leaves his dash cam on so that the people that supposedly did the wellness call to go over to the O'Keefe residence, they didn't turn that dash cam on. He left it on when he got out of the car, then told those two dudes to go use that car to take it to go over to One Meadows where the dash cam's running still because it wasn't shut off. And they pull up to the driveway and boom. And what do you see right there? You see Karen Reed's SUV, and it already looks like the fucking shit's missing. And so when it was taken, which is really interesting, is when Gallagher says, "Oh, I went to the wrong house. I thought that it was over here where John lived, One Meadows." And it's like, well, where's the Ring camera showing that Gallagher went there? Because that was the big mix-up. And again, everybody drove their regular vehicles, their personal use vehicles, and not anything to do with the town vehicles because those are GPS. Maybe they have dash cams in them, whatever. But do you know who's one of Brian Higgins' best friends? Paul Gallagher. Lank. All these people are Canton people. You might as well throw Higgins in with being a Canton cop. Just So why is everybody so convinced that it would be, I don't know, Proctor and Buchanan who are framing the people versus they're just not good at their jobs. And they're lazy and they cut corners. And so we're gonna have all of this set up ready to go, and don't call and ask for anything until this time and blah, blah, blah. Who knows, right? But why wouldn't you just attack and then if Karen Reed's telling you that, oh my God, Higgins and me were doing X, Y, and Z, and then you find out that he was, I don't know, trying to text you that night, and then he's telling John, where are you? And question mark, and all this crap. And then you think John got in a fight, and you don't think to yourself that maybe him and Higgins got into it because of you? Maybe that was just too much for her to want to believe or see, because that would be a lot of guilt, But at the end of the day, I'd be telling my lawyers about it. And I don't even think that I would need to tell my lawyers about it, because they're going to be seeing, I don't know, the evidence, the discovery as it's flowing in, and saying, Karen, you and Higgins were making out and sexting each other, and you went over to his house. And just none of this comes up. We were told for years that Karen Reed and Turtle Boy never talked. Turtle Boy never talked to her attorneys. Why? Why? And asked to do this and under the guise that this man, Turtle Boy, just came out of nowhere and I fucking broke this case wide open and I did all this investigative journalism and all of it's a lie. But I think that they should be charged with fraud. I was frauded out of my fucking money that I donated. How about that? I was donating under false pretenses. So everybody can kiss my motherfucking ass. That man lied to me and I donated under false pretenses. I would have, if Turtle Boy comes out and he says, hey, guess what? All these people were texting me who were witnesses in this case, but I was blowing them off. And I was just only producing everything that Karen Reed provided me with and said to write it like this and do it like this and had editing power of my fucking work. And I was ignoring and putting out just nothing and doing this shit. And I'm just writing false shit after false shit. I think that we have a class action. The fuck out of here. There was $1 million raised. More than that. And then he's fucking saying the same thing about how he's raising his money. It's very wild when you think about it. We were told. The fuck's we? We are told by sources. He has no sources. By Karen Reed and Alan Jackson and David and Eddie, that although Lucky initially had told multiple people about not seeing O'Keefe's body that morning, he has since refused to talk about what he saw. Do you understand? He wrote this right after talking, and Aidan knew that he had talked to the fucking feds. Do you understand that these are all lies? I've proven it here tonight. And this is just 2 articles that I used to show this Lucky shit. This man is a fucking piece of shit. They never thought the witnesses would sue. Why the fuck wouldn't they? The witnesses are going to fucking wax that ass. Yeah, can I get all my time back too? Yeah, well, I want to charge for my time. Say less, Lana? Say less about what? It's really sad. Really sad. Lucky Loughran is currently grieving the loss of his wife, Michelle, who died in April. We know that Chris has been publicly offering condolences and help. Like, that's a bad thing. He's trying to make it seem like Chris, is doing this for what? And so he fucking puts this up there. I mean, come on. That's just... Ben talks about his stupid friends. Like, none of this makes... It's all crap. And then he has the audacity to say this. I'm sorry that Brian Loughran lost his wife, but anytime anybody writes but, you might as well be in the class of the Sharillas of the world, okay? But for more than a year, he wrote this June 5th, so that would mean from June 5th of 2022 to June 5th of 2023. For more than a year, more than that, you know? For more than a year, he, Lucky, has withheld evidence. Knowing that he talked to the feds. What evidence are you talking about? Withheld evidence that not only can exonerate Karen Reed, but bring John O'Keefe's murderers to justice. He put this out to the world knowing that... Are you kidding me? How did people ever embrace this man? This man would have been attacked left and right by saying, dude, what the hell is this? Doing that makes him complicit with cop killers. And his silence makes him just as evil as the rest of them. I do understand that he likely fears the Alberts. That he puts this lie in there. Nope. This is a whole tactic. You put the fear of God into him, and you've been doing it, and you then are projecting your shit upon the Alberts because you're trying to get in front of your crazy ass. And this is all he does. He just spins and gaslights and spins and spins, and he has got himself so fucking wound. And I absolutely love it for him. I absolutely love it. This motherfucker is toast. I can't go back. I can't go back. I can't go back. He's a little fucking lying bitch, baby. And he's about to be a lot of people's bitch. Mm-hmm. You know what they say about blonde hair, blue eyes in that old slammer? I do understand that he likely fears the Alberts family, which is why I told him that I would not mention his name if he did want me to. If he didn't want me to. Yeah, right. He writes this. And then you have to listen to when he talks and he says, well, what did the guy think I was going to do when he talked to me? Remember, he's like, Lucky called me up the next day and was like freaking out and blah, blah, blah. He was like, dude, what did you think I was going to write about? Same thing they did with that other broad. I mean, he's just the same. It's the same thing. And then he just, I mean, God. And the dude has little chiclets for teeth. And I don't know how people, him and the glare, kissing cousins, man, their teeth are just to fucking. But he told me that he would not be answering any of my questions. And then he tries to get in front of this and basically make it so Lucky has to claim this as, hey, that's between me and Aidan. I don't believe that it is, and it's a no extraction. And then he closed out the article by saying, anymore, I hadn't asked him any questions yet. Whose questions did he already answer? I know as a fact that a source who was in touch with federal investigators, Karen Reed, told them everything that I just reported in this blog. I know as a fact. Do you understand? Fucky on that civil case. And then he says, go ahead and sue me. Wait till you see this ending. It's just chef's kiss. It's perfect. He says, it is likely that Lucky has been contacted by them and possibly subpoenaed by grand jury. He is by far the most critical witness in this case, and refusing to tell investigators what he saw is a crime. You would never write this or say anything like this if Lucky was cooperating with Karen Reed's attorneys. This is nuts. Joelle, you always feel like this is freedom of speech. It is freedom of speech, but it's lies. That's all. He can say all this shit. This isn't why he's going to prison, Joelle. This is all lies. He can say whatever he wants, but be prepared to get sued. And your actions, if they qualify as witness intimidation, be prepared to go to prison. Okay? Okay. There is no reasonable explanation for why Michael Proctor has not interviewed Brian Lucky Loughran. We have put in regular police report. Such an idiot. He says right here, if any of this is untrue, then I am begging Brian, Michael Proctor, or anyone else involved in this cover-up to sue me personally. Sorry, I didn't realize my question was off-putting. I am aware of the KR one, just didn't know of others brought to light. Oh no, I'm saying that you have the right to First Amendment freedom of speech all day, every day. But guess what? When people are witnesses in a case, they have protections. It's a law. So then I took it upon myself to go through all these. And I was like, let's fucking go to town here. He wires for blackmail. He does a ton of stuff. And you can just go watch his shit, guys. I mean, the guy's absolutely off his rocker. Seeing this crap. Let's see. Wait, he's got another one. Let's see. Did I not play this one? Oh, it's priceless that he does this one with Mark Betterow. I was able to find that. Like, just can't get any better.
I had suggested meeting at the DPW. I didn't know who worked there, who went to school there. I don't know Canton. I'm not a South Shore guy. I met with Lucky Loughran with my investigator. We left the parking lot. He took me on his route. We went back to the parking lot, picked up the car, and we left. He made up a conversation out of whole cloth that somebody supposedly approached me and had a conversation with me about leaving.
Something about his sister. I guess his sister worked.
Okay, so this is what they did. They did this originally in whenever it was, whenever they did this. And then he did it again before trial.
Was you? Okay,
yes,
all right.
yeah,
So that was
yeah.
you. Okay.
Any lawyer is going to prepare a witness to testify.
Standard.
I took the off day and I went down to Canton because I wanted Lucky Loughran to go through his route with me.
Okay.
Lucky Loughran asked to meet in the Kennedy School parking lot. I had suggested meeting at the DPW. I didn't know who worked there, who went to school there. I don't know Canton. I'm not a...
So the question is who went with Paul before August of 2023 to do that? Because he's trying to just get in front of the fact that if somebody actually does the homework here, you're going to realize what Lucky Loughran testified to was that he did this in, before August of 2023. That's why he does it again right before a couple days before he's going to testify. Now, when Lucky testified and Hank Brennan, so we see what's his name did. Then he testifies. Is this the one? Here we go. This is his second.
About what was being said about you.
Okay.
Yes.
Were there communications made to you by an online blog?
Okay.
3.
What are they?
Wyndham.
To finish the plowing that you didn't... Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No,
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
Objection. I'll allow that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No.
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
He approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton ice rink, Metropolis ice rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without telling us what you told him, did you speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir.
Okay, right there. Do you see how this is trying to make it seem like he's been very adamant that there was investigators, plural. Okay. United does a really good job because they're trying to leave out the fact about this second. And that's why when I was saying about Michael Proctor, you're interviewing somebody, you'd be saying, okay, wait, investigators, how many people were there? Okay, what did they look like? Men, women? Okay, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, like bald hair, no hair. Like, what do you got for me? Because who else was with him? I personally believe that it was David Unetti.
2023. Were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Free?
Okay, hold on.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023. Were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
Yes.
Before speaking to them in 2023, had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the State Police or Canton Police?
No.
At some point, did you hear from the State Police?
Yes.
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not State Police or Canton Police?
Yes.
And sir, how clear is your memory about what you saw or didn't see in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview? The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
Very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, now
Great.
watch this.
Thank you very much. It's the exhibit.
Now I want you to all watch this cross-examination with different eyes. Different eyes, different ears, with the information that you have learned and gathered today. This is Lucky's cross-examination by Hank Brennan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yes.
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
Correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night?
Yes.
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath?
Correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened.
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you?
I was not.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger?
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening.
Fucking crazy. If you don't think June 5th, 2023's article is threatening, woo-wee. Now I understand, like, way more about the reason Hank Brennan was saying this.
Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you? Anytime from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence to you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No.
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you have one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass. correct?
Yes.
Listen to that answer. Question. Turtle Boy's so fucked. Turtle Boy's so fucked in his civil case. Oh my God, and his criminal cases.
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass, correct?
To harass. He says yes. You know what type of power he has to get people in the community, from the community, to harass.
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences. Isn't that true?
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So he can answer.
You knew there was pressure. You also knew there'd be consequences. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So he can answer.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that the
Okay. And so this is how he prepped him. Do you remember when I said to you guys, why didn't Lucky say, like Aidan's like, yeah, he didn't, you know, it was just a bad time and blah, blah. When Michael Proctor and you kind of asked him, like, why didn't you talk to, like, why? Okay, so he reaches out, but you don't talk. And then he waits a while and then he doesn't reach out until like but then you talk, like, why? He's like, I don't have an answer for that. And it's like, well, yeah, you actually do have an answer for that. The answer is that he had reached out to me when my wife was dying, when she had already died. I mean, and he was gonna have to say, because it was in March and his wife was dying. It wasn't that she was dead. She was alive in March. But it would be a way horrible time when your soulmate is dying from, I believe it was cancer. And so that's why it was an awful, awful time. My God, stop giving Karen excuses. Who's giving anybody excuses? Excuses? The fuck? This is not Excuseville. Promise you that.
there's been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
Sir, you received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably,
They were.
you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
Still a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No,
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
no,
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one
Yes.
side or the other?
yes,
And so after you've testified in a way favorable for one
Yes.
side or the other?
yes.
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that there would be consequence, didn't it?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging,
Did
but
you?
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
Did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs,
Are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
He just says it right there. He was afraid to say no to people that were, you know, like what? He felt that he could not say no to people that wanted to take pictures with him and being like, wow.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No.
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you?
Yes.
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir?
This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes.
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
Objection. I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that, please?
So would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes.
On June 15, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know the date. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. By the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
Yeah. I would say the defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense?
Yes.
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
Yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti.
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
Just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time from that night until today. Can you remember how many times that you've spoken?
About 5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times.
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
Yes.
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
Not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing the trial in those meetings, was it brought up, did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements attributed in your memory at the time?
The first trial, yes.
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes.
Go over questions and answers?
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to
This is called coaching.
a make pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
So, can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask it differently.
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess, or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could it have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects you talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
How
45 minutes to an hour?
were they all about the same time, or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
You can answer that if you can. Can you answer that, Mr. Loughran?
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, well, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. Went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later I went up and down. I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
Okay. You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
May I approach?
Yes.
It was around 3:15.
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45. And I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now you had said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview passing by it? You saw it from the street at Cedar Brook. Do you remember telling him that?
I don't remember. I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Show you a copy. This is a report that you didn't write, so I don't want you to read it. I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I'd actually look whatever part you want, but I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer.
This is why Aidan Kearney was saying what he said. Aidan Kearney was saying that he 1000% was putting this out on the internet, and he was saying that, and he was going crazy. He's like, Lucky didn't say he was by the fucking car. He said he was on fucking Cedar Crest, and that's why he didn't see any fucking trail tracks and blah, blah, blah. Losing his mind, okay? And here Lucky is saying that I never said this. And then I have to ask and beg the question, which is, why didn't they record this interview? Like, why wouldn't you record the interview? Why wouldn't your investigator record the interview? You're on the fucking prosecution about not recording. Like, you want to record this.
Just look up and then I'll get to ask you some questions about your memory, okay?
So he's like reading over what this is what the investigator, when he talked to him in February of 2022. So he's looking over.
Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Investigator, about seeing a car, you said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m. when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
So don't you think that that's interesting? This is like literally what was written down by Karen Reed's investigators. And he's like, I don't remember telling them that. I remember telling them, I mean,
when you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton police or the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind that there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
Yes.
You try to be honest with them?
Yes.
Provide them your best memory and good faith?
Yes.
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
May 24th, 2023. And then what happens June 5th? Turtle Boy fucking pounces on this motherfucker. Lucky, I feel bad. You didn't deserve any of this. None of it.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes.
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told them that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you.
I never told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
When you spoke to them, Do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying
Correct.
you made those statements.
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m. That is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are.
Okay. We pardon this interruption to show you a little clippy poo. Ready?
I mean, they were nice kids. The closet baby was great. It was kind of weird when I would go in there in the middle. If I had to go to the bathroom, I would go in. She had like a nice bedroom. Like it was like a.
Thank you. Okay.
If they were contacting, Josh Levy had a meeting apparently with her defense attorneys and basically said, without saying it, we need more time. Like is there any way this trial? They didn't ask them to get the trial delayed, but they're like, is there any chance this trial gets delayed? So Tully's like trying to make it sound more nefarious than it was. I mean, that's simply untrue. Lindsay stated that Kearney's records records all.
He's reading right here Tully's search warrant application affidavit.
His phone conversations. She recalled one blog post where Kearney wrote about a phone call he had with Lucky Loughran. In the blog post, he stated he had a photographic memory while describing how he can recall facts from a conversation. She stated that Kearney recorded the conversation with Loughran and another call with Steve Scanlon without consent. Well, they have my phones, so where's that tape?
Boom! They have my phones. Where's that tape? What I tell you, bitches, go get the 401 phone. 401 phone. Well, they have my, where's the recording? Where's the recording? They have my phones. Where's the recording? Well, because it's in the 401 phone, which I've proven here tonight. And where's my phones? Ready?
Like, what are you talking about? Never happened. That tape. Kearney recorded the conversation with Loughran and another call with Steve Scanlon without consent. Well, they have my phones, so where's that tape? Like, what are you talking about? Never happened. She stated following a court date that she met him at the Fusion in Dedham Square. Present was Kearney's attorney, Tim Bradel, and his videographer, Richie. During the conversation, Kearney and Bradel discussed Kearney's cell phones that were seized by investigators. Kearney asked what would happen if he had an illegal recording on the phone call with Lucky Loughran. That never happened. During the same conversation, Lindsay asked Bradel why he agreed to represent Kearney, and he said he wanted to defend the First Amendment. Bradel went on to say that he recently was at a courthouse and ran into a buddy who was an attorney. He did tell us this. He called this guy a ham and egger. The buddy told Bradel that evidence exists that proves Karen Reed is 100% guilty of murder, but the evidence is inadmissible in court. When Bradel made this statement, Kearney became upset and began to talk over Bradel. That is not what Bradel said. Richie was there. Bradel was there. That is not what he said. He's like, I met this jamoke down the courthouse who thinks Karen Reed's guilty and thinks she's going to be convicted.
Jamoke.
That's all he said. But she just makes shit up. Because she's trying to sound important here. Kearney told Lindsay on several occasions that he might flee the area. He mentioned he has lots of cash and would throw his phone away. Said, I'm going to disappear. See, this is fucked up. This is fucked up because it's in text messages that can be produced. Like, I was severely depressed around this time. Like, early November, once baby Clay came into the picture, I went through some severe
Woe's me, motherfucker, cry, feet, wah, I can't go back. I can't go back. What a pussy.
depression with that. That was tough. Things were crazy, man.
Baby Clay.
It was affecting my mental health. It was affecting my relationships with my family and other people. Like that fake baby really fucked with my head bad, man. Until you have a fake baby, Clay, you don't understand what it's like to have a fake baby, Clay. Especially when you're like married with kids and the person who is hosting fake baby Clay is a psychopath. And you're like, fuck, what is my life about to turn into?
Okay. Now back to right here. Okay. And now this is where it really picks up good.
There are no street lights down there, that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial? I'm sorry, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were, it was asked to me that there were not any streetlights. And I entered in the affirmative way, and living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Yes.
When you testified at the proceeding, did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met, how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes.
By
Yannetti, excuse me.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did.
And today you had said about 6:15.
Yes.
You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes.
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
No.
You talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways, looking at the street in front of you.
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
The lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front line?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front line up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert house all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there's no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
No. I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20 foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so you have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night?
I mean, I looked, I saw, I didn't see a dumpster that would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What does that mean? That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit that you said you saw?
They did.
When they brought you to a parking lot, did they identify that as the type of car?
Yes, I did.
When you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot, and he asked you to look around to see if there happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door.
Where was that?
At the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You want to go through your route?
Correct.
And then did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy the final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No.
Okay.
Yes. I can't read things up close.
Understood. This is trial testimony testimony from June 21st, 2024.
Mm-hmm.
And you were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
Having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
Objection.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No.
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay. Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked about, recall, it was time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we're going to go back to a video that Turboy did, episode 711. 711. And when he did this video, he titled it episode 711. Karen Reed case, Sean of the Gulf won't divide the Karen Reed movement. This idiot. It is Karen. Where is it? Okay, so if you go to timestamp here, mark it down. 1 hour and 3 minutes. Right.
She's taking a step back. Take the time off. Okay. And it's just going back and forth. Yes. Is Dave really a detective? This is Dave McGrath. Not even close. Test his own show.
All right.
She sends him a link to the Canton cover-up part 103. All right. And that was one of the articles I'd written about Lucky Loughran. You guys remember I broke the Lucky Lough. I was the first reporter to write about the existence of a plow driver. Because I knew that a plow driver had driven by there, and this was not public, this information, that a plow driver had driven by 34 Fairview Road at 2:30 and did not see a body. Okay. And so I write about it. Now, of course, I didn't just learn that on my own, did I? Obviously, I have sources. And
obviously, I didn't learn that on my own. I have sources. Really? Because he said he broke it. Then he did this. Dude, this motherfucker is insane. How did you guys watch this man every other fucking episode, he is making up a new version of the Lucky fucking Loughran fucking existence. I mean, I did watch this motherfucker. People out there, holy shit. Kelsey says, Lana, love you, but I hate when you talk about Turtle Boy. What do you mean? This is egregious as hell. Okay. Great job putting the timeline together, Lana. No easy task keeping track of all the fuckerage. It's insane. Okay. It's absolutely insane.
Now I can say that I've spoken to Karen Reed was the source. Okay. Why the fuck wouldn't she tell me that?
Now Karen Reed was the source. Karen Reed is the source. What? But you guys, guess when this was? Let me tell you the date of this shit. Okay. Look at this motherfucker. Like, I can tell you now. I can tell you now. November 16, 2024. In 2025, he will tell you guys 3 different versions in May, June, and September of 2025. This man is absolutely fucking he's just a doorknob. This man is a doorknob. And he's like, but yeah, guess what? I can convince you people. I can convince 12.
You kept that for a secret for a while. And, so I write about it. And it obviously gets a lot of attention.
We kept that secret for a while. You guys, he says that he reached out to Lucky via June 5th and that Lucky wouldn't talk to him. That's why he made the article and wrote the article June 5th, 2023. Do you see all this shit? Guys, it's just fucking nuts.
And this is what Sean and Natalie are talking about during that time. Okay. And then Sean says, I saw that, but says the GPS was down that night. I don't know what to think anymore. I know. Aidan has to be on Rumble tonight, YouTube. There's so many of these messages. At one point, he tells her she gets so mad because she's like, I'm the one who told him about that. No, dear, you're the one who copy and pasted a message from Karen who sent that to me. You didn't. Literally anyone could do what you did. You just sent a fucking message. You didn't tell me anything. Karen Reed did. Okay. And she's like, he's getting all the credit for it. And Sean's telling her, Sean's actually the one that calls her the goose that laid the golden egg. It came from Sean. He's the one that called her that in these messages.
Dude, do you see these guys? They're fighting over who's what, where, when, blah, 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 blah. And the whole time, this is why this motherfucker gets so pissed about it, because he's like, y'all, if you even knew. If y'all even knew. So I just outed it today. Okay. He has been on that team for a long time, motherfuckers. Go get that 401 phone.
And he tells her, you should be getting the credit, not Turtle Boy. So this is like August of 2023. And he's telling Natalie like that, oh, he's getting way too much credit for this. You're the real source, Natalie. So he's building her up.
I'm good with that. I'm good.
Did you watch the YouTube I sent you? And what is this a cop? Let's see what happens when I click on that. Oh, that's the survive. That's when I went on with Wendy Murphy. Okay. Yes, what a joke. Murphy and Agent are delusional. Okay. She is just trying to be relevant. Okay. Yeah. Everyone's trying to get their fame from this. A lot of folks are, not everyone, no doubt. He has to be careful. That's me. And then she says, totally. He's going to crash soon. That podcast last night warned him to keep things civil. So the word is out. Natalie says he needs to be a one-man show. He can't handle panel discussions. I commend him on being brazen. If his goal is to be famous and have a long-term career, do anything with mainstream, he should tone it down. Okay. Oh, he jumped in the spa, so he can't talk. Maybe after. Okay. And let's see. Send them more links. Happy Friday. Okay. TJF. How was your session with Turtle Boy? All right. So they talk all the time. Fun. Are you going to do it? Or do you want to do it solo? Did Turtle reach out to you? He just did. But the main guy did too. Okay. Oh, we were going to go on Surviving the Survivor, and then it didn't end up happening. Then she tells him, I support whatever you decide, but I would totally do it if I were you. Someone else might grab you for their show. You never know what doors might open for you. That's true, because he wants to be a fucking superstar. That's true. Just stay polite, poised, and knowledgeable. And not just a show on Karen, but another show. Or have you on as a regular commentator or expert. That is assuming that it interests you. Play your cards right. You know all this. Just want you to know that I support you. Okay. I spoke with Turtle. How did it go? Okay, so she talks about the documentary. Okay. So nothing solid, Sean says. Hi, I'm happy. He is too ambitious, Sean says. He needs to slow down. I agree. He moves too fast. Okay. And then what's this a link to? Another YouTube? What is this one?
This is absolutely insanity. It's fucking crazy. He's over here going through people. He doesn't. Shit's coming at him fucking left and right. He's just deflecting. You know, let's just do a live about this. Let's just do a live about that. Yeah. He's just an idiot. He's an absolute moron. He can't keep anything straight.
See where the Ford Edge went to after it left the front of
No.
Fairview?
No.
You didn't see it in the driveway, in the neighbor's driveway, and you didn't see any tracks where the direction it traveled?
No, I did not.
And was the Ford Edge one of the vehicles traveling, to the best of your knowledge?
No.
Okay. Trooper Proctor?
Chuba Proctor, fuck all that. Check this out. Let's see the lies tonight.
Is that true?
That's correct.
I don't trust them. And I do think a lot of them are just clout chasing off of this whole thing. I don't know. I said I don't trust them, to be perfectly honest with you, because like you're in jail with Mackenzie, we'll see. All right, next. Let's see. Joy sends 10,000%. And he's reverting back to that now. He's like, I see both sides. I don't shank ever. Have me rolling. Thank you, Jeffrey. I appreciate that. 3 months. Let's see. Eroy says, I didn't realize that these were the haters, free of charge.
I met with the attorneys and then the attorney and the investigator. And when I met with them, I didn't know who they were looking at or what. You know what I mean? I didn't really know the focus of it. I didn't know.
It didn't smell right?
They talked like
by a dog.
The fight.
Okay.
Just a simple talk. I left. That was it. We talked about my.
Tell the attorneys that, or David Yannetti or whoever, when you didn't mention anything.
What? Will swear under oath.
Okay.
He didn't mention the name Colin Albert. He just said the nephew. This is what, and by the way, it's not just David Yannetti who says this. Paul Mikowski says the same thing. Who's a private investigator. Both of them will swear under oath that this is what Steve Scanlon said. That he said the nephew and the ATF agent. How would he know ATF agent? How would he know that there was an ATF agent there? How would he know that the nephew was there? How would he know that? Doesn't make any sense.
He's still going.
He also has a daughter that is around the same age as Caitlin Albert and lives one town over.
They might have told me. We had a good talk, the three of us.
Okay.
And I just went, more or less, hey, if you guys need any extra help, I'll help. And then they focused it on Brian. And I said, Brian Albert. I said, all right.
Yeah.
And you're going to know about it.
Okay.
Oh, I would just tell them, I really don't want to get involved.
Right. Yeah, because because if you're not going to testify in court, then they can't use it, right?
Yeah, but like if I learned something, I would.
He didn't like me at the grand jury, but he loved me there.
I'm off track a little bit.
Okay.
I told you exactly. Believe me. I don't know. Okay. Great work.
All right. Thank you. We'll do.
You got it, brother.
Right.
Keep up the fucking great work. He loves me. He loves me. He didn't like me at the grand jury, but he loved me there. Anyway, so that to me is indicative of a guy who knows some shit and just doesn't want. He's very used car salesman type. He is, isn't he? Like, dude, why did he go to David Yannetti with information? And all of a sudden, so his story is something didn't smell right. The injuries didn't add up. I think he got beaten up in the house. And then they're like, okay, cool. So you're talking about Brian Albert's house. He's like, what? Brian Albert? He's involved in this? Oh shit. I got conflict. What? No, that his story makes 0 sense. 0 sense.
Exactly. Exactly. He's telling you though that he didn't fucking say this shit. He's a fucking idiot. Absolute moron.
Now, let's go listen to Lucky Loughran's interview because this is even wilder. So this is also on the trial files, I believe.
What do you mean it's even wilder? You fucking have known that this existed. You had the fucking, you guys, what is he talking about? This is even wilder. He's already put out, he's already done lives on it. We've already had it word for word. What is he speaking about? What is he speaking about? How is this?
Listen to this.
Just Trooper Michael Proctor, a lot of you. When we saw, we were called out, and just everything you can recall at this point.
We were called out to demonstrate the chat.
Of 2023, 283. I wrote this on vacation, by the way. Before we listen to this interview, let's do a little background. The background's important. They're out there, and Karen was like, tell him to think about who would see a body out there. She's like, we have an eyewitness who drove by and said there's no body there. And I'm like, who's the eyewitness? And she's through Natalie. She's telling me, tell him to think about it. And I'm like, I don't want to do guessing games. Can you just fucking tell me who was there? You've seen the text messages. Like the antis have all put them out there. Like, oh, see, he didn't believe her. It's like, no, I just wish you would just get to the fucking point. I don't like riddles. Just tell me. And so eventually she told me that we have a plow driver from that night who drove by. His name is Lucky Loughran. And this is what she told me. She goes, our private investigator spoke with him in February of 2022. And we wanted to speak with him. David Unetti.
See these, we wanted to speak with him. He is Weeze. This is like, he's part of the team. We wanted to speak with him.
It was like, we knew, he talked about this on the interview with me. He's like, we knew that somebody must have plowed the road and we wanted to find out who. And their official story was nobody plowed the road. And that didn't make any sense to us. And so we wanted to find out. And so our private investigator found out that it was a guy by the name of Lucky Loughran. And so Paul Mikowski interviews him. And he tells Paul Mikowski, hey, yeah, the whole Lucky story. I drove down the road once at 2:30. There's no body there. I tried to come back half an hour later. I can't because there's a Ford Edge parked right there. 3 members of the Albert family own a Ford Edge.
Do you understand that Lucky said, no, I did not say that? Unbelievable.
And, so this is good stuff, obviously. That's like completely exculpatory to Kearney. To me, I always thought that was the strongest piece of evidence, maybe after the ARCA experts. To me, that's the strongest piece of evidence and then a Ford Edge appears, and then there's a body. Okay.
Then why the fuck would you ever write something and go at the man on June 5th, 2023?
So that is a really, really, really solid piece of evidence that this was a conspiracy to cover up a murder and that they hadn't put the body out there yet. And that the Ford Edge was being used to either hide, they were going to put the body out there and they were using the Ford Edge to prevent a plow. I mean, it prevented the plow from coming down the street. So that's great. So that's really good.
The crazy part is, like he said, he was not prevented from coming down the street. As he said, he was able to do whatever because there was hardly any snow at the time. And so he didn't feel like that by him plowing, he would plow in that, car to have like all the snow be pushed up against it.
Data point, a good piece of evidence right there. So anyway,
why does he feel the need that he has to rewrite the fucking history every single time?
Then they wanted Lucky to sign something and they were going to meet with him again. And Lucky ghosted him. Just disappeared. And they believe that the McAlberts got to Lucky. And we're like, don't talk.
They believe. It's we, now it's they believe that the McAlberts got to him.
And it's like a wall of silence at camp. I'm like, don't talk. And I heard from people too that Lucky was told, don't talk. Don't cooperate with the defense. And to me, that it's like anybody doing that is part of this cover up, as far as I'm concerned. And so when I found out about this, I'm like, so Lucky would not have been able to be called as a witness in the second trial. He would have been as useless as Steve Scanlon, And so I'm like, I was so sick of this shit. I was so sick of the McAlberts scaring all these people. Because
he said that he wouldn't have been able to have been called in the second trial. Listen to these fucking rewriting history.
Was told, don't talk. Don't cooperate with the defense. And to me, that it's like anybody doing that is part of this cover up, as far as I'm concerned. And so when I found out about this, I'm like, so Lucky would not have been able to be called as a witness in the second trial. He would have been as useless as Steve Scanlon, And so I'm like, I was so sick of this shit. I was so sick of the McAlberts scaring all these people. Because the McAlberts clearly scared Scanlon. He's scared shitless of Brian Albert being known to be involved in helping the defense. Like, nobody wanted to help the defense, even though they knew Kearney was framed, because they were scared of the McAlberts. And they say I'm intimidating witnesses. You have these witnesses who are afraid to come forward.
This is so funny to me. This is motherfucking crazy. What?
Afraid to talk because they're scared of the McAlberts. Because the McAlberts run that town and everyone knows it. And so I reached out to Lucky in June of 2023. And he said, I'm not talking about this. And his wife had died like a few weeks prior or a month or so prior. And so I'm like, okay, I'll give this guy some space. It's cool. And I ranted.
I'll give this guy some space. You fucking write an article about him on June 5th, 2023, lighting his ass the fuck up, motherfucker. Damn. Can anyone stop the hate? Have a normal mind. Block me, but really differing minds can agree on some levels. No, we don't block people. What are you talking about? Cry.
On my show about it. And I'm like, and Court TV has played that clip, and Hank Brennan got a hold of that clip and questioned Lucky about it. And I said something to the extent of, I'm like, you don't got to be afraid of them. I'm like, but you need to talk, bro. You can't just not talk. Like, if you're going to cover this shit up, go fuck yourself. Like, I was under the impression that Lucky was like covering for the McAlberts. That was the impression that I got from, you know, the fact that he ghosted Yannetti. He gave him all this information and then he refused to it. And mark my words, if I had not spoken with Lucky and made him feel comfortable, I don't think he would have testified at the trial. I don't. And so I wanted to.
Dead. If I would have talked to Lucky and made him feel comfortable, he wouldn't have testified. This motherfucker is insane. This man is fucking insane. Karen Reed, Alan Jackson. How embarrassing, Alan Jackson. This is what you're going to be known for? This motherfucker? Come on, man. Oh, shit. But the hate is a bit much. The hate. This man is lying to you people.
Make it clear, Lucky Loughran, that you don't. They don't matter anymore. They're not as tough as they once were. They used to run the town, but I run the town of Canton now. I'm their daddy now, and they knew that. I could go to Canton and stay. I stood out when I used to stand outside of Chris Albert's pizza shop with a sign. Everyone would drive by and honk and be like, "Yeah, fuck yeah, Turtle Boy," and they come down and they join me. And because I just wanted to remind the McAlberts, bitch, I run this town now, because I did. I was much more popular than any of the fucking Alberts were in that town, because I exposed their asses. And I like to think that I made Lucky Loughran feel comfortable. And so on August 8th, I called Lucky on the phone while I'm in Truro. I got a house in Truro, as Jill Daniels like to say. I was in Truro, and I called Lucky, got his number. It was a couple months later. I'm like, let's see if he wants to talk now. Let's see if he feels more comfortable. Okay. And I published this interview entitled "Can't a DPW Brother," as I don't want you dragged into this. I'm not answering any questions anymore. I'm sorry. In April of 23.
Go ahead, put it out there.
Of the interim Blackman oversees the Canton DPW, which, since speaking out, could send his son Colin to jail. Only he's in charge of the DPW. Ultimately, he controls their funding and the attempts to intimidate him into silence that have taken place since then. This was our conversation. I go, I read this. I'm like, bro, Lucky talked to the FBI. That's crazy. I'll wait to tell Karen read this.
Wait.
Investigators twice. That was news to me. That was also, they said, as long as police have ordered the testimony, I can speak, but it's got to be attached to a subpoena or a badge. I talked to the FBI once already, and the private investigators twice. That was news to me.
That's a lie. Holy shit, you fucking liar. The reason you wrote your fucking June 5th, 2023 blog was because Lucky Loughran talked to the feds on March 23rd, 24th, and y'all were given the fucking, you guys were given the doc. That's why you wrote the blog in June.
Also news to the Karen Reed's defense fund. I'm like, I cannot wait to tell Karen Reed this. I'm like, bro, Lucky talked to the FBI. That's crazy.
He's saying that he informed Karen Reed that Lucky talked to the FBI. Wow.
Like, so the FBI found him interesting enough. Like, the mere fact that the FBI wanted to speak to Lucky Loughran means they know what's up. They know what's up. They're onto them. They know. I go, did you sign anything with the private investigators? And he goes, there was no affidavit, but they were given the route, how I did the route, when I did the route, and when I go and plow that route. They took me to Fairview, and I showed them what I did from Dedham Street to Cedar Crest to Fairview. Did you tell them that you went by the house, there was no body? Yes. What time did you go by? Somewhere around 2:30. The FBI says they have GPS at 2:30 going by the house. So according to Lucky, the FBI told him that.
According to Lucky, he's putting this on Lucky. Dude, you are insane.
At least according to my recollection of this. I go, the trucks have GPS in them and they were working? Yes. Because I think they said the trucks' GPS were not working. I just know that the trucks all have GPS in them. Okay. When did you last speak to the FBI? About a week after my wife passed away. I'm sorry about your wife, by the way. I appreciate that. I go, did you happen to see any cars parked in front of the house? There was one. I go, was it Brian's Albert's Ford Edge by any chance? No. It was a Ford Edge, but it wasn't Brian's. I go, I wasn't trying to attack you in that blog, but what happened?
Why aren't you talking about that right there? He's telling you that it wasn't Brian's Ford Edge. Why aren't you getting all like cray-cray about it like you did last time about like that it was Collins? He just has to hurry up and skip over that.
That house is so messed up. Not only is an innocent person being blamed for this, but John O'Keefe will never get justice as long as this continues. He says, right. I go, you have the power. The fact that you went by there at 2:30 and didn't see a body is game over. Did you ever speak with Michael Proctor? Did he ever interview you? No. And this is the big thing. Okay. Any suppose, you know how I know that they don't think there was a body on the lawn there? Because if they thought there was a body on the lawn and they knew that a plow driver went by there, right? He would be a perfect witness for them because he would have seen the body, right? Because they don't have that's a problem for the police. They don't have a single witness who will testify that there was a body on the lawn. Not one.
Exactly. So then why would you attack the witnesses that are going to fucking basically defend the version of the fact that he has to be on the fucking lawn if Karen hit him? Why would you attack these witnesses then? Because of the taillight.
They have all these people driving by and they all have their own reasons for not looking and seeing a body. Peanut butter sandwiches, blobs, Caitlin annoying, Tristan, none of them saw a body. So if they truly believed that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car at 12:30 and that his body was lying there at 2:30 and a plow went by at 2:30, Lucky Loughran is their guy. Lucky Loughran is the witness. Finally, someone who wasn't distracted with peanut butter sandwiches, they knew it. And they didn't even try to track him down. They made zero attempts.
They made zero attempts because of the interview that he did with Michael Trotta
to find him. And I knew the whole time this thing was a cover-up ever since April 18th, 2023.
I knew this whole time that ever since April 18th, 2023, this was a cover-up.
It really started hitting me around this time where I was like, oh, wow, they are going to go down there. This is crazy. This was the biggest piece for me. The fact that they didn't want...
Every single day you say this is the biggest piece for you. Every fucking day. Well, I know that the fucking... the Slammer is going to have nice big D pieces for you.
To speak to Lucky Loughran. They had no interest in him whatsoever. Why? Because he was going to tell them the truth. They knew what Lucky was going to say. They knew there was no body on that lawn. The last thing they want is an eyewitness who confirms that. They can't have that. So not speaking to Lucky Loughran was a choice. It was a conscientious choice on their part. That's how I know these people are covering this shit up. But it really gets bad in the interview. So I write about this. And he goes, so the fact that Proctor never spoke with him, it's like, bro, give me a break. When they reached out to you and said not to talk, did they put that in writing? Yes. Do you have the copy of that email? I do not. It was printed out and placed on our break room tables.
Lucky says in a recorded fucking interview that you have all this shit wrong. How about that? Absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Cover this up. Remember, I went down there. I interviewed Michael Trotta. I interviewed Billy Walsh. They kind of gave me the runaround, but they confirmed that Lucky did plow the roads that day, which was contrary to Michael Proctor's interview. Michael Trotta is his boss, Lucky Loughran's boss. He runs the DPW. He testified in the first trial. Michael Trotta told me on video, and you can check it out. It's on Rumble and on YouTube. Michael Trotta told me that Lucky plowed the road that night. But with Michael Proctor's interview of Michael Trotta tells him Lucky didn't plow the road that night. So Michael Proctor's report lied. He lied about what Michael Trotta said. And and it said, don't speak with Turtle Boy. What it said was, if Turtle Boy or someone from Turtle Boy comes up to us on the road, we are to give you our names, and the comment is to be no comment. If you come and ask, I would have it published. Part 93 gets published on. Michael Proctor said fake corporation owned by the Albert family friend plowed Fairview Road. Here's report.
So it doesn't matter.
I conducted a phone interview with Michael Trotta, an employee of the town of Canton. Michael assists.
God, you talk about the same thing.
And who's Duncan Calvin Seaman? Well, he's this guy. Okay. And he's married to her. There's Duncan Calvin Seaman.
What is he doing?
What did he say? Oh, he sends a link to the article about Lucky. And he's like, he is such a liar. He goes, we did not interview Lucky at DPW headquarters. We interviewed him at the DA's office. That's it. Who gives a fuck where you interviewed him? Like, this is what I mean. They take my reporting and then they find one minor error that doesn't matter. What the fuck does it matter where you interviewed Lucky Loughran? The fact of the matter is, I wrote about it and then you interviewed him. The only reason you interviewed him is because I interviewed him first and published it. And you guys had no choice. They had no choice. They had to speak with him. They couldn't ignore that. They couldn't pretend they didn't see that. They had to talk to him. And I'm like, and instead of like, they don't dispute anything that I published, but they're like, can you believe this guy? He said that we interviewed him in place A, but really it was place B. That's it. That's their attempt to discredit me. If you got one,
are you fucking high? Are you motherfucking high? Like, this dude's insane. That's their attempt to discredit you? Are you fucking stupid? Lucky discredited you in the interview. Dude, this man just fucking lies. Absolutely lies. And how do people watch this? How do people are like, yeah, let me just get fucking lied to every day? This is actually why I came to YouTube to fucking take down some fucking bullshit. And I fucking did it. And it's this is the type of shit. This is all lies. All of it. This is insanity. But it's great. Because the gig is up. Come whenever the fuck you can decide that, hey, I'm not going to keep stalling out all these fucking hearings and I'm actually going to have to go to court. Fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy. He's just human trash. The man lives in fucking Delulu land. Okay? That's a fact. Yeah. Reality is, yeah. What an idiot. And my last little clip here for the luckies of the world. He did a fucking, I don't even know. What was this? When was this? 8/28. Episode 8/28. 8/28. Again, make up his mind. The motherfucker can't make up his mind. 8/28. Here's your just wait, Lana. He starts talking about you're trying to discredit. I can fuck what he's talking about. He's a fucking idiot. He's a moron. Guy is dumb as a box of rocks. Wait, just wait, Lana. He says, I'm trying to discredit Lucky. No, Lucky discredits him. Yeah, he's an idiot. Keep crying, troll boy. I can't go back. My ass is gonna be so loose. I can't go back. Stupid fuck. Here you go, buddy. Here you go, pal.
We have nothing to hide. None of us invoked the Fifth Amendment. Yeah, none of you are accused of committing a crime, right? Jesus Christ, I can't even. And you guys wouldn't hand over your phones. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins destroyed theirs. So Brian Albert fought the Rule 17. If he had nothing to hide, why did he fight the Rule 17 for his phone? Why? Why Gemma McCabe fight the Rule 17 for her phone? Why? Why'd they do it? We became targets. Despite our full cooperation, a coordinated effort grew online and in the media to shift blame onto innocent people. It wasn't a coordinated effort. It was just me. It was just me. I didn't coordinate with anyone. I read the court filings and I decided to people. That's it. There was no coordination. Karen Reed threw me a fucking, despite the credit that Karen Reed takes for this fucking story, I got bad news for you, McAlbert. She didn't do shit as far as my rating goes. She gave me some pictures of Jen McCabe, right? And told me about who Lucky Loughran was. And then I went and found it myself. She really didn't do that much for me, to be perfectly honest with you. Like, she was the primary benefactor of our relationship, not me. Okay? To be very clear.
Dude, this is so good. Emily C. November 22nd, 2025. That's when he's just
court filings.
Dick.
Says you. Social media and public forums, also known as like a third-party culprit defense. Our names primary benefactor of our relationship. There was no coordination. Oh, yeah. People. It wasn't a coordinated effort. It was just me. It was some shit like that. Right. Oh my God, the balls on these people.
Look at this.
Not one of us ever invoked the Fifth Amendment because we have nothing to hide. Motherfucker, Brian Higgins' attorney stood there and held his fucking hand during his testimony because he was accused of violating federal law.
Look at him.
I mean, they can't be serious with this. They cannot possibly be serious with this shit. We have nothing to hide. None of us invoked the Fifth Amendment. Yeah, none of you are accused of committing a crime, right?
Wait, but I thought that you said that was what was going to happen, though, that the feds were going to come in and that they're all going to get accused of all these crimes and that they're all going to prison. But what it seems like is you're the only one with 16 fucking counts of felonies.
Can't even. And you guys wouldn't hand over your phones. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins
You wouldn't hand over your phone either. Your 401 phone? Mama took care of it, though. She figured it out. Chef's kiss. Oh, daddy. You could thank me for that one.
Destroyed theirs. Brian Albert fought the Rule 17. If he had nothing to hide, why did he fight the Rule 17 for his phone? What?
Same reason you've been fighting it. Same reason Karen Reed's been fighting it. This man doesn't think that we have rights. But then he wants to act like he's fighting for his First Amendment and ours. What a fucking clown.
Hi.
Look at his forehead, man. Stressed.
Why'd Jen McCabe fight the Rule 17 for her phone? Why'd they do it? We became targets. Despite our full cooperation, a coordinated effort grew online and in the media to shift blame onto innocent people. It wasn't a coordinated effort. It was just me. It was
What a moron. I love it for him. It wasn't a coordinated effort. It was just me. I fuck you people. Come and get me. Okay. I just can't go back. Look at this liar. It was just me, myself, and I.
It was just me. I didn't coordinate with anyone. I read the court filings and I decided you people did it. That's it. There was no coordination. Karen Reed threw me a fucking, despite the credit that Karen Reed takes for this fucking story, I got bad news for you, McAlbert. She didn't do shit as far as my rating goes. She gave me some pictures of Jen McCabe, right? And told me about who Lucky Loughran was. And then I went and found him myself. She really didn't do that much for me, to be perfectly honest with you. Like, she was the primary benefactor of our relationship, not me. Okay? To be very clear.
What a little crybaby. Oh my God, you guys.
False narratives were pushed into court filings, says you, social media, and public forums, also known as like a third-party culprit defense. Our names, reputations, and livelihoods were attacked. Oh no, often viciously. Oh, that makes it worse because it's vicious. And without any basis in fact. I see a lot of facts. Here's a fact. Your sister Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. and then deleted it. There's a fact.
No, she
Our
did not.
families have endured years of harassment, intimidation, and online defamation. Yet I don't see any defamation lawsuits filed. None.
At that age. Fucking dumbass.
None. I don't see any. What else is he saying? It? Personal and professional harm. Who's like, yeah, Kelly Deaver had professional harm done to her because she lied in a murder trial. Like she lied. And that's probably why
You lied every single day to thousands of people to fraud us and to take over $1 million in funds from the community. You best believe I'm looking into a class action.
I mean, these people, they make fools of themselves and like, oh my God, you caused me professional harm. No, motherfucker, you did. If you weren't so shady, then you wouldn't have professional harm. Damage to our children. Oh, fuck your children. Relationships and well-being. Oh, fuck your relationships, fuck your children, and fuck your well-being. That's what I have to say to that.
Fuck your well-being, fuck your children. Dude, nobody acts like this and says that they are defending the First Amendment, okay? Yeah, I can say whatever the fuck I want. Fuck your kids. Fuck this. Yeah. Why are you crying about it? They have the right to their... Look at, they put this all out there. Oh, I'm just pissed about it. Why are you so pissed about this give, send, go that's got your fucking balls so far in your ass? All right?
Thousands of dollars in legal expenses? Oh, why? Because you had to... You didn't need legal... What'd you need legal expenses for? What'd you need attorneys for? You're innocent, right?
Innocent people,
Brian Albert...
That's actually who need attorneys is innocent people. Okay? Look at this fool. He knows better. He just likes to... He told it to you guys. I cause and inflict outrage. I'm going to get you outraged by lying to you and saying all this whack shit to get you to pony up the dough for me. And be like, yeah, oh my God, this is so crazy. But guess what? Everything that he got you all riled up about, it's all a lie.
Like handing money to fight the Rule 17. Why'd you fight it? You got nothing to hide in your phone, right? Why'd you hide it? Why'd you have to pay an attorney for? What'd you need that for? Fuck your legal expenses. You know? You could just not hired an attorney because you didn't do anything wrong, right? Innocent people don't need attorneys, right? What do you need an attorney for?
Woo!
Okay, what do you want this money for? Where's the money going? With the civil trial now ahead, we know the same playbook will be used again. Distort the facts, target the witnesses, and re-traumatize our families in public. We cannot face this alone. So they know they're being sued. So this is a fundraiser because they know their ass is getting sued. Your support will help us secure the legal representation necessary to fight back. Challenge the false accusations in court of law. Protect our families from ongoing harassment. The cops are already doing that. Establish a clear stand against witness and victim intimidation. Ensure the truth.
Well, that's what they're supposed to do. The cops are supposed to protect us from fucking people harassing us. Turtle boy.
we've stood by. This is all just blah, 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 blah.
Ensure the truth we've stood by since day one is finally heard. Interesting. Everything's just blah, blah, blah.
I mean, it's really just the first one. Secure the legal representation necessary to fight back. Granted, if they're getting sued, they're going to need attorneys, and attorneys cost money. So,
and look at this dude. What does he do? He just talks a bunch of crazy shit like, oh my God, what do they need this money for? Go fucking work, Karen. Karen, nobody fucking donated to your civil fucking ass, okay? And then he fucking talks shit about them. And then it's like, oh wait, he's getting sued. Okay, let me have this fundraiser, baby. Let me get this fundraiser. And then he just gets you guys to donate to this man 80 G's. You guys could have fed like a ton of motherfucking homeless people for like fucking a year. Instead, you're making sure that this man has fucking, I don't know, Vagisil and fucking Adderall and whatever that fucking shit is. Oral fucking, what is it? Some, you know what that shit is.
it's a free country. If
it doesn't cut his lip again.
If people want to donate to them, they're free to, right? My question is, I mean, good luck. I mean, how much money are they going to raise? They're going to get 100 G's? They'll probably get 100 G's at this rate. They already got 26.
They have like 260,000, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And I hope they fucking make $1 million. Okay. I want this to go to trial so bad. I want the criminal case to go to trial. I want every single civil suit, and the civil suits usually don't go. I want all of this shit to go the distance. And if it doesn't, then I hope to God that none of these people sign on any dotted lines so that the discovery can't be released. The civil discovery, holy fuck, this is going to be amazing. Amazing. I'm telling you what, if you want to say the House defendants committed any crimes here, they would be the dumbest people ever to go forward with a civil suit, especially when you're claiming your damages. That means you have to get on the stand and talk about it. That means you are opening up yourself, your finances, everything in a civil case to the world. Okay. It's another beast. All right. And they fucking all filed on him. You know, they filed on Karen. Then Karen, you know, filing back. I just can't imagine having to testify knowing that witness intimidation or conspiracy to commit it is hanging over my head for the rest of my life because there is no statute of limitations on witness intimidation. And so when anyone's wondering out there why Karen Reed has not been charged, I think it's strategic. They don't have to charge her right now. See what the fuck happens in this idiot's criminal trial. Because a lot is going to happen.
And it's not bad. I mean, not bad because it's grifting. But how are they going to split it? What percent does Higgins get? Did they even talk to Higgins? What's he getting? His ass is getting sued too. Every contribution, large or small, brings us closer to clearing our names.
I swear.
Now, your names are never going to be cleared. Protecting our children and drawing a line in the sand so that this kind of witness harassment cannot be the model for future defendants. Every contribution will be used directly to help ensure justice is served by funding the legal work, protection, and advocacy needed to confront these falsehoods and stop the harassment. Right. If there are funds remaining after our cases are resolved, there will not be. We intend to use those to support other witnesses and victims facing similar attacks. Right. Oh my God. So that no one has to fight this kind of abuse. They're the real victims. Thank you for standing with us for believing.
God, you have no choice. No wonder why you lost your shit when I fucking said that John McCabe did not Google search that. I knew that John McCabe, I could prove that John McCabe didn't Google search it. Fucking A. They had to ride or die with that fucking shit, and now it makes all the sense in the world. You guys are something else because the evidence never pointed to that direction. They went off of pure and absolute bullshit. Showing up at fucking lacrosse games. What a pussy. What a bitch, man. Getting tickets in fake people's names, creating fake email accounts to do all that. Because, wait, you're fighting First Amendment. Because it's First Amendment. Why would you have to hide any of that? That's premeditated. That's planning. And the jury's going to hear all of that. And I love it. And when the jury hears all that, it's guilty across the board. The only one that he may, I don't even think there isn't. I think it's guilty across the board. What's all the stuff on the doc, like for Higgins? I'd have to go back and see, because he stayed off of Higgins's jock strap, because I think Karen instructed that, because they were lying to him about Higgins is about to flip and shit like that. So yeah, First Amendment, yet he is the biggest of cancel culture. That's what he believes in. It's absolutely crazy. If you're all about the First Amendment, then you're not about cancel culture. And that's all he talks about, is that he's cancel culture. Excuse me? Then how are you about First Amendment? Again, another oxymoron for me. I was saying I don't hate anybody. I hate Turbo. You guys, I don't know this man. I know him from this is all the things that he's done. He is 1000% guilty of everything he was charged with. He recorded himself committing the crimes, and these are the statutes. He knew they existed. He knows all about what is intimidation. He knows how to manipulate it to use it against other people. This man is guilty across the board with everything that he was. There's actually shit that I think that he has done that he didn't even get charged for. Okay. And it's just so funny that like anybody that's going to sit there and say that, oh my God, like, woo. At the end of the day, was it worth it? Is it going to be worth it? Was it worth it? And the answer is no. The answer is absolutely not.
Believing in truth over online mobs and help us pursue real justice. Do you think Denise Galvin thinks her sister is innocent? I think she does. I think some of these people actually believe that they just don't want, they can't fathom what they did. And Gemma King's probably just lying to them. You know, I'm sure she's never confessed to them what she did, you know, because she's a fucking pathological liar. So in fairness, Denise Galvin probably believes that her sister.
Yeah. They're just killing John O'Keefe and she's just blowing up his cell phone. Mm-hmm. Yep. Just calling him. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Is in fact innocent when we all know goddamn well that she is not. And Emily C had the funniest fucking video on this. You guys got to watch this video about this. I died watching this. This was too funny. Hold on.
All these people do is make fun of each other. Like he just promotes videos of making fun of them. My videos show him lying and him getting caught in every, like this week he's saying this, the next week he's saying this. This is what he's doing. And then putting together like actually a timeline to show actually here are the facts. This man had a cell phone. It was a 401 number. He called Lucky with it, and he was calling Karen Reed and Karen Reed's defense team. That is what I believe, because that is what the evidence is pointing to. You go get Lucky's phone records. You will find the 401 number. See what that 401 number is. I believe that you have him admitting to the fact that he has a 401 number, that he called Lucky with it, and that phone was never extracted. He comes out and there's no extractions available to see any of this crap that he's doing with Facebook. It's like it doesn't exist. And it's like, well, where is it? He did this shit with his account. Where is it? He got rid of that phone. Okay. Have a awesome rest of your amazing holiday weekend. Appreciate you guys. Until next time, Aidan Kearney is going to prison.